Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2020 Rowing New South Wales Independent Schools Championships. It looks like to be a beautiful day and some cracking racing ahead for the first circ race for most of our schoolboy and schoolgirl athletes for the 2020 season. And in the first race of the day, just crossing the line now, Madison Hines from Loretto Normanhurst taking the win. She's coached by Linda Reid. And just entering the last 100 metres or so in the red boys, Amber Bradley from PLC Sydney will come in and cross the line. Ladies and gentlemen, just a round of applause for both our scullers in the Schoolgirl Para Recreational Single Scull, the first race of the 2020 Independent Schools Regatta.
So that was a race over 500 metres. During the course of the day, we'll be watching races over 500 metres, 1,000 metres, and the Olympic distance, 2,000 metres. Our next race is over 1,000 metres. We're moving to Schoolgirl Sculling, starting with the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. So we would imagine that if you're here watching your rowers in Year 8, it's quite possible that this is the first year that you've been to a rowing and don't know too much about it. So please forgive us if we give you a little bit of information just to help you understand what's going on. So in rowing, there are two disciplines, sculling and what we call sweep. In sculling, the rower has an oar in each hand, and in sweep, the rower has just one oar. The quad scull is where we have four people in the boat, each of them with an oar in each hand, and there's a cox steering the boat as well, so that the rowers don't have to look around or worry about steering. We have 9 buoyed lanes on this course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and in this next race we're just going to use 3 of them, and each of those 3 lanes is taken up by crews from Queenwood who have had a massive intake this year, or uptake I should say, of the sport of rowing, with over 100 girls rowing in their programme. So they are the only school that's actually boating quads in Division 7 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Now in lane 4, Queenwood number 10 crew with Isabella Cazal, Vera Koo, Hilary Milner, Clementine Curry and their cox, Brooke Cuttance. The crew is coached by Alfie Young. In lane 5, Queenwood 8 with Serena Plain, Grace Holmes, Nika Vanna and Lily Maynard Fallon, coxed by Elena Ferros and coached by Eric Rowan. And in lane 6, Queenwood number 9 crew with Eve Tomlin, Zara Milner, Scarlett McDougall and Alicia Jolly-Poole, coxed by Lisa Mischenko and coached by Alan Bennett.
So today, a little bit different from most of our regattas. The vast majority of our races today are consisting of a heat and final, with only 3 crews in this second race of the day in the Year 7 Schoolgirl, the 7th division of the Year 8 Schoolgirl Cox Quad. We'll see all 3 crews progress through to the final. But later in the day, a little bit differently, we'll have across each event, the 9 fastest crews will proceed to the A final. The second 9 fastest crews will proceed to the B final, and so on and so forth. So it gives an opportunity for the crews to compete in a final against crews that are possibly ranked higher than them, and an opportunity to prove themselves, which is especially useful so early in the season when selections are definitely not final. So a little bit different to the way that the format that most regattas are run. We'll be looking at the times very closely later on in the day. But this Year 8 7th division of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad, it'll be all 3 crews will be coming down the course in the final later on, I believe, at about 9:30 a.m. So as we came through the 500 metre mark, it's the Queenwood number 9 crew in lane number 6 who have crossed the line in first place at the 500 metre mark. That's the Alan Bennett coach crew. And they're followed by the Queenwood number 10 crew, about a boat length and a half behind. And about 2 lengths behind, we'll see the Queenwood number 8 crew at the halfway point. That's the crew coached by Eric Rowan. So this being the first school regatta at Cirque for 2020. This will be the first time all of these girls on the course will have raced at the International Regatta Centre. I believe last week there was a regatta at Iron Cove, but I'm not sure if Queenwood were there at this one. So for these girls, possibly their first ever rowing race. And a few crews maybe struggling with the steering a little bit as we come into the last 100 metres or so. But it will be those standings that I called at the 500 metre mark. The Queenwood number 9 crew, followed by the Queenwood number 10 crew, followed by the Queenwood number 8 crew. Those standings appear to have held into the last few hundred metres, but I can't call it too soon because a little bit of trouble as we come into the closing strokes for the crew in lane number 6. But it looks like they've done just enough early on to hold on to that lead. And with the crew in lane number 6, Queenwood number 9 crew across the line in first place for the heat, their first ever race. The crew in lane number 5, Queenwood number 8, makes a late surge to take the race, the second place from the Queenwood number 10 crew. The winning time from that one, 5 minutes and 17 seconds. So these girls will be coming down the course in about an hour and a half or so in their final in the race for medals.
G'day mate, how you going? Yes, Scott. Hey, I am, nice to meet you. You're driving, huh? Yes, I am.
So it looks like race number 3, the schoolboy para single scull. We've had a scratching from that race. Blake Gatt from St Paul's Grammar, rowing out of Penrith Rowing Club regularly, representing his school. It looks like he's scratched, so we'll have a little bit of a break for the next 7 minutes or so. The next race following that will be race number 4, the schoolboy year 10 coxed quad scull, the first heat of 2. So the crews at the moment are just sitting off to the side of the course down at the 2,000 metre starting line. So a little bit different from the 1,000 metre racing. We have the crews going off a held start. So there are at the start line. There are lane holders who will hold the sterns of the boat and align all the bows up in a straight line, ready for them to race. And it's a little bit more precise. Definitely a lot more tension down there at the 2,000 metre start. I believe for these boys, the Year 10 Cox Quad, it will likely be their first ever 2,000 metre race at the Regatta Centre, or anywhere for that matter. So it will be a great test for this morning.
So on the start line of our schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls, we have a crew from Redlands in lane 2, Lachlan Collier, Thomas Jackson, Hamish Campbell, Tom Reeves and their cox Finn Woodward. They are coached by Joshua Johnston. In lane 3 from Radford College of Canberra, George Stanier, Marley Cowell Buchanan, Lachlan Lloyd, Lachlan Blight and their cox Izzy Farris. From Redlands, in lane 4, Julius Keller, Ethan Beggs, Alfie Leach, Aria Gapayard, Fletcher Logan, their cox, and they are coached by Timothy Robertson. In lane 5, a crew from Cranbrook of Alexander Abrahams, George Perkins, Thomas Crennan, Edward Walker, and their cox Oliver Klein, coached by Max Brown. Redlands 3 are in lane 6. Douglas Mantell, Loch Wilding, Lachlan Decker, Jack Forrest, and their cox, Zoe Naismith. They are coached by Ooze Beaton. And in lane 7, from Radford College, Jason Luozia, Joshua Orr, Will Packpoy, and Marcus Ward, coxed by Stuart Ward.
And we do have a start, and it looks like it's the crew in lane number 5, the Cranbrook number 3 crew, who have definitely made the most of it. We'll wait and see what the standings are when we get to the first quarter of the race, but they definitely looked to have the cleanest of starts. The crew in the closest lane, from Radford College in lane number 7, closest to the grandstand there, definitely getting a little bit more run of the boat now as they recover from the frenzy of the first few strokes and start to lengthen out and build into a race rhythm, which is definitely an absolute requirement in the 2,000 metre racing, as these boys, being their first 2,000 metre race, will come soon, very soon come to learn.
So just to clarify, crews that win should send a representative to the tent that's in front of the grandstand to collect the medals for the crew. Due to the COVID restrictions, we're not doing presentations on the pontoon. So just one representative from the crew to go to the tent in front of the grandstand to collect any medals.
So we've just come through the 500 metre mark now, and it looks like the crew on the far side of the course now, which is the Redlands number 5 crew. It's Lachlan Collier, Thomas Jackson, Hamish Campbell, Tom Reeves, and their cox Finn Woodward, taking the lead at the first quarter mark of the race. They weren't too far ahead of the Radford crew on this side of the course. That's Jason Lauju, Joshua Orr, Will Packpoy, Marcus Ward, and their cox Stuart Ward, just about half a boat length back in second place. And in third at that 500 metre timing point, we had the Radford College number 4 crew over in lane number 3. That's George Stanier, Marley Cowell Buchanan, Lachlan Lloyd, Lachlan Blight, and their cox Izzy Farris. So those are the standings, 1, 2, 3 at the 500 metre mark. Definitely a long way to go, so it'll pay off for those crews who have settled into a nice strong rhythm at this point in the race. So we've just had the crews come through the 1,000 metre mark, and it looks like we have some timing now. Those standings from the 500 metre mark look to have been upheld through to the halfway point, but not lengthened, so a particularly large amount. So in first place at the halfway point, we had Radford College, George Stanier, Marley Cowell Buchanan, Lachlan Lloyd, Lachlan Blight, and their cox Izzy Farris. About 2 lengths up in front of the crew from Redlands. That's Julius Keller, Ethan Beggs, Alfie Leach, and Araya Gapilliard. Their cox Fletcher Logan, and their coach Timothy Robertson. And in third place at that halfway point in this race, the crew from Redlands. So Douglas Mantle, Lock Wilding, Lachlan Decker, Jack Forrest, and their cox Zoe Naismith. In fourth was Cranbrook, number 3. In fifth, Redlands, number 5. And in sixth, we had the Radford College, number 3 crew on the closest side of the course. So the crew from Radford College, Stanier, Carroll Buchanan, Lloyd and Blight, and their cox and Farris just lengthening their lead at the 1,500 metre mark as they come into the final stages of the race. It looks to be their colleagues in lane number 7, the Radford number 3 crew, who have caught up and taken second place at the 1,500. And Redlands number 4 in lane number 4, just falling back by the slimmest of margins in the closing stages of the race. Of course, as we mentioned earlier today, it's the fastest 9 times from both this race and the race that will follow that will send crews to the A final later on today. So, although traditionally in a heat at this stage of the race, a crew such as Radford sitting out in front by a comfortable margin would perhaps be inclined to save some energy for another race. Knowing that the next race could come down and do faster times and overtake your placings, there's definitely no margin to take your foot off the gas today in the heats. You have to be pushing all the way to the line to ensure your position in the A final later on this morning. As we come into the final 100 metre marks, as I said before, this Radford crew in lane number 3 really not letting off the gas. Lizzie had them at rate 33 coming into this final quarter of the race, and they will take out this first heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. It's Radford College, George Stanier, Marley Cowell Buchanan, Lachlan Lloyd, Lachlan Blight, and Izzy Farris, their coxswain in first place. Crossing the line in second will be the crew from Redlands taking back that second position. Good racing down the course. Radford College number 3 in lane 7 in third. And it'll be the crew from Redlands in lane 2, I believe. Apologies, it'll be the crew from Redlands in lane number 6 that is in fourth place. Cranbrook number 3 in lane 5 just crossing the line for 5th. And the Redlands number 5 crew in lane number 2 making their way down the last 100 metres of the race now.
So the provisional times for that result: Radford College 4, provisional time of 7:56.39. The margin back to Redlands for 7 seconds, 0.43. The margin then to Radford College 3, 1.85. 4.81 then back to Redlands 3 and a further 19.37 back to the crew Redlands 5. So winning time 7 minutes 56.39 seconds. Oh, and our sorry, that was Cranbrook 3 in 5th position and Redlands 5 another 45.35 seconds.
And just approaching the 750 metre mark now, we have our next race. That's race number 5 on your program, the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. So 2 heats today for this one. In lane number 1, we have Kinross Walleroy, so a full field of 9 crews for this race. In lane number 1, Kinross Walleroy number 2, that's Finley Shepherd, Zachary Annett, Willow Carter, Henry Malloy, their Cox Simone Chawler, and coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane number 2, we have Cranbrook, represented by Cameron Pryor, Benjamin Tish Bostock, Hugh Witts, Edward McHugh, and their coxswain Tom Gloucester. In lane number 3, representing Redland, William Natilli, Jamie Gold, James Whelan, Ethan McFarlane, their cox Charlotte Harmon, and their coach Cameron Butler. In lane number 4, representing the Radford College, Aidan Roberts, Jan Webber, Oliver Oteverill Williams, Ewan Gregg, and their cox Ava Warden. In lane number 5, from St Augustine's, we have Jacob Hickey, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Alejandro Briones, their coxswain, and their coach Biani Ungamak. In lane number 6, from Redlands, we have Samuel Chubb, Angus McLaughlin, Harley Vanderplume, Matthew Fry, their cox Charlotte Morrison, and their coach Frederick Leroyd. In lane number 7, Cranbrook number 1, Jasper Dawson Damer, Oliver Godfrey Hill, Callum Dunn, William Wright, their cox Felipe Marsal. In lane number 8, from Radford College, we have Connor Jasapino, Hunter Jolly, Jake Sheeman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, and their cox Heath Shaw. And in lane number 9, closest to the grandstand, from Kinross Walleroy, we have Fletcher Smith, Ethan Shaw, Magnus Cleary, William Chamberlain, their cox Jide Carrow, and their coaches Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. So in the time that we've taken reading out the crews, they have progressed down to the 1500 metre mark, and it's the crew in the centre of the course, St Augustine's, that are leading this one in a time of 5:06. Just 2 seconds up, so just about under a boat length in front of the Radford College number 1 crew, and Kinross number 1 in 3rd place at that 3/4 mark of the race.
Yeah, it's been a great race so far, with Radford College taking an early lead, and then around the 1,000 metre mark being overtaken, between 750 being overtaken by St Augustine's. St Augustine's crossing the 1,500 metre mark in a much faster time than the previous race. As you said, not in any way whatsoever sparing the gas for later races, not playing it tactically like the 3 Queenwood crews did earlier on in the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. Oh no, this is Year 10 boys in their Cox Quads, and it's on for young and old. So St Augustine's and Radford College battling it out now for 1st place, and Kinross Walleroy still sitting there very neatly in 3rd. Sitting in 4th, the crew from Redlands in lane 6. So St Augustine's come towards the line now. Jacob Hickey, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Alejandro Briones, fine genes there for rowing, with his mother, the famous lightweight rower from Australia, Zita, and father from Spain. In 2nd position, the crew from Radford College. A great race from them, and then the crew from Kinross Walleroy crossing the line in 3rd position. Bit of a gap then in terms of time. Crew in lane 6 from Redlands will come in 4th.
Yes, so the winning time from the last race, 7:56, and the winning time today in race number 5 being 6:51, would assure the first few crews of this race, if not the majority of this second heat, a spot through to the A final. We'll wait for the official timing before confirming that. But 5th across the line, Cranbrook number 1 in lane 7, Redlands over in lane 3, 6th, Radford College in lane 4, 7th. Kinross Walleroy in lane 1, 8th. And Cranbrook number 2 in lane number 2, just coming up to the line now. So looking at the times, it'll be the top 8 from this second heat. We will see in the A final later on this morning, as well as the first place crew from the first heat, Radford College, will be joining them in the A final. The remainder of the crews through to the B final.
So we're moving back to Year 8 schoolgirls now, and we're going to the heat of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. We have a number of heats here. We have 5 heats to go, so this is going to be interesting. The fastest 9 across all of these 5 heats will progress to Final A, the next 9 to Final B, the next 9 to Final C, and the rest to Final E. Doesn't look like there's a D in there. So, first race, we have Queenwood in lane 1, Clementine Isaac, Freya Hamilton, Sophia Rains, and Sabrina Stepper, coxed by Sophie Bennett and coached by Danielle Stewart. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli 6, with Bridget Carnival, Lucy Sexenian, Amélie Lemieux, Lydia Clarkin, and their cox Scarlett Wallace, coached by Lara Wainwright. In lane 3, Queenwood 6, Andy Smith, Josephine Lapping, Sky Dix, and Alice Hemming, coxed by Sammy Hunt and coached by Ella Metzines. In lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst 5, Abby Timmins, Julia Gonzalez, Ellie Wentworth Brown, Ruby Mazet, and their cox Charlotte Park, coached by Miranda Yuan. In lane 5, St. Catherine's 5, Bianca Kelly, Daisy Choi, Ziu Teresa Lee, Kimmy Bilmon and their cox Evie Bayot, coached by Abby Gibbs and Amy Tainch. In lane 6 from Queenwood, their number 5 crew of India Lockie, Trinity Brogden, Tori Anderson and Anna Hogarth Scott, coxed by Georgina Markram and coached by Caroline Lonergan. And in lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli 5, Georgia Thompson, Charlotte Madsden, Olivia Campbell, Ava Hatzidis and Cecilia Funder, coached by Hannah Potts.
So the start of this one running just a touch behind, due to start. We were due to start a few minutes ago. So as I mentioned earlier about the held start for 2,000 metre racing. So coming back to 1,000 metre racing now, we obviously don't have boys and lane holders for the crews as they start halfway down the course. So the Alina will have them form a rough line a few hundred metres before the start and then paddle very slowly, as you'll see on the screens now, up to the start, and the Alina will try their best to get them in as straight a line as possible and set them on their merry way. But so some good conditions for it here today. Often with schoolgirl racing, when they're a little bit less experienced, in the wind can be very challenging to get a straight line and even and fair race conditions for the start. But fantastic conditions down there at the 1,000 metre mark today to get these girls all lined up and ready for their first racing experience at the Regatta Centre.
Yeah, for those of you who are fairly new to the sport, there is a website for Rowing New South Wales, www.rowingnsw.asn.au, And when you go to the main page, there is a section for regattas. You click on that, it scrolls down and it shows you all the regattas that are being held throughout the season, and you can click on the link for this one. Alternatively, you can just scroll to the bottom of the page and you will find on the news section at the bottom, you'll always find a link to the regatta that's going on the day, with the results being screened live as the races happen. If you go to the main web page, the main regatta portal, you will find a regatta program, and looking on that program you can find all of the rules of racing, what's going on, and also an infogram about the colours of the zoot suits that are worn by the different schools. So each school designs a unisuit or racing suit, colloquially known as a zootie, and that has the colours of the school on it, as do the blades that the rowers are using to row with.
And in that very same section, you will find a link to our live stream we've got at the moment. So everything that you'll see on the screen in the grandstand here at the Regatta Centre is streamed live, as well as our insightful commentary. And that live stream brought to us by Bont Rowing for the 2020 and 2021 season. If you're lucky enough to be over on the island, I believe they have a stall set up today. You can go visit the team over there.
Yes, and talking about the stalls, we've also got the stall for Pontoon to provide all of your racing uniforms. So yes, if you are on the island, please do go and visit our stall holders, Bont and Pontoon, and we thank them for their sponsorship and their support of rowing. Now, just a call out, a key has been found, a key to a car. I've done a little Google search of the emblem, and it looks as though it belongs to a Subaru. It's on a coloured ribbon, so if it is your key, you've lost it, then a key to a Subaru, then you will be able to reclaim it at the tent in front of the grandstand, the Rowing New South Wales tent. So a call out, please check if you have a Subaru that you still have your key with you, and if you don't, could you please head on down to the Rowing New South Wales tent in front of the grandstand to collect it. There's some interesting rowing going on here, Chris.
Absolutely.
We were just commenting in Year 8, there's quite a lot that goes into winning a race, and it's not just about being the biggest and the strongest, is it?
No, there's a good deal of, I would say a good deal of luck in the first few races that goes on. It definitely, as we're seeing at the moment, could definitely be quite frantic down on the start line there.
Yes.
It does look like the majority of our crews have gotten away nice and cleanly, though.
One of them's had to stop.
Yeah.
So I know anybody that's been involved in rowing for even a short amount of time realises very quickly that this sport teaches you all about teamwork, and a champion team is not necessarily a team made of champions. It's truly about figuring out how to do things together. Rowing requires you to put that blade in the water and take it out again at exactly the same time, and to try and put your blade in the water at not just the same time but the same angle, so that the boat travels in a relatively straight line, that being usually the fastest way from A to B. Some of the crews here might be proving me wrong, though.
Yeah, it does look like some crews are just maybe testing out and seeing which of the lanes are the fastest, just getting a bit of experience across all of them. So we do have a start. The crews will be coming through the halfway point shortly. So it looks like the crew on the far side of the course, it's Queenwood number 7, coached by Danielle Stewart, rower herself at Sydney University, coming through the halfway point in first place, about a length up on the crew from Loreto Kirribilli in lane number 2, coached by Lara Wainwright, herself a rower at UTS. So a little bit of a battle of the clubs going on at the head of the field in the heat for the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In third at that halfway point was the Normanhurst number 5 crew. Fourth, the Red Kirribilli. Fifth, St Catherine's. And sixth, the crew from Queenwood, their number 5 crew.
So they've come through the halfway mark now, that Queenwood School, in a time of 2 minutes, 17.8 seconds. About a length between each of the crews after that, and then Loreto Kirribilli number 5 pressing only about half a length down on Loreto Normanhurst 5. So at the moment, as we come up to the 3/4 way, the 1,750 metre mark, 250 metres to go, Queenwood 7 in the lead, Loreto Kirribilli 6 still sitting in, actually, who's this coming up? Loreto Kirribilli number 5 pressing, doing quite well in the second half of the race. They're in the lane closest to the grandstand. That's Georgia Thompson, Charlotte Madsden, Olivia Campbell and Ava Hatzides, with Cecilia Funder coxing. Queenwood 7 remain in the lead. Clementine Isaac, Freya Hamilton, Sophia Rains, Sabrina Stepper and their cox Sophie Bennett. And then we have 2 crews battling it out there. The Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew, next to the fastest Queenwood crew. Bridget Carnival, Lucy Sekzenian, Amelie Lemieux, Lydia Clarkin and their cox Scarlett Wallace. And then finding their way gradually, Loreto Normanhurst, Abby Timmins, Julia Gonzalez, Ellie Wentworth-Brown, Ruby Mazet and their cox Charlotte Park, doing a good job there. They're nice and steady.
It does look like the crew a little bit closer over in lane number 7 from Loreto Kirribilli, just challenging the girls from Loreto Normanhurst. Maybe just getting the blades in and out of the water a little bit cleaner in these final stages of the race, and making up for some lost speed in the first half of the race. So we'll see how they're challenging into the final strokes, but it'll be the crew in lane number 1, Queenwood number 7, who will take the win in this first heat. Loreto Kirribilli number 6 in second place. And we'll come down to the line. It does look like the girls from Loreto Normanhurst in lane number 5 are just going to hold on to the ascendancy over Loreto Kirribilli, who come across the line in 4th place. It's the Queenwood number 5 crew in lane number 6 who across the line in 5th, ahead of St Catherine's in lane 5. And making their way down the remainder of the course will be the crew from Queenwood in lane number 3, just entering the last couple of 100 metres now.
So just confirming the results at the moment of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Heat number 1. A win for Queenwood number 7 in a time of 4 minutes 39.06. Second, Loreto Kirribilli 6, margin 4.75. Third, Loreto Normanhurst 5, the margin 8.48. Fourth, Loreto Kirribilli 5, the margin 2.10. Fifth, Queenwood 5, the margin 2.10, 8.89. Sixth, St Catherine's, the margin 3.42. And the final Queenwood crew did have a technical problem, but they've managed to sort it out, and they're just coming towards the finish line now. Good for them. Another life lesson. Just shit happens,
Exactly.
Just carry on with it.
You can never predict what's going to happen in racing. That's why we race. Otherwise, we'd give away the medals at the start line.
Yeah, good on them. Good learning experience, and they'll just be all the better for having another race.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, heat number 2 is fastly approaching. Do we want to... So in lane 2, we have Queenwood 4. In lane 3, St Catherine's 4. In lane 4, Redlands 4. In lane 5, Roseville 4. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli 4. And in lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst 4. And congratulations, Queenwood. They've finished the race. Good on them.
So as we came through the 500 metre mark of the second heat, it was Loreto Kirribilli, the crew coached by Adelaide Guinness of UTS Rowing Club, who had the ascendancy by about 4 seconds at that halfway point, and they look to have maintained that as they approached the last 200 metres or so. It was Queenwood in second at that point. Loretto Normanhurst in third, St Catherine's in fourth, Redlands in fifth, and Roseville, coached by the big Hamish McDonald, bringing up the rear of this second heat.
So good to see so many rowers putting back into the sport by coaching, isn't
Exactly. It's like reading a who's who of the New South Wales rowing scene sometimes
Come
when you, especially with the, as you get some of the current athletes still coaching the younger quad crews. We'll be that crew of from Loretto Kirribilli, Coco Butcher, Eva Eels, Ella Chidgey, Miranda Hamer, and their cox Isabella Morello, coached by Adelaide Guinness, who will take the win in heat number 2.
Oh, and excitement going on in the finish here between
Very close
lane
race
7
as
and
Loretto
lane 2.
Normanhurst just trying to stay clean. It looks like they've just
They did
taken,
it.
they've
Yeah.
just come through. That's the crew coached by Kieran Riak and Finlay Blake, both current athletes at Sydney University, as I mentioned. Current athletes coaching. So the crew from Loretto Normanhurst just getting up over Queenwood in lane number 2. In fourth will be St Catherine's over in lane 3. And crossing the line now, we'll see the Redlands crew for 5th position and the girls from Roseville in 5th place.
The time for that race, 4 minutes 28.42, so faster than the previous heat by some 11 seconds. That was the crew from Loretto Kirribilli, their number 4 crew. The margin, 11.91 ahead of Loretto Normanhurst, who had a bit of a shipwreck on the line, and they just pipped Queenwood to the post by 0.83 of a second, then a further 9.68 seconds back to St Catherine's, 20.5 seconds back to Redlands, and 7.05 to the final crew from Roseville. Our next race is on the course. This is Heat 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1, Roseville 3. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst 3. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 3. In lane 4, St Catherine's 3. In lane 5, Redlands 3. In lane 6, Queenwood 3. In lane 7, PLC Sydney 3. And in lane 8, Radford College 3. Coming through the 500 metre mark, it is Loretto Kirribilli 3 in the lead.
So interestingly, the Loretto Kirribilli crew who are leading at the 500 metre mark, they did come through the 500 in a faster time than the previous race did. So we mentioned earlier, it is the fastest 9 times from these collective 6 heats of the Year 8 Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls. Those fastest 9 times will progress through the A final, the second fastest 9 times to the B final, and so on and so forth down to the E final. So these girls definitely have the opportunity to race against some higher grade crews later on this morning. And as I mentioned as well, it's very early in the season and possibly have a chance to prove themselves against their friends and colleagues from their own schools and prove the selectors wrong, I suppose, that they should be in a higher crew.
Yeah, great opportunity, isn't it? So still in the lead, our crew from Loretto Kirribilli, number 3 crew, which is Arabella Sue, Audrey Ross, Elsie Hutton, Rachel Risby and Annabelle Peel coxing. They're coached by Sam Holmes. Sitting in second position, still Queenwood, the crew of Natasha Hughes, Jessica Hogg, Zara Taylor and Eva Thompson, coxed by Claire Chen and coached by Charlie Rose Iron. In third position, looks to me as though it is the crew in lane 2 of Loretto Normanhurst, which is Indy Wilton, Sophia Lamp, Sophia Bartocchiotti, Lucy Ball and Lily Caroline Cox, coached by Joshua Bowd. Well, but fast approaching, looks like Redlands, Zoe Halliday, Sophie Natilli, Kiana Gapiard, Sophie Yu and their cox Carolina Pedro Inacio, coxed by Bridget Smith. So Loretto Kirribilli taking the win in Heat 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad. Second, Queenwood 3. Third, Loretto Normanhurst 3. Fourth, St Catherine's 3. Coming across the line now for Redlands 3 will take out 5th position, and in lane 1, Roseville 3 will be 6th. That's Neve Morgan, Winnie Wang, Stephanie Bartlett and Lauren Hammer, with Georgie McRae coxing, coached by Alyssa Burke. And the crew from Redlands, I think we read them before: Zoe Halliday, Sophia Natalie, Kiana Gaypiard, Sophie Yu and Carolina Pedro Inacio. The crew from lane 8, Radford College, Talia Hunt, Tia Reinhardt, Johanna Dixon, Sophie Fremantle and their cox Chloe Miller have taken out 7th position. And our final crew to cross the line will be the crew from PLC Sydney. First time we've seen PLC in a crew this morning. Maisie Burge, Grace Khalil, Alana Araj, Willa Bowman, Charlotte Sard is their cox, and their coaches are Lily Glenn and Felix Dure.
So Loretto Kirribilli proving to be the ones to watch in the Year 8 quads this morning. I think we had a 2nd and 2 wins across these first 3 heats. So often when we see some strong crews down in the bottom ranked crews, it's a good indicator of some good depth and strong talent across the board. So they'll be one to watch. We've got another 3 races to come down, or 2 races to come down for the Year 8 girls before we'll move on to some 8s racing.
So in race number 8, the 3rd heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad, the winning time for Loretto Kirribilli was 4 minutes 18.46. The margin to Queenwood was 8.74, and then back to Loretto Normanhurst 8.79, and to St Catherine's 7.16. So 4.18 for heat 3, 4.28 for heat 2, 4.39 for heat 1. And here we go, race number 9 underway, with Redlands 2 in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli 2 in lane 2, Radford College 2 in lane 3, Queenwood 2 in lane 4, St Catherine's 2 in lane 5, Roseville 2 in lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst 2 in lane 7, Tara School in lane 2, and PLC Sydney in lane 9. At the halfway mark, it's Loretto Kirribilli 2 who are in the lead. This is the crew of Ava Charles, Annalise Radicach, Kate Whitson, Isabel Howard and their cox Hannah Duffy, coached by Benjamin Sullivan. In second, Roseville 2, the crew of Abigail Kelly, Claudia Berger, Pia Allen, Scarlett Miles and their cox Amelia Wiseman, coached by Charlotte McBrayer.
Definitely some closer looking racing in as we get to the pointy end of the Year 8 racing. So often you see as the crews get a little bit faster, the margins get a little bit closer. So these girls, all these crews are ranked as the 2nd best Year 8 Cox Quad Scull within their school programs. So it's some slightly slimmer margins, about 5 seconds up the front, and then just 1 second back to 3rd, less than half a second back to 4th, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. So in these short 1,000 metre races, things definitely aren't decided. And obviously these girls, having not undergone a whole lot of racing before this, some of them would have raced last weekend. Anything can definitely happen in the second half.
Right. Certainly looks as though the crew from Redlands across in lane 1 is coming up very strongly. That's Annabelle Huang, Remy Morris, Seela Tea, Lily Wainberg and their cox Sarah Zeppel, coached by Lisa McDonald. So they look to have come through very strongly in the second half of the race. Currently in the lead in lane 1, closest to you over on the far side. And then back to the Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane, Roseville crew in lane 6 rather. Is that right? These numbers don't look right. Lane 7. So it is lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst, Maddie Woods, Mariana Daly, Tara Gambrill, Isabel Hare and Neve Hornby coxing, coached by Rosalind Daly. They'll take out 2nd place to the Redlands crew. 3rd will be the crew from lane 6 from Roseville, who we read out earlier, and then lane 5 crew from St Catherine's will take out 4th. Sorry, no, Loretto Kirribilli were 4th, St Catherine came across in 5th. And then in 6th position, Queenwood 2. In 7th, Radford College 2. Coming up to the finish line now are less experienced crews. So the Taurus 2 School crew of Selena Shee, Sally Pay, Ella Hazuri, Jemima Bradford, and their cocks Mackenzie Knott, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney, and Kate Crampton. They will be 8th, and our final crew will be the PLC Sydney crew of Hannah Bebbington, Jasmine Saha, Tanika Young, Madeline Vaughan, and Annabelle Bland coxing, coached by Lexi Mayer and Felix Dürr. And the one crew that we didn't read out, I think, was Queenwood 2, which was Heidi McGuran, Olivia Miglorini, Grace Orpin, Chloe Fengels. Their cox was Allegra Caralis McColl, and their coach, Ray Boyle. So, time for heat number 4 was 4 minutes and 19.85. So just slightly slower than the previous heat, I believe. Yeah. Margin of, and that was won by Redlands 2. The margin back to Loretto Normanhurst 2 was 2.68 seconds. Further 3.09 back to Roseville 2, and 0.84 to Loretto Kirribilli number 4. St Catherine's 1.56 margin, and then 2.82 back to Queenwood 2.
Yeah, so slightly slower than the race before, but I think if you look back to that race before, the Loretto Kirribilli crew won by a full 8 seconds, which will probably position them a little bit higher up in a slightly better ranked final when it comes to down to the final times. But yeah, we're definitely expecting, as these races progress, to get a little bit faster times, and the chances of making the A final be a little bit higher.
So heat number 5 is now in progress. This is the final heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1, St Catherine's 1, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall, Chelsea Baker, Melanie Poulos, and their cox Daniela Camino, coached by Richard Coakley. In lane 2, Radford College 1, Zara Turner, Anvi Gupta, Coco Gunter, Amelie Brennan, and their cox Astrid Zenner. In lane 3, Roseville 1, Emma Dupreez, Elizabeth McQuaid, Grace McKinley, and Grace Bennett, coxed by Christina Marmara and coached by Georgie McCardle. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli 1, Arabella Keating, Mabel Oxenham, Georgia Moran, and Chloe Alsop, coxed by Ruby Kozub and coached by Frederica Gibbs. In lane 5, PLC Sydney 1, Isabel McLaughlin, Emma Burgess, Isabel Yardley, Molly Cameron, Eliza Ali, their cox, and their coaches Laura Brady and Felix Dürr. In lane 6 from Tara School, Holly Martin, Arusha Chauhan, Orchid Ye, and Millie Don't, coxed by Amelia Jones and coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney, and Kate Crampton. In lane 7 from Loretto Normanhurst, Tessa Hare, Zara Miller, Sinead Hickey, Kate Gilsonan, and their cox Grace Drake, coached by Kathy Starling. In lane 8 from Redlands, Eleanor Blankenstein, Kira Attard, Ruby Holgate, and Juliet Trelaw, coxed by Ruby Wood, coached by Rachel Smith and Ben Whitewolf. And in lane 9, Queenwood, Carlia Lancaster, India Stevenson, Madeline Walk, and Gemma McLaren, coxed by Alex Yardley and coached by Kieran Glynn.
So this final heat for the Year 8 Coxed Quads at the 500 metre mark, it's the crew from Loretto Kirribilli, that's Keating, Oxenham, Moran, Alsop, and the coxswain Ruby Kozub, who have the lead by about 6 seconds, just under 6 seconds, so a comfortable lead at the 500 metre mark, and definitely the fastest time to the halfway point that we've seen by some margin so far this morning. About 10 seconds faster to the halfway mark than what we saw in the previous race. So this crew would be looking to be one of the first crews to go under 4 minutes, which I know is definitely a bit of a goal for the Year 8 girls as the season progresses, and not taking their feet off the gas whatsoever. The crew coached by Frederica Gibbs, formerly of Mossman, now of UTS Rowing Club herself, doing a very good job with the girls from Loretto Kirribilli as they stride into the last 2 or 3 strokes or so to take the win of the last heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And we have a little bit of a battle for second place, but it looks to be St Catherine's who led at the 500 metre mark, who will take second place. They're followed closely by the crew from Roseville for third. Fourth place from Redlands in lane number 8, just about 2 lengths back behind. And it'll be Queenwood who have moved up through the field in the second half of the race, coming home strongly for 5th. Radford College in 6th. That'll be Loretto Normanhurst in 7th. PLC Sydney and Tara just battling towards the line, and I think PLC Sydney may have just done enough to hang on across the line with a little bit of a mechanical issue at the end of the race there. So confirming the results of that one, the winning time, Loretto Kirribilli in a time of 3 minutes and 59.63 seconds. So our first crew under that benchmark time of 4 minutes for the day.
What an exciting race, and much
Absolutely.
closer as well, wasn't it? So winning time 3.59.63, margin 11.01 back to St Catherine's 1, another 6.95 back to Roseville, and then a further 6.95 back to Redlands. Okay, we're moving across now to schoolboy racing, staying with Year 8 and staying with Coxed Quad Sculls. Heat 1 is the only heat so all of them will progress through to the final, race number 43 later in the day. What they're racing for then is which lane will they be in. It isn't to their decided advantage to be in the middle lanes, so the fastest crews will be placed in the middle lanes in the final. We have Cranbrook 4 in lane 2, Finley Scott Brown, Marley Mason, Lachlan Harwood and Alexander Copping, coxed by Harley Richardson. Cranbrook 3 in lane 3, Thomas Harnett, Riley Feenstra, Thomas Henderson and Charles Mann, coxed by Hunter Wild. Redlands 2 in lane 4, Nicholas Tebbett, Thomas Whitney, Philip Feller and Louis Abrahams, coxed by Fletcher Logan, coached by Alec Price. Cranbrook 2 in lane 5, Thomas Malcolm, Matthew Kerridge, Edward Williams and Luke Martin, coxed by Jai Rastogi. In lane 6, St Augustine's, Xavier Boone, Max Kerr, Jason Cow and Zane Carter, coxed by Ryder Taylor, coached by Dan Sammis and Katie Healy. In lane 7, Redlands 1, Billy Livingston, Daniel Bomes, Oliver Cook and Zachary Bomes, coxed by Jack Smeek and coached by Matthew Grant. And in lane 8, Cranbrook 1, Toby Lane, Sol Stathis, Carson Prout and Edward Hartright, coxed by David Tabachnik. Really good to see so many crews from Cranbrook. That's 4 crews from Cranbrook racing today, 2 crews from Redlands and 1 from St Augustine's. It is the Redlands 1 crew that has crossed the halfway mark at 500 metres in first place. That's the crew in lane 7. They've crossed in a time of 2 minutes, 0.68 seconds. St Augustine's are just 0.12 of a second behind them in second place. Then Cranbrook 1 in third, Cranbrook 2 in fourth, Redlands 2 in fifth, Cranbrook 3 in sixth and Cranbrook 4 in seventh. So we're looking at times to get to placings to get in the middle lane, but if you're confident you can play it tactically, so maybe Cranbrook 4 are playing tactics.
Possibly, but it'd be a very hard tactic to play coming back from a 20-second deficit over 500 metres. Very tight at the head of the field there between Redlands, St Augustine's and Cranbrook number 1. Will be interesting to see if these boys, being possibly their first race experience at the Regatta Centre, I would say that they would want to be going hell for leather and giving it their all in this one, not leaving too much to chance in the second half of the race. But as you mentioned, Lizzie, it is a race for lanes, deciding who will get those favoured centre lanes for the final in a couple of hours' time.
Fantastic race going on here, isn't there? Between Redlands, number 1 in lane 7, St Augustine still battling away in lane 6, trying to overtake them. But Redlands staying pretty cool, managing to keep together, and they will take this win in the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Heat. St Augustine's will have to settle for second this time round. And then Cranbrook, number 1, will cross the line in third. In fourth will be Cranbrook 2, so we can see how it's going to fan out in the races. Redlands 2 crossing the line in fifth. Sixth will be Cranbrook 3 and seventh Cranbrook 4. And the So some good learnings there in probably their first race almost certainly their first race at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So congratulations all of you for completing that. We're looking forward to seeing you back again for race number 43, where I'm sure your coaches will debrief you on what the learnings are from that race so that you can take them through and execute them the next one. Race 43 is at 12:08. Looking forward to seeing them all again then. Redlands crossed the line in a time of 4 minutes, 5.84 seconds. The margin between them and St Augustine's was 2.62 by the end. 3.28, a further margin back to Cranbrook 1, and 3.83 back to Cranbrook number 2. Redlands number 2, another length, 3.39, and then it was 15.71 seconds back to Cranbrook number 3, and another 5.24 back to Cranbrook number 4.
So our next race will be moving up to the 1500 metre mark. We've just got a couple of minutes, so we just need to run through some COVID housekeeping. Just a quick reminder for everyone for all schools to remain within their allocated areas, whether that be a tent on the hill or around your trailer. Please remain in those areas and not be coming down to the bank and back up and going to the canteen and running around. We do need everybody to stay within their allocated areas, keeping everyone apart, avoid mingling from other schools. If we can't be following that, there may be disruptions to the racing. So for everyone to have a safe and enjoyable day, we do ask that you please stick to those rules that Rowing New South Wales have put together for us to keep us all safe and able to enjoy a great day out racing, especially as just a few short months ago, a lot of us thought that we wouldn't have a 2020 rowing season, so we definitely want to keep that alive and well, so we do ask for your cooperation with that.
Yep, I think it can't be stressed more, can it? Just how we are doing so well here in Australia in the midst of this pandemic. You look at what's happening overseas, and I'm just so grateful. I know that my personal reflection is that we've been very strict here in Australia, and it's really done the trick. So please, everybody, I know it's not much fun or not as much fun, but let's keep each other safe. Let's look after each other. Stay in your allocated area. At all times, think about hand sanitizers, social distancing, etc., and we'll get through this, and we'll be able to have a healthy, happy, and complete season. God willing, no bushfires, lots of rain.
No bushfires, no floods.
We've certainly had a year of it, haven't we?
Oh.
Yeah, but it is so good to be here celebrating rowing today. So please just take care, everybody. I would also like to add another reminder. If you are on a bicycle, you must wear a helmet. Please, you must wear a helmet. If you are on a bicycle, please put a helmet on.
As someone who's had 2 bicycle-related surgeries this year, please wear a helmet on your bike.
Now, we're going to move to Schoolgirl Year 10 racing next. We're crossing to the discipline of sweep, and we're going to the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, a straight final between Radford College in lane 3, Queenwood in lane 4, Roseville in lane 5, St Catherine's in lane 6, and Queenwood 2 in lane 7. The race is underway. So we'll quickly run through the names. Radford College is represented by Siobhan Hall, Eliza Lilly, Mia Cluth, Sophia Teschendorf, Ellie Maglasis, Zoe McIntosh, Hannah Sampson, and Josephine Truswell. The cox is Izzy Farris, who we've already seen this morning. The coaches Vicky Spencer, Alex Hodges, and Kirsty Turner. Representing Queenwood, Naomi Peace, Madison Preller, Emily Tickle, Chloe Brunker, Sienna Williams-Bush, Charlotte Botha, Chloe Driver, and Phoebe Campbell. They are coxed by Anais Holmes and coached by Eric Rowan. Representing Roseville, Phoebe Herdman, Trinity Hoffman, Eloise Baird, Ava Cassar, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexander, and Alice Bennett, coxed by Lauren Noble and coached by Gonzalo Briones. And Gonzalo, it was great to see your son coxing earlier. In lane 6, representing St Catherine's, Charlotte Skeffington, Lara Webber, Missy Callahan, Erin Cara, Sienna Morgan, Madeline Griffiths, Cameron Fatouris, and their stroke woman Jade Leslie, coxed by Charlotte Wads and coached by Jared Watson and Dermot O'Driscoll, Crystal Piper. Queenwood number 2 are in lane 7, Valanti Socrates, Sienna Fraser, Rosie Skinner, Maya Billingham, Olivia Sieve, Grace Anderson, Claudia Met, Chloe Minette, and their cox Alicia Midas, coached by Max Stranistreet.
So in addition to the 500 and 1,000 metre racing that we've 500, 1,000 and 2,000 metre racing that we've seen earlier today, which are more common race distances. This one for Schoolgirl Year 10 events, we'll see racing over 1,500 metres. So similar to the 1,000 metres, it's not a buoyed start. The girls have got to get themselves aligned at the 500 metre mark. Luckily, down past that bridge at the 750, it is a little bit calmer. It's much easier to get the crews aligned, and even more so in an 8. A little bit more inertia, a bit more happy to stay still. But at the 500 metre mark, so that's the 1,000 metre mark across our course, so 500 into this 1,500 metre race. We have Queenwood number 1 through in a time of 1 minute and 45 seconds, a pretty solid time for Schoolgirl Year 10 8s. And they're just half a second up on the girls from St Catherine's over in lane 6. And them themselves only about half a boat length, 1.3 seconds in front of the Queenwood number 2 crew in lane number 7. Radford College from the ACT in 4th place, and Roseville in 5th position. But those top 4 crews all within about less than 4 seconds of each other. So that's only just over a boat length between the top 4 crews. And 1,500 metre 8s racing for these schoolgirls, we can definitely expect to see some close racing over the remainder of the race.
So just a reminder, please not to go down to the riverbank. Please stay at your tent. Please stay at your tent. If you're warming up for your race, you can run up and down the path. Otherwise, please stay at your tent. There seem to be some deaf people here.
So as our Schoolgirl Year 10 8s, the first final of the day, racing for medals across the 1,000 metre mark, so 2/3 of the way through the 1,500 metre event. It is the Queenwood number 1 crew who have just lengthened their lead to about 4 seconds now over the girls from Roseville. The girls from Roseville are really pushing back after quite a slow start at the back of the field. Now in 2nd place, only less than 4 seconds back on the girls from Queenwood. It's St Catherine's, who were in 2nd in the early stages of the race, now pushed back to 3rd place, just under a second behind Roseville College, though not much in it in the closing stages. And the Queenwood number 2 crew in 4th, Radford College, bring out the rear of the field in what is a much tighter race than it was at the 500 metre mark.
So we were saying earlier about the enormous numbers at Queenwood School in their rowing programme this year, and you could see there'd be hot competition to be in their first 8. Great to see 2 8s racing today. So their first 8 still managing to lead. Not quite clear water, but still managing to lead over that fast finishing crew there from Roseville.
Very impressive from Roseville to make up that deficit, and for me, Roseville looking like the pick of the bunch in terms of how they're rowing. Very long and clean as they cross the line just under a boat length behind the girls from Queenwood. We St Catherine's in 3rd place. Radford College from the ACT in 4th, and the Queenwood number 2 crew just dropping back into 5th place to round out the field.
Times for that race, the finishing time there from Queenwood School, 5 minutes, 24.79 seconds. The margin back to Roseville, 3.25. A further 5.11 to St Catherine's, 2.77 to Radford, and 1.6 to Queenwood 2. So congratulations to Queenwood for taking out the Schoolgirl Year 10 8. So just a reminder, 1 representative from the school to come to the tent in front of the grandstand to collect the medals on behalf of the crew. We're not doing medal presentations at the pontoon. So our next race is Schoolgirl Year 11 Single Sculls. In lane 1, representing MLC School, Layla Hare. In lane 2, representing Radford College, Ellen Mihaljevic, coached by Sam Donnell and Vicky Spencer. In lane 3, representing St Paul's Grammar School, Sarah Berretree, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 4, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Lauren Moran, coached by Lachlan Allen. In lane 5, representing Tara School, Emma Malka, coached by Graham Gardiner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. In lane 6, from Loreto Normanhurst, Bridget Whitaker. In lane 7, representing Kinross Walleroy, Liv Fredrickson, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 8, from Mossman Rowing Club, Grace Burke, coached by Justin Brown and Bjarni Ungermach. And in lane 9, from Redlands, Elizabeth Holthauer.
So a bit of a battle starting to form at the front of the field in this Year 11 single scull. So I would have said that this would be some of the first 2K racing experience for these girls, but I do know that the two girls that are leading the field, Lauren Moran from Loreto Kirribilli and Elizabeth Holter from Redlands, both currently rowing at Sydney Rowing Club as well. Having done some racing for Sydney Rowing Club at recent regattas, they will be accustomed to the full 2,000 metre course, which especially in the single scull, where it can be a very long and lonely time out there, they'll definitely be at an advantage to the competition, and it is showing. So it was, I believe at the 500 metre mark, it looked like Elizabeth Holter from Redlands in the closest lane to the grandstand that had the advantage. But at the 1,000 metre mark, Lauren Moran from Loreto Kirribilli looks to be just under a second in front. Looks to be just over a second in front at the halfway point. In third place, representing Radford, Ellen Mihailovic, about 5 seconds back on Holtower from Redlands. So with such a small gap at the front of the field, we'd definitely expect to see some tight racing as we get a little bit closer to the finish line. Single scull racing being the slowest boat class is the most opportunity to change your speed, and as such, we definitely get some of the most exciting comeback finishes in the single scull.
Good to see a peloton of coaches forming there on the bank. I'm just checking them all out now with my binoculars to see if they're wearing helmets. Now, it is great to see these girls who are so keen to learn how to move a boat, joining club programs as well, and balancing them with their school rowing. Looks as though Lauren Moran is extending her lead now over Elizabeth Holthuer. She's pulled that out to 4.49 seconds. And Ellen Mihaljevic from Radford College seems to be closing in a little. Currently sitting in third position.
We've got back in fourth was Grace Burke from Mossman Rowing Club. It's coached by Justin Brown and Bjarni Ungermak, both former athletes themselves at Mossman Rowing Club. Liv Fredrickson from Kinross Walleroy in fifth at that 1500 metre mark, followed by Sarah Berretree from St Paul's Grammar, Emma Malka from Tara School, and Layla Hare from MLC rounding out the field in the furthest lane from the grandstand at that three-quarter point in the race.
So progressing down this 2,000 metre course, coming now into the final 250 metres of the race. And the breeze has picked up a little here at the end. You can see from the flags in front of the grandstand that got a little bit of breeze blowing across the course. Elizabeth Holthuer continues to make steady progress. Lauren Moran continues to lead, and Ellen Mihaljevic making good progress there, but not able to break through Elizabeth Holthuer. So those three will remain in that order. Crossing the line now, our winner from Loreto Kirribilli, Lauren Moran. Second, Elizabeth Holthuer from Redlands. Third, Ellen Mihaljevic from Radford College. Fourth will be Grace Burke from Mossman Rowing Club. Fifth will be Liv Fredrickson from Kinross Walleroy. A good battle going on then for our sixth position, but it looks as though it will be Emma Malko from Tara School, or I don't know, Bridget Whitaker just picking it up on the line. There'll be a photo finish.
Ooh, it did just look like, it was very close.
It's been read as MLC School. Ooh, yeah, I'm not sure about that one at all. And then our final competitor across the line would be Sarah Berretree from St Paul's Grammar. Is that, no, I'm missing
I think just the other way around. So St Paul's, it was Sarah Berretree from St Paul's Grammar that just pipped Emma Malka from Tara School on the line there, and Layla Hare from MLC School in 8th place.
So just confirming those results in the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull, it was a win for Loreto Kirribilli, Lauren Moran, in a time of 8 minutes, 37.55 seconds. Second was Redlands, represented by Elizabeth Holthuer, a margin 2.7. And third was Ellen Mihaljevic from Radford College, the margin 6.4. Fourth, Mossman Grace Burke. Fifth, Kinross Walleroy, Liv Fredrickson. Sixth, St Paul's Grammar, Sarah Berretree. Seventh, Tara School, Emma Malka. And eighth, MLC School, Layla Hare. So we're moving from single sculls to double sculls. Race 14, Schoolgirl Year 11 Double Scull. In lane 2, Kinross Walleroy, Ava Macmillan and Georgia Sweetapple, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 3, Redlands, Sophia Maxwell and Audra Olson. In lane 4, Radford College, Nikita Crabb and Hannah Hardy, coached by Sam Donnell and Vicky Spencer. In lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst, Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perrison, coached by Malcolm Campbell. In lane 6, our leaders, Queenwood, Madeline Nicol and Brooke Lancaster, coached by Max Stanistreet. In lane 7, MLC School, Dylan Rose and Olivia Alden Hallett, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kathleen Hextall. And in lane 8 from St Paul's Grammar, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, coached by Charlotte Toos Cutler and Lindsay Callahan. So through the halfway mark, it was Queenwood College that were in the lead, Nicol and Lancaster. Radford College sitting a length behind them, Crabb and Hardy. And St Paul's Grammar had made a move from third, overtaking Kinross Walleroy. From fourth, overtaking Kinross Walleroy to sit in third position. Loretto Normanhurst were fifth and Redlands sixth. As we come across to the finish line now, Queenwood remain in the lead, the crew of Madeline Nicol and Brooke Lancaster. Radford College have retained second position, Nikita Crabb and Hannah Hardy. The crew from St Paul's Grammar, in that big push in the middle, come in third, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins. These girls also are at Penrith Rowing Club. Cross on the far side now in lane 2, Kinross Walleroy, Ava Macmillan and Georgia Sweetapple will take fourth. Fifth will be Loretto Normanhurst, Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perrison. Sixth, Redlands, Sophia Maxwell and Audra Olson. And seventh, MLC School, Dylan Rose and Olivia Alden Hallett. The provisional time for that win by Queenwood, 8 minutes, 5.18 seconds. The margins 3.3 and 3.38.
Race of the day.
So just looking at the flags in front of us, the wind has shifted. We've got a straight tailwind for the race of the day, the final of the Division 7 Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull.
Saw some very tactical racing earlier on in the heat, so these girls were the first heat of the day to come down. I believe that one fell the way of the Queenwood number 9 crew, the Alan Bennett coached crew, just taking out over the number 8 crew, coached by Eric Rowan, and the number 10 crew, coached by Alpha Young, just behind. But close margins between the three of them. All Queenwood in this final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Scull, and they'll definitely be very keen to get one up over their schoolmates.
So we've read them before, but we'll just read through them again. In lane 4, the Queenwood 8 crew is Serena Plain, Grace Holmes, Nika Vanna and Lily Maynard Fallon, coxed by Elena Ferros, coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 5, the crew of Aoife Tomlin, Zara Milner, Scarlett McDougall and Alicia Jollypool, coxed by Lisa Mischenko and coached by Alan Bennett. And in lane 6, Queenwood 10, Isabella Cazal, Vera Koo, Hilary Milner and Clementine Curry, coxed by Brooke Cuttance and coached by Alfie Young. So a reminder, this is Year 8, so we are racing over a distance of 1,000 metres. So if you look down the course now towards the flag poles, on the right-hand side of the course as you look from the finish, you can see the crews now are coming up onto the start. Nope, they're underway.
They look to be just starting to approach the 500-metre mark now. It does look to be the crew in lane number 6, the Alfie Young coached crew, the number 10 crew who have opened up the lead at that point. But we'll just confirm that in a moment. Just rowing nice and long and getting away cleaner than the other crews. It is the Queenwood number 10 crew who have taken the lead, pretty comfortable lead at the 500-metre mark, about 2 or 3 boat lengths or so, and then it's absolutely bow ball to bow ball between the Queenwood 8 and Queenwood 9 crew at the 500-metre mark. It was the number 9 crew who just had the lead by 0.28 of a second there for the silver medal position over the number 8 that crew of Serena Plain, Grace Holmes, Nikki Vanner, Lily Manyard-Fallon and Alina Ferris.
So coming up to the last marker, which is 250 metres to go. And the Queenwood 10 crew in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quads has now got clear water over their colleagues. The Queenwood number 9 crew, who had such a great row in the first race, still hanging on there, just gradually sorting out their timing by the looks of things, and the Queenwood number 8 crew now dropping behind. So quite a reversal of the previous race. A very good row coming here from Queenwood number 10, coached by the master of BS, Alfie Young, who informed us reliably that this was his tactic, and it seems to be working.
The girls really saving energy in that first race, and maybe just foxing a little bit, just making the other girls feel a little bit complacent, and then coming through with a nice, strong, powerful win over their colleagues in the final. So that's Queenwood number 10, Isabella Cazal, Vera Koo, Hilary Milner, Clementine Curry, their Cox Brooke Cuttons, and their coach Alfie Young to win the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. Crossing the line in second place, Queenwood number 9, Aoife Tomlin, Zara Milner, Scarlett McDougall, Alyssa Julie Poole, and their Cox Lisa Machenko, coached by Alan Bennett. And rounding out the field, Queenwood number 8, Serena Plain, Grace Holmes, Nikki Vanner, Lily Maynard-Fallon, and their Cox Alina Ferris, coached by Eric Rowan.
And that's probably the most rowing. Well, that will be 2 races on the course now. How exciting! Doubled their experience. Congratulations, Queenwood. Queenwood 10 coming in first, Queenwood 9 second, Queenwood 8 third. The winning time was 4 minutes 47.68 seconds. The margins 14.17 and 14.97. So our first final of the day done, dusted, and now we're moving to the Schoolgirl single scull. Representing the schools and racing over 2,000 metres. In lane 1, Ascombe, represented by Charlotte Halley. In lane 2, Redlands, represented by Emily Barrell. In lane 3, St Catherine's, represented by Amelia Cooper and coached by Dermot O'Driscoll. In lane 4, SEDA College, Amy Wagner, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell, so that's a local college, so we'll figure that one out for you. In lane 5, MLC School, represented by Inez Kritzler, coached by Kath Hextall and Rob Glendenning. In lane 6, representing Queenwood, Chelsea Prout, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Paige Critchlow and coached by Richard Ledger. In lane 8, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Hannah Richardson and coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 9, Tara School, represented by Sarah Fard, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin McNee and Kate Crampton. So this race is over 2,000 metres. We're just mentioning, so we have no times for the first 500 metres because we have nobody who has volunteered to sit in the timing hut. So what an apt moment then for us to put out the call that if you are attending rowing regattas regularly and would like to volunteer to go behind the scenes and help run the regattas, which can't possibly be run without an army of volunteers, then Rowing New South Wales would very much like to hear from you. The timing huts you can see down the side of the course. They're spaced every few hundred metres. And basically the role of the timekeepers is to sit in those huts and press buttons that relate to each of the lanes as the bow balls cross the line. So pretty straightforward job, but really vital and ever so helpful in terms of giving people information about what's happening when we have races running down a long straight course and you can't see very much, especially under current restrictions where we're asking people not to move around the course. So if you're interested in volunteering to help behind the scenes, please go to the Rowing New South Wales website, www.rowingnsw.asn.au, and contact the office, Olivia Bartram, to let her know if you would like to give us a hand. And we look forward to working with you.
So we do have volunteers in the 1,000 metre timing hut, and they have been pushing buttons, and they've been pushing the buttons for Sarah Fard from Tara School, who's crossed that halfway point with a fairly comfortable lead, crossing that 1,000 metre mark in time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds, leading by about 7 seconds over Amelia Cooper from St Catherine's. She leads by just 1.5 seconds, so that's about half a boat length almost in the single scull, over Paige Critchlow from Loretto Normanhurst, coached by Richard Ledger. It is Chelsea Prout from Coinwood in 4th, Inez Kritzler from MLC in 5th, Amy Wagner from Cedar College in 6th, Emily Burrell from Redlands in 6th place. So the 1500 metre mark had a few changes in position, but it is still Sarah Fard from Tara School in the lead, just stretching that lead out to a fairly comfortable 8 seconds or so. Sarah's there on the closest to the grandstand in lane number 9 as we approach the last 200 metres or so. She's followed by Amelia Cooper from St Catherine's, who is pretty neck and neck with Paige Critchlow from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7. Rather, I believe it's Hannah Richardson from Kinross Walleroy, not Paige Critchlow from Loretto Normanhurst, that is neck and neck for third. And that's where she's got the wrong bow number on. That's where the confusion from the timing huts come from. So it'll be Sarah Fard crossing the line in first, Amelia Cooper of St Catherine's in second, Hannah Richardson from Kinross Walleroy in third place. It'll be Amy Wagner from Cedar College in fourth, Chelsea Prout from Queenwood in fifth place. Coming down to the line now, Ines Kritzler from MLC School will cross the line in sixth position. And Charlotte Halley from Ascombe will come down across the line in seventh. It'll be Emily Burrell from Redlands to round out the field in eighth place.
And provisional time for that win by Sarah Fard of Tara School is 8 minutes, 22.30 seconds. The margins 8.18, back to Amelia Cooper, 2.02, back to Paige Critchlow, and Amy Wagner a further 3.18. Amy Wagner from Cedar College in fourth. Fifth, Queenwood, Chelsea Prout. Sixth, MLC School, Ines Kritzler. Seventh, Ascombe, Charlotte Halley. Eighth, Redlands, Emily Barrell. And Paige Critchlow of Loretto Normanhurst did not race. Now we have a little break because the second division was consolidated into the first division after the withdrawal of a few crews. So just time then for a little bit of housekeeping, just to remind you, first of all, that behind the grandstand, if you are on the island, are stalls by Bont and Pontoon, and we'd encourage you to go and have a look at Bont, who make cycling shoes and also rowing shoes, and Pontoon, who are makers of things like racing suits and other sportswear. Can highly recommend their cycling gear as well if you are into your lycra. Also a reminder that under our current COVID restrictions, we do encourage you to socially distance as much as possible, and no mingling please in between the tents and schools, and no going down to the bank. Please stay in your allocated area on the island in front of your tent. You must remain in your allocated area. We're sorry, but if there's a great deal of mingling, then it may well be that racing is stopped. So please take that seriously. In the grandstand only if you have an allocated seat. And if you are out on the towpath, that's fine if you're warming up, but if you are on a bicycle, then please can you remember to wear a helmet.
So on course now, race number 18, the Schoolgirl Doubles Scull. We have yet another final, so this is a race for medals. As we came through the 1500 metre mark, it was the crew who I would believe would be the hot favourites, Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville from Kinross Wallaroi. They're coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. They came through in a time of 5 minutes and 42 seconds with an extremely comfortable 27-second lead over the crew from Redlands. So enough time to have a break and put your feet up at the front of the field there for Scammell and Neville. The girls from Redlands, Emily Pashley and Emily Battimer, they led the crew from St Catherine's by just under a second, so a much closer margin for the silver medal position. MLC School back in fourth, Kinross Wallaroi number 2 in fifth, Radford College in sixth, and PLC Sydney rounding out the field there. But as we come through the red boys, you can see Kinross Wallaroi, Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville, 2 Sydney Rowing Club girls, definitely lengthening out, just stretching out and relaxing as they come down and cross the line to take out the final of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. A nice comfortable win there. They'll be able to catch their breath for no doubt some more racing later on in the day. And it does look like the 2 Emilys from Redlands who were so close at the 1000 and the 1500 metre mark, leading by just under a second at both timing points, have just managed to pull away from St Catherine's in lane 7. So it will be Redlands for second place in a time of 8:09. And they were ahead of the girls from St Catherine's by about 5.5 seconds, so opening up a real margin in the last quarter of the race. In fourth place, just crossing the line now from the MLC School, Sarah Cavolth and Jasmine Fitch, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kathleen Hextall. The Kinross Wallaroi number 2 in fifth position, Claudia St Clair and Alana Tompkins. In sixth place, representing Radford College, we'll have Jessica Schroeder and Connie Gardner, coached by Sam Durnell and Maggie Noonan. And rounding out the field, we'll see Emma O'Day and Arabella Rutherford from PLC Sydney. They're coached by Rebecca Harrison and Felix Dew.
So confirming the results of race number 18, the Schoolgirl Double Scull, a win for Kinross Wallaroi, Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville in a time of 7 minutes, 43.77 seconds. Second, Redlands. Third, St Catherine's. Fourth, MLC School. Fifth, Kinross Wallaroi 2. MLC School. Fifth, Kinross Wallaroi 2. Sixth, Radford College. Seventh, PLC Sydney. Our next race is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, and we're moving back now to the system of heats where times will be taken, and the fastest 9 from across all of the racing in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull will progress to Final A. The next 9 to Final B, etc. And we have a number of heats. We have 7 heats in total. In the first heat, Redlands 8 in lane 2. Anushka Lee, Caitlin Mitchell, Isabella Crennan and Chanel Wang, coxed by Amber Oxley and coached by Zoe Kimber. Redlands 7 in lane 3. Carolina Pedro Inacio, who's jumped up from her cox's seat earlier. Zoe Halliday, Kiana Gaypiard, Sophie Yu and Sophia Natili coxing, coached by Bridget Smith. Redlands 6 in lane 4. Annabelle Huang, Remy Morris, Sheila Tea, Lily Wainberg and Sarah Zeppel, coached by Lisa McDonald. Radford College in lane 5. Astrid Kenner, Matilda Chapman, Zara Layton and Johanna Dixon, coxed by Talia Hunt. Pimble Ladies 5 in lane 6. Dimity Muller, Cameron Collett, Stella Simons and Bella Walker, coxed by Isabel Francis and coached by Eliza Entwistle. Redlands 5 in lane 7. Eleanor Blankenstein, Kira Attard, Ruby Holgate and Juliet Trelaw, coxed by Ruby Wood, coached by Rachel Smith and Ben Whitewolf. In lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli 5, Abigail Porter, Zoe Ryan, Amelia Zammit and Lucinda Steele, coxed by Sophie McLaughlin, coached by Lara Wainwright. And in lane 9, Queenwood 5, Amelia Hawley, Scarlett Stapledon, Ella Smith and Maddie Cheetham, coxed by Melanie Lamb, coached by Angelica Gordon and Edie Sarson.
So we were a little bit earlier in the day running a little bit behind time, just by about 5 minutes or so, but our fantastic volunteers seem to have caught things up for the start of 1,000 metre racing and doing a really good job there of getting all of the crews nicely aligned for the start. So it looks like we've had a pretty clean start from all crews thus far from the 1,000 metre mark. A little bit of a tailwind to help them down the course, so should be some nice fast times coming down. Of course, as we just mentioned, fastest 9 times will be through to the A final, next fastest 9 times to the B final, and so on and so forth. A little tailwind will definitely be advantageous, and all of these girls will be looking to put down their best possible time, not leaving anything out on the course, not playing any tactics to to save their energy for the finals. So as we've just had race number 19, the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Cod Scull come through the 500 metre mark. That's the halfway point in this 1,000 metre race. It's the crew from Pymble Ladies College. Their number 5 crew in first place, just 0.6 of a second in front of Loretto Kirribilli. Their number 5 crew in second place. It's followed by Redlands 5 in third, Queenwood 5 in fourth, Redlands 6 in fifth. Radford College number 5 in 6th and Redlands number 8 in 7th place, rounding out the field. So that's the crew of Dimity Muller, Cameron Collett, Talia Reagan, Bella Walker and their cox Isabella Francis leading the field at the 500 metre mark, but not by a comfortable margin by any means, just less than a second there at the halfway point, and with these fast times we could see some very close racing into the latter stages of this race. So that razor-thin margin between the crew from Pymble Ladies College and the crew from Loretto Kirribilli has stayed very tight into the closing stages of the race. It does look like Loretto Kirribilli may have just gotten their bow balls in front as they charge down through the red boys towards the finish line. That's the crew of Abigail Porter, Zoe Ryan, Amelia Zammit, Lucinda Steele and their coach Sophie McLaughlin. Sophie McLaughlin, coached by Lara Wainwright, that will take the win in this first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. They'll be followed across the line by the crew from Pymble Ladies College. Redlands in lane number 7 in third. Redlands over in lane number 3 in fourth. The Redlands crew in lane number 4 coming through, just crossing the line in front of the girls from Queenwood, their number 5 crew closest to the grandstand. And a little battle at the tail end of the race between Radford College from Canberra and the Redlands number 8 crew to round out the final 2 positions in that order. So, as I say goodbye to my colleague Lizzie Chapman this morning, we thank her for her contribution. She'll be providing her insight later on this afternoon as well. She's headed over to do some coaching over at Nepean River. And I'm joined by Nathan Birch from an associate of Queenwood School, here in his Mossman shirt, to join me for the remainder of the morning session, and he'll be on with Lizzie this afternoon.
Hello, Chris. How are you?
Well, thank you. So we have another cracking race in front of us. Loretto Kirribilli continuing their great performances from the Year 8 quads today. So that'll be the crew of Eliza Wilson, Zoe Fallon, Eve O'Brien, Elsie Brooks and Brianna Destro, who crossed the line in front of Pymble Ladies College, the Emma Stanley coached crew. It'll be Queenwood in 3rd place, the crew coached there by Talia Barnett-Heppels. Some tight racing for 4th, 5th and 6th, but it'll be Redlands coached by Ingrid Holtauer ahead of Roseville College and Radford College in 5th place there, and St Catherine's to round out this second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, it's, yeah. So on the course, the moment is lining up, while they're already set off, is race 21. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad. It's heat number 3. On the far side in lane 1, we have Redlands. In lane 2, we have Radford College 3. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Roseville. In lane 5, Queenwood. Lane 6, Pymble. Lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst. And lane 8, St Catherine's. And this is a 1,000-metre race. Race 21, just lining up on the start.
A little bit more wind down on the start now, just possibly making the aligners' lives a little bit more difficult, as they'll just, if you can see a screen in front of you or up on the big screen, you'll see some of the crews in the centre there just moving up towards. Occasionally with the 1,000 metre races, it will actually start from in front of the 1,000 metre mark. That's fine, we don't mind, as long as everyone's starting at the same point. And very tidy as we get all the crews away, nice and cleanly, without trouble in the first 10 strokes or so.
It looks like off the start, the Queenwood girls in lane 5 and Pymble ladies, both good start, pushing on strongly in lanes 5 and 6. No one's been left on the start there for this race. So still relatively inexperienced at racing. These girls will have a year under their belt at this distance and on this race course.
But definitely perhaps some girls new to the sport this year as well. So being the first regatta of the season, this could very well be a few of the girls' first races.
Yeah, it could be, and particularly in this year when you go into year 9 or year 8 as you cross over the school terms. I think some of the girls will have seen their colleagues and compatriots racing before and seen the dedication they've put in, and come to the sport in the year later. I know there's always a few girls who step up to the plate in the next year. Must be a bit of a shock to the system, not as much as it is to their parents who have to get up very early. but they will certainly enjoy it for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. And a lot of year 8 and 9 programs being fortunate enough to row in the evenings, save some early morning starts. I'm not sure about at Queenwood.
Yeah, that's slightly different for us.
Early mornings, yeah.
And Loretto and a number of schools which will go out very early in the morning, as I know most of the parents on the South Bank and in the stands will attest to.
So we've got the crews just coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it does look like it is the crew closest to us from St Catherine's. That's the crew of, just get the names in front of me, looks to be the crew of Annabelle Crabb, Victoria Funge, Poppy Hartley, Tilly Clark-Jayo, and coached by Mira Aurora, coached by Abby Gibbs and Jack Quinn, crossing that halfway point with their bow ball in front, about half a length up from the girls from Queenwood. Radford College in third, Pymble Ladies in fourth, Redlands in fifth, Loretto Kirribilli in sixth, Loretto Normanhurst in seventh, and Roseville College in eighth place at that halfway mark. But we are seeing those top 5 crews or so all within less than 10 seconds of each other, so some much tighter racing as we get to the slightly more experienced girls of the year 9 category.
Yeah, those St Cat girls in the lead in the lane nearest to the grandstand. Look to be rowing very well, despite me just saying that while they catch a slight crab. But yeah, they look strong, they look solid. We could have this sewn up. But the 2 boats behind them in lane 5 from Queenwood and Radford College from the ACT, they won't let them get too far away, I'm sure. Coming into the last 250 metres. St Cat's about half a length, 3/4 of a length. Queenwood are pushing though and seem to be dropping off Radford. Queenwood are pushing strong on St Cat's for the gold medal. It's going to be a close finish here, Chris, I think.
Absolutely, it's going to be. I feel like St Cat's have done enough early on, but Queenwood not letting them have it all their own way. Putting on a really strong challenge here. I may be proved wrong as we come into the finish line. Bow ball to bow ball, absolutely neck and neck. I think it's going to be Queenwood crossing the line there. It'll be Queenwood ahead of St Cat's, who have led the entire way.
And on the far side, it will be...
That'll be Redlands in lane number 1 there, followed by Pymble Ladies College and Radford College in lane 3 for 5th. Loretto Kirribilli for 6th place.
So great racing there. Queenwood coming through in the last 100 metres, I would have suggested, to take that there. From St Cat's in 2nd place. Redlands in 3rd. Pymble in 4th. Radford College 5th. Loretto Kirribilli 6th. Loretto Normanhurst 7th, and Roseville 8th.
The winning time for that one, that'll be Queenwood with 4 minutes, 3 seconds, 0.08, and the margin 1.61 back to 2nd place to St Catherine's.
So we have another heat, race 22, lining up as we speak. This is Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, 1,000 metre race. On the far side in lane 8 from PLC, we have Isabella Lau, Abby Wilson, Stella Passin, Caris Town, Isla Cortez Cox. In lane 4 from Torres School, we have Jaskrit Carr, Gemma Simpson, Kaylee Diong, and Sonia Jaraskaya, with a Cox of Mackenzie Knott. In lane 5, we have St Catherine's, Emma Hartwig, Bianca Rupnig, Williams, Ruby Smith, Meg O'Connor, and Ashley Sassinas Cox. In lane 6, Roseville 2, Amelia Irby, Matilda Bird, Charlie Gable, and Sophie Hurl, Cox by Christina Marmara. And in lane 7, nearest the stand, Redlands, Scarlett Isaac, Tara Gold, Mia McFarlane, Angelina Monti, and Anek Steele as the Cox. This is heat 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9's Coxed Quad.
So the aligners in the 1,000 metre timing hut doing a very good job of getting the girls all straight and ready to race in this fourth heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. A reminder, we'll have the progression to the finals will not be determined by places as it normally is, but rather by times. So after the final heat has been conducted, we'll take the top 9 fastest times and move them through to the A final and so on and so forth. So giving these girls a really good opportunity to knock on the door of higher ranked crews and possibly challenge their own selections within their school programs. So all 4 crews getting away to a solidly clean start there. Girls from Roseville in the centre of the course there looking very tidy as they go out neck and neck with the girls from Redlands closest to the grandstand side, and we'll see them coming down in just a few moments.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of crew selection decisions being made by the coaches after this regatta. It's the first for many girls, and the boats, in terms of speed and the way they move together, will still be decided by the coaches. The coaches will have a lot of work post this regatta to put some crews together for the remaining of this year and the start of obviously next year.
Yeah, so following this one, there's another regatta over in Iron Cove next weekend for many of these schoolgirls, and in the following weekend we have both the Loretto Normanhurst and Loretto Kirribilli regattas out here at the Regatta Centre, so a big weekend of racing for many of the girls here. By the end of term 4, a lot of these girls will have gone from having no experience to actually quite a lot of experience racing at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So as we saw getting away from the start there, the crew from Roseville were looking quite tidy, and I believe it looks to be St Catherine's just on the inside of them on their right-hand side that are going with them up in the first half of this race. It's, those girls from Redlands a bit closer to us, also not letting anyone get away from them. So it'll be Roseville through the halfway point in first place. St Catherine's not in second, just 1 second behind. And 0.2 of a second behind was the girls from Redlands in third. Fourth, PLC Sydney and Tara School in 5th place at the back of the field there. So definitely nothing in it at the front of the race, with Roseville just maintaining the ascendancy in the first half.
Yeah. Bit of steering correction there from the girls nearest to us. The St. Cat's girls. Sorry, the Redlands girls.
So a little bit of steering correction. That, of course, the coxswain using the rudder to steer will slow down the boat, as well as also not taking the most direct line down the course. Although we have seen some crews do quite well today with not taking the most direct line down the course. These girls being Year 9s, having raced, most of them having a season of racing under their belt, especially the coxswains, makes a big difference having that experience. See a lot more professionalism and some good steering.
And this is going to be a close one again, Chris. Looks like the Redlands girls nearest to the boat stand have pushed through the Roseville girls. We're also being challenged now by the St. Catherine girls in lane 5. Again, very, very close to the line here. Looks like the Redland girls push through about half a metre, a third of a boat length in front. They're pushing strong. All boats are pushing strong for the line here. Redlands very close from St. Cath's, who've pushed strongly through Roseville. Redlands take it on the line. St. Cath's and Roseville third. PLC in lane 3 just coming through. Take 4th and Tara in 5th. Good race there. Strong finish from the Redland girls. To push through, and St. Cath's very quick finishing there as well. I know some of the Roseville girls will be disappointed with that as they had a kind of good lead through the halfway, and dropped off at the end there. So the unofficial results for race 22: First was Redlands in a time of 4 minutes 00 seconds. Second was St. Cat's, 1.2 seconds behind. Third was Roseville. Fourth was PLC Sydney, and fifth was Tara School.
So back down and just getting underway now, crossing roughly 250 metres into the race is race number 23, the fifth heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. We've got 7 heats this morning for the Year 9 girls. In lane 3, representing Loretto Kirribilli, we have Freya Bateman, Jessica Kovacs, Annabelle Ross, Abigail Donahue, their coxswain Emma Bunbury, and their coach Freddie Gibbs. In lane number 4, from Loretto Normanhurst, we have Lara Wheelhouse, Mary Grant, Sophie Critchlow, Lauren Meaney, their cox Isabella Goonan, and their coach Adelaide Scott. In lane 5, from Queenwood, we have Lola Hare, Zoe James, Penelope Ginn, Matilda Townsend, their cox Anouk Fever, and their coach Kieran Glynn. In lane 6, from Pimble Ladies, we've got Aspen Moore, Olivia Kelly, Ella Jones, Alessandra Bracich, their cox Carrie Lure, and their coach Alison Campbell. In lane 7, closest to the grandstand side of the course, we'll have Radford College represented by Madeline Leese, Gemma O'Rourke, Sophia Spelland, Eddie Lumpton, and their cox Izzy Farris. And it looks like those girls from Radford College are sitting in second at the moment. But it's the girls from Loretto Kirribilli, coached by Freddie Gibbs, at the head of the field with quite a comfortable 4-second or so lead. It's just about a boat length out in front at the halfway point. Queenwood sitting back in third, very tight with the girls from Radford who are sitting in second. Pimble Ladies College in fourth place, just about 2.5 seconds or so back, with Loretto Normanhurst taking up the rear of the field.
And the crew from Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course from the main stand. Looks like they've maintained their lead. Quite comfortable there. But just picking it up in the last 250 metres. Queenwood and Radford College from the ACT are battling it out. Looks like Radford has still got their nose in front, but we also have a strong push from lane 6, Pimble Ladies. So a reminder, it's times that count, not positions in these heats. So all the girls will be pushing hard regardless of position 4 times. Loretto comfortable with the win as they cross the line.
It's going to be very tight for the minor placings though. We'll see Queenwood take out that second place, but it's neck and neck between Pimble and Radford. It'll just be Pimble Ladies College over the girls from Radford on their left by less than half a canvas there for third place. Only 0.85 of a second separating them. And it'll be Loretto Normanhurst crossing the line in 5th place to round out this 5th heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad.
And the unofficial result there, the Loretto Kirribilli boat in a quick time of 3 minutes 53 seconds, which will certainly put them in good stead for the final. Second is Queenwood, just over 6.5 seconds behind. Pimble Ladies College were third. Radford College just got pipped on the line in 4th, and Loretto Normanhurst bring up the rear. As we move to race number 24, this is the 6th heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad. On the far side, in lane 2, we have Pimble Ladies of McLean, Barfield, Booth, Wood, Cox by Madeline Lawson. In lane 3, Radford College, Lily, Hall, Conlon, Cluth, Cox by Ava Warden. In lane 4, we have Redlands, Barker, Hunt, Thorpe, Sanger, Larson, and Cox by Zara Naismith. In lane 5, Tara School, Irving, McCarthy, Panica, Otama, and Cox by Amelia Jones. In lane 6, Roseville, Alexander, Casa, Herdman, Pierce, and Cox by Lauren Hanmer. And in lane 7, nearest to the boat stands, we have Queenwood with Cuttance, Hemming, Sieve, Rolls, and Cox by Angela Han.
So as we came through the 500-metre mark, it was the crew from Pymble Ladies up by just over a second over the girls from Radford College. A little bit of a battle going on in the calmer conditions on the far side of the course there. Sitting in third, coached by Ray Boyle, are the girls from Queenwood. In fourth, the girls from Roseville, coached by the big Hamish McDonald. Redlands in fifth, and Tara School in sixth place at the halfway point in the race. The Pymble Ladies College there, coached by Ben Booker, himself a very accomplished coxswain at the Shaw School, possibly growing out of the coxing role as he's left school, but doing some great things, coaching some of the younger girls over there at Pymble Ladies College, it seems.
And again, it looks like it's going to be a close finish here with 4 boats pushing for the win. Looks like still on the far side. In lanes 2 and 3, Pymble Ladies and Radford College, neck and neck. Queenwood are not out of it in lane 7, and neither are the girls from Roseville in lane 6. On the far side in lane 2, Pymble Ladies. Just take it over the line from Radford College. Queenwood in lane 7. A good third just ahead of Roseville in lane 6. Redlands cross the line in lane 4 in 5th place. And 6th is Tara. So a good time again there, quicker than the previous heat by a good 10 seconds. So the unofficial results of race 24 is in first place Pymble Ladies College in a time of 3:42. Second was Radford College, just over 2 seconds behind them. Queenwood were third, a further 5 seconds behind. Roseville fourth, Redlands fifth, and 6th Tara School.
So if we look back to a screen, if you've got one in front of you, if you're watching on our live stream brought to us by Bont Rowing, you'll see race number 25, the 7th and final heat of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. Just getting underway now. So in lane number 3, representing St Catherine's, we've got Madeline Swain, Jane Leslie, Leela Gaston, Madeline Menins, and their Cox, Jasmine Annabella, coached by Richard Coakley. In lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, we've got Josephine Egan, Edith Rogers, Sophia Horbach, Jessica Linehan, their Cox, Genevieve Bolster, and their coach, Linda Reed. In lane 5 from Loretto Kirribilli, we have Alexandra Whitston, Heidi Aarons, Maya Strudwick, Amelia Reichel, and their Cox, Monica Dunstan. They're coached by Benjamin Sullivan. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, we'll have Alessandra Saidun West, Elisa Tamaris, Grace Hannon, Miranda Salzbo, their Cox, Clara Irving, and they are coached by Gavin Alex and Felix Dew. And in lane 7, representing MLC School, we'll have Lucinda Winlaw, Jodie Fang, Amelia Glastonbury, Azura Zabacosta, their Cox, Sasha Kovarik, and they're coached by Josh Arunda and Kirsten Lilliquist. And we'll have those girls all coming up to the 500-metre mark in the next minute or so. But it does look to be in the centre of the course there. Perhaps Loretto Kirribilli once again proving a little bit of dominance in this final heat of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And been doing fantastically across the younger quad sculling races so far today. No finals yet, of course. We'll have our first finals in about an hour or so, I believe, for the Year 8s.
Yeah, it looks like Loretto have got the nose in front there from PLC.
And I think in second there was on the far side of the course as well.
St.
There's St Catherine's on the far side of the course. Only only just over a second there behind Loretto Kirribilli. About 3 seconds back to PLC Sydney and just over a second again back to Loretto Normanhurst. So some tight racing for what is regarded as the top ranked of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Obviously not too much to go off this season, but these are the top ranked quads within all of these schools. So we would expect to see the fastest times and the fastest racing of the day so far.
So Loretto Kirribilli still in the lead. Looks to be quite comfortable as they come into the last 250 metres. Close for second between St. Cath's and PLC. St. Cath's on the far side, nearest the south bank. Seem to have it and starting to wind up by the looks of things.
I'd like to think that St. Cath's there are really knocking on the door of Loretto Kirribilli, who did have a reasonably comfortable lead there at the 1,000-metre mark. It was about 3/4 of a boat length, and it does look like St. Catherine's have narrowed that down to possibly only less than a canvas at this stage.
I think they've got the noses in front.
Just nudged in front, yeah. It's going to be a very tight finish.
Running through them.
Loretto Kirribilli responding and lifting again, not letting them walk away with it. It'll be very close, but I think St. Catherine's have just done enough in the dying stages to take it from Loretto Kirribilli.
Great racing. You can see the difference in their straight race there in the last 300.
Absolutely, definitely really winding it up towards the line. It'll be PLC Sydney for third place, Loretto Normanhurst in fourth, and the girls from MLC School crossing the line in fifth place.
So while we wait for the photo first and second, I think we're
It's
quite
gone to a
confident to
photo.
say, I think confident to say that St. Cath's have probably got that.
Does look like St. Cath's. The results are having it dead even as 3 minutes and 47 seconds, 0.09, but I am fairly confident it was St. Catherine's there who just did enough and got Loretto Kirribilli on the surge, as we say, across the finish line there.
So there's the unofficial results. Yes, as we expected, St. Catherine's come in first with a time of 3:46.81. Just a nose in front of Loretto Kirribilli, less than a third of a second behind them. PLC in third, fourth Loretto Normanhurst, and MLC bringing up the rear. As a quick note, it was a slower final than the previous one. So the girls in Heat 6, the Pymble Ladies College and Radford College will have been quicker than that as they progress to the finals. And a change now. We move over to race 26, Schoolboys, Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It's Heat 1 of, I think at least...
Just the two, I think.
Just two heats, yeah.
Year 9 boys.
In the far lane, in lane 1, we have Cranbrook 7, Kelly, Heron, Zinn, and Edwards, Cox by Christian Langley. In lane 2, we have Cranbrook 6, Gabner, Colquhoun, Earl Smith, Toll, and Cox by Jay Rastogi. In lane 3, Cranbrook 5, Skunnick, Hems, Vanderbilt, Roberts, and Cox by David Tabernick. In lane 4, we have Redlands, Tebbert, Whitney, Feller, Abrahams, and Cox by Finn Woodward. In lane 5, Radford College, Race, Telby, Harris, Scott, and Cox by Brian Shaw. In lane 6, Cranbrook, Larson, Torrey, Jennings, Pavlovic, and Cox by Jamie Carlisle. In lane 7, Radford College, Widron, Wong, Carol Buchanan, Blight, and Cox by Sophie Fremantle. In lane 8, Redlands, Livingston, Bummus, Cook, Bummus again, and Jack Meek. Looks like two brothers there. Cox by Jack Meek. And in lane 9, Cranbrook, Tatzik, Whitfield, Crennan, and Jack Wallace. Cox by Hamish McDonald. So a full A full stack of boats here, all 9 lanes full in the race number 26 Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad, heat number 1.
We've just had a reminder to please return your bow numbers after racing. We do need to recycle those bow numbers throughout the day, and we are missing quite a few so far from this morning's racing. There are boxes for the collection of bow numbers all around the island to prevent you from having to come over to the finish area. So please ensure you get those bow numbers back as soon as you can following your race. You will need a new one for a final. So please make sure you can get those back so that our lovely volunteers can recycle those and get everyone back out in the water for their next races.
A slight delay as we wait for the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Heat 1 to line up on the start. Wind's dropped, no wind at all. It's a beautiful day here. It's been a while since we've all watched some racing here from a schoolboy and schoolgirl level, so glad to be back on the race course.
Absolutely. I think we were saying that just a few short months ago we didn't really think that we could have a rowing season at all, so it is fantastic that Rowing New South Wales have been able to put on these regattas for us. I know that the spring regatta a number of weeks ago went down fantastically, and there was some great racing there for the club and senior level athletes. And it's really good to see that our school level athletes can also enjoy the same privilege of being able to race here, even if the spectating is a little bit more laboured. Have a few more people joining us on our live stream at home, and have a few more parents enjoying the south side of the bank rather than being crowded into the grandstand. But seeing lots of umbrellas and picnic blankets down there on the south side of the bank under the trees. Can't all be too bad.
Yeah, it's like they're creating their own mini Henley across on South Bank. Give us a wave if you're on the South Bank. Awesome. I've just been informed there's no speakers on the South Bank, so that's the reason why they're not waving. So we're still waiting for race 26, the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Heat 1 to start. Pensive looking faces from some of the young gentlemen there, and they're off. So Radford College in lane 7 got a good jump on the start. Cranbrook and Radford in lane 5 as well, also going well off the start, so they're off. Just as a reminder, it's a full stack of racing on the far side in lane 1, Cranbrook. In lane 2, Cranbrook. In lane 3, Cranbrook. Then we have in lane 4, Redlands. Lane 5, Radford. Lane 6, Cranbrook 4. Lane 7, Radford College 3. Lane 8, Redlands. And lane 9, Cranbrook.
You'd think Cranbrook were racing or
I
something.
would suggest that Cranbrook may be in with a shout in this race.
Great to see them. Definitely a smaller program, but showing up in droves for the in the Year 9 schoolboys with 7 crews across these two heats. So definitely a pretty good chance of a medal at some point across these 2 heats, or 2 finals later in the day. All crews look to have gotten away to a pretty clean start. No steering issues or otherwise at this stage in the race. and just sort of coming through about 300 metres into the race, about a minute and a half. It's just where the lactic acid starts to set in. It's where your body transfers from the anaerobic or without oxygen energy systems to using a bit of oxygen. And it's just when your legs start tingling a little bit and just when it starts to hurt, and just when you start to realise that, crap, you've got another 3 minutes to go. These boys will be starting to feel that now. But it is Cranbrook on the close side in lane 9. So that's the crew of Tasuk, Whitfield, Crennan, Wallace, and their Cox, Hamish McDonald, who are well out in front at the 500 metre mark. They're followed by Cranbrook number 4. That's Larson, Torrey, Jennings, Pavlovic, and their Cox, Carlisle in second place, but a solid 4 seconds back. So Cranbrook number 3 really making the most of this first heat of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, looks like there's been some enthusiastic attempts at rowing in the far side in lane 1, Cranbrook 7. From this deceiving angle, they look like a hyperactive octopus at the moment. But Cranbrook are in the lead, nearest to the stand in lane 9.
Yeah, so at this level, that being the difference, that often at this more junior level, we'll see is simply the crew that can get a lot of the basic fundamentals right, getting their timing right, and trying not to do too much to slow the boat down. But all the really basic things, timing and the sequencing of the movement through the water, those are what will benefit crews at this level the most. If we compare the crews out the front to the crews that are a little bit further back, we can see that things like timing and body sequencing are being done quite well by the Cranbrook crew on this side, and it looks to be the
Cranbrook crew in the middle as well. They're pushing hard, so it'll be race for the line for two boats from Cranbrook in lane 9 and lane 6. Looks like the boys from Cranbrook in lane 9.
Their number 3 crew, so the high-ranked crew, just maintaining that lead, but it's definitely been whittled away by their club mates or schoolmates in their number 4 crew below them in the centre of the course. Will come in second.
It's Radford in third. Prevent a clean sweep from Cranbrook. So Cranbrook 6. Followed by Cranbrook 5. The boys from Redlands over the line. And Radford bring up the rear. So the unofficial results for that race, number 26, was Cranbrook 3 in first place, Cranbrook 4 in second place, Radford College 3 in third, Cranbrook 6 in fourth, Cranbrook 5 in fifth, Redlands 3 in sixth, Redlands 4 in seventh, Radford College in eighth, and Cranbrook 7th in ninth.
So back down to the start. We do have a start in race number 27, which is the second and final heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. On the far side of the course in lane 2 from Redlands, we have Mishka Barach, Lucas Solgaard, Nicholas Laliberte, Tom Reeves, and their Cox Lachlan Collier. Cranbrook in lane 3, Jack Stone, Charles Swain, Alexander Murdoch, Theodore Walsh, and Oliver Klein. In lane 4 from Radford, Jason Liu Chia, Will Pak Poi, so at the 500 metre mark, it was the Radford crew in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. That's Joshua Orr, Finlay Robertson, Rohan White, and Hamish Gaydon, their Cox Stuart Ward, who had a very comfortable lead going through the halfway point in a time of 1 minute and 43, a solid 4 seconds in front of Redlands. That's Julius Keller, Ethan Beggs, Alfie Leach, Araya Gapayard, and their Cox Fletcher Logan. They're coached by Timothy Robertson. They're holding a very narrow lead over the boys from St. Augustine's. That's Fred Foley, Aidan Hanney, Zane Zachnick Smith, Jesse O'Connor and their Cox, Eduardo Briones. They're coached by Justin Brown and Katie Healy. They're sitting in third place in the centre of the course. They're definitely one to watch. A strong program down there at St. Augustine's. Not very large, but definitely one of the stronger programs here today.
And those are the guys in lane 7 from Radford College in the blue caps. Look to be very much in control. Strong finish. As they come over the line, at least a boat length ahead. Looks like the old St. Augustine's crew and the Redlands crew have swapped positions. St. Augustine's coming to take second by a canvas.
So the St. Augustine's crew, they're just coming back in the later stages to take that second place and a better qualifying time for the final and secure themselves a better lane for the final. So Cranbrook number 1 crew in 4th place there. That's Moylan, Murray, Smith, De Ferrari and their Cox, Tom Gloucester. Redlands number 2 in 5th. Radford College Cranbrook number 2 in 6th. And we may have had Radford in 6th and Cranbrook there rounding out the field in 7th place.
Yep, good finish there from St. Augustine's to finish. But Radford College with a lead of almost 8 seconds. So Radford College take the win there in the senior boys year 9 second heat of the Cox quad. Radford College finishing in a time of 3 minutes 29. St. Augustine's second. Redlands 1 third. Cranbrook 4th. 5th were Redlands 2. 6th were Radford College. And 7th were Cranbrook 2. Time of 3:29. The winning crew from Radford there. So we move on again to race 28 now. We're back to Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. This is a 1,500 metre race. There is a scratch in this race from lane 4, Pimble Ladies. So there will only be 4 boats in this heat. Again, the heats progress. It's a timed race, so that so regardless of position, your times will progress you to the next final, the A final or the B final. On the far side, in lane 3, we have Redlands, the boat of Wilson, Young, Margon, Sullivan, and Cox by Sophie Kennedy. In lane 5, Redlands, Shedler, Parkinson, Mayer, Thomas, and coxed by Lola Dwyer. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies, number 4, Waters, Luxton, Benson, Alexander, Esau, and coxed by Manny Lynn. And in lane 7, the boat from Redlands, Illick, Gold, McFarlane, Monty, and coxed by Annika Steele. We're running slightly behind the race schedule. No, I think we're actually pretty on time in terms of the race schedule, actually. So as we look down the course, the water is absolutely perfect for racing conditions today. There's a very, very, very slight tailwind, as you can see from the flags, blowing directly down the course. Won't make much difference to the crews at this level. While we wait for these girls to line up, it's just a a note to everybody. Thanks to the Sydney International Regatta Centre team. As you make your way around the Regatta Centre today, please keep your eye marked out for the specially marked blue Vinnie's recycle bins. They are a part of the New South Wales Container Deposit Scheme. Every container placed in these specially marked bins is recycled directly through the Return and Earn program, which helps to support the good work that Vinnies are doing in our local communities. And please check the stickers on the front of these bins, see what can go into these containers, what's acceptable to place in these bins, and do your bit to reduce both landfill waste and to help those in need. For recyclable items not accepted in the blue bins, please place these in the regular yellow recycle bins. So please do your bit for Vinnies, and also if you see anybody with an SIRC, a Sydney International Regatta polo shirt or t-shirt, give them a pat on the back. Done a good job in putting together an amazing regatta today, as I'm sure you'll agree, and particularly for those parents who are new to the sport. The facilities that we are lucky to access here at Sydney are absolutely second to none, being the site, obviously, of the Sydney Olympic rowing schedule in 2000. And having rowed in many places around the world, I can assure you that this is definitely one of the best. So this is race 28. As we're waiting for the lining up, slight delay. It will be a Redlands School versus Pymble Ladies. So Redlands have got 3 boats in this heat, in lane 3, in lane 4, and lane 7. Sorry, in lane 3, lane 5, and lane 7. And Pymble Ladies, the Pymble Ladies boat of Waters, Luxton, Benson, and Alexander Asor, coxed by Manny Lynn, will be looking to ensure this isn't a clean sweep for Redlands. So the race is underway in the senior year 10 Cox Quad Schoolgirl race, Heat 1. And as we speak, the 3 boats from Redlands and the boat from Pimble are all off to clean starts. A lot of chatting going on between the Redlands crews, who's where. As we can see on the TV screens. A lot of heads looking across the courses, which their coaches invariably will tell them about at the end of the race. They're all trying to see where they are positioned. It's difficult to see from this distance at the moment who's in the lead, but it looks like all boats are relatively close to each other. We'll get a timing update as they come through the first 500 meters. Oh shit. It looks like at this moment, Redlands 4 in lane 7 and Redlands 5 in lane 5 seem to be just leading from Pimble Ladies in lane 6. Bit of an issue with Pimble Ladies there. Caught a bit of a crab in bow and 2 seat and have just dropped back. So after 500 meters, it's in first place Redlands boat number 4 in lane 7. Followed by about a boat length behind the Redlands boat number 5. Pimble Ladies College a couple of seconds, almost 3 seconds behind there in third position in lane 6, and the Redlands 6 boat in lane 3 on the far side, bringing up the rear. Does seem to be a bit of an issue with the Pimble Ladies boat there, but they appear to have got it back together and have restarted the race. Slight steering issue here from the boat in front. Redlands in lane 7. Cox has changed course probably quite dramatically there, if you can see them coming down, nearest lane to the stand. Almost a 90-degree turn to their right. But she'll straighten up, and I think she's still got quite a comfortable lead over the boat, the other Redlands boat in lane 5. The Redlands in lane 5, again taking an interesting route along the course. 1,500 meters, and now Pimble have decided to take their own scenic route as well.
Sometimes you've just got to see which of the lanes is the fastest. It changes every race.
Yeah, yeah. It's good to see them observing social distancing between each other.
Does look like the positions have remained relatively unchanged through that the chaos there through the 1,000 metre mark with 500 metres to go. It's Redlands number 4 out in front, 4:27 through that 1K mark, leading by about 5 seconds over Redlands 5. It'll be Pimble Ladies number 4 back 17 seconds back, so a fair margin between the top 2 and the bottom 2 crews in this race. Maybe Redlands number 6 at the back of the field.
There is definitely some interesting steering going on in this race. For those of you with binoculars, and fancy a bit of a giggle, give them a look. But all crews now seem to be remaining in their lane and are relatively central and pointed in the right direction.
Yes, to the untrained observer, it can't seem too hard to go in a straight line, but I can tell you from my own experience that those boys really do just jump out of nowhere and quite catastrophic when you do clip them with your oars. So it's definitely imperative that the coxswains keep it online. Obviously, a little bit easier in these crews that do have a coxswain. No one with foot steering, I believe, at this regatta, but yeah, it can definitely be difficult with, especially with less experience to maintain the straight line, and it isn't quite as wide, those lanes, as you first as they look from the sideline. There is only a metre or two on either side for error, and that metre or two can very quickly get used up.
So as we expected, the Redlands boat, Redlands 4 of Illick, Gold, McFarlane, Monty and Steele as Cox cross the line with an easy and comfortable lead over their compatriots in lane 5 in the Redlands 5 boat. Schlader, Parkinson, Mayer and Thomas, with a Cox, Lola, Dwyer finishing second. Pimble ladies preventing the clean sweep from Redlands. Coming in third as they meander over the line. The boat of Waters, Loxton, Benson and Alexander Eshaw, Cox by Manny Lynn. Long way to go, over 1,500 metres. And a tidy locking finish there from Redlands 6, Wilson, Young, Morgan, Sullivan and Sophie Kennedy as Cox. So the unofficial results of race 28 were in first place with Redlands 4 in 6:39. In second place were Redlands 5, some 9.5 seconds behind. In third place, Pimble Ladies, and in fourth place, Redlands 6.
So we do have a race well underway into its second half now on the course. The next race is race 29 on your program, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Over in lane 3, representing the Radford College, their number 3 crew. These are all number 3 crews across the board in this race. Is Bella Schofield, Pippa Humphreys, Milan Sermon Schmidt, Zoe Hickey, and their Cox Izzy Farris. In lane 4, representing Redlands, we have Kate Baker, Hallie Hunt, Scarlett Thorpe, Michaela Singer Larson.
So yeah, this is the second final of Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad, heat number 2. I think it's going to be a very close race between Queenwood and Pimble Ladies. Queenwood in lane 7, Pimble Ladies in lane 5. Pimble Ladies Yeah, PLC in lane 5, got a comfortable lead over Queenwood.
That's the Pymble Ladies College of Isabel Fisher, Ella Monk, Arabella Hunt, Isabella Watson, and their cox Serena Leung. They're coached by Angus Webster. They are holding a very comfortable lead over the girls from Queenwood in lane 7. Those girls from Queenwood, that's Rosie Skinner, Claudia Meat, Volante Socratos, Sienna Fraser, Ali Hindmarsh, their coxswain, and their coach Talia Barnett Heppels, the winner of the Queen's Cup for New South Wales, their winning coxswain. But it is Pymble Ladies to take the win in this second heat, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. A comfortable margin of about 8 seconds over the girls from Queenwood. Their winning time notably quicker than that of the previous heat, setting them up well to be positioned into the finals. Radford College crossed the line in 3rd place. It'll be Redlands and Loretto Normanhurst to finish. Redlands coming into the last 100 metres. Staying nice and long. Looking quite well, rowing quite well together actually, just on the wrong side of the result of their heat today.
It looks like the Loretto Normanhurst boat will have to get a wiggle on because they are very quickly being rowed down by the 3rd heat of race 30, Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad. And it looks like in that race, in lane 3, Pymble Ladies have got a commanding lead over Loretto Normanhurst. So in lane 3, Pymble Ladies with a good lead.
So the Loretto Normanhurst finishing there for race number 29, but as race 30 is rapidly approaching, it's the Pymble Ladies crew of Sarah Oppenheim, Catherine Gavagna, Charlotte Hart and Olivia Bransgrove, their cox Eliza Gothard, and their coach Jasmine Hanley to take out this 3rd heat of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Quite comfortable time of 5:57, again notably quicker than that of the previous heat. They're probably about 4 boat lengths ahead of Loretto Normanhurst, but it'll be close between the following 3 crews. It'll be Loretto Normanhurst followed by Radford College and Redlands in 4th place. And St Catherine's rounding out the field over in lane number 2. A noticeably closer race than that which preceded it.
It looked like the Queenwood crew was scratched in that race. So the unofficial results of race number 30 were Pymble Ladies in a time of 5:57, an extremely quick time there. Second one, Loretto Normanhurst, some 12 and 12.7 seconds behind them. Third were Radford College. 4th were Redlands, 5th were St Catherine's 2, and Queenwood 2 scratched.
And just lining up at the start line now, so a little bit more of a gap between the next race, is the 4th heat. I believe that is the final heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, race number 31. In lane, we have a full field of 9 crews. In lane number 1, representing Radford College, Ellie McGlassis, Zoe McIntosh, Hannah Sampson, Josephine Truswell, and their cox Mackenzie Jolly. In lane 2, from Roseville, we have Holly Milford, Madeline Shadforth, Daniela Gask, Sydney Krieger, their cox Lauren Noble, and their coach Hamish McDonald. In lane 3, from Loretto Kirribilli, Lucy McDougall, Olivia Bisoglio, Claire Flanagan, Alice Watkins, their cox Caitlin Gately, and their coaches William Foxton and Amelia Halley. In lane 4 from Queenwood, Grace Anderson, Naomi Peace, Madison Preller, Emily Tickle, Anai Hernus, and their coach Ella Davidson. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, we have Ella Busnell, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle, Lily Robertson, their cox, Jade Carrow, and that crew's coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley yet again. In lane 6 from St Catherine's, we have Charlotte Skeffington, Cameron Fataris, Madeline Griffiths, Lara Webber, Charlotte Wadds, their coxswain, and they're coached by Jared Watson, Dermot O'Driscoll, and Crystal Piper. In lane 7 from PLC Sydney, we have Jennifer Choi, Sarah Bebbington, Victoria Mortensen, Elias Steele, their cox Ishbel Craig. They're coached by Annie Aki, Carolyn Wong, and Felix Du. In lane 8 from Redlands, we have Katarina Kroll, Alana Mansfield, Georgia Vishaw, Briar Carter, and their cox Zoe Naismith. They're coached by Gabriella Chubb. And from lane 9, representing Pymble Ladies College, we have Macy Leahy, Alexandra D'Ambrosis, Rihanna Castle, Lucy Miller, their cox Indy Tischler, and their coach Ollie Titz.
So all the crews off to a good start by the sounds of things. In the interest of full disclosure, I think my daughter is in this race, so forgive me if I scream down the microphone at various times. But there's no obvious winner from this angle, obvious leader at this moment from this angle.
Well, naturally, Queenwood's leading in that case, aren't they?
I would like to think so. I know there's a certain Irish contingent who would agree with me. At this moment, it looks like the boat in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy, seems to be up front, but as they come to the 500-metre mark of this 1,500-metre race, we'll get the times. It is, in fact, Kinross Walleroy in the lead, just over a second from Pymble Ladies. In third, Redlands College. Second behind them, fourth, Radford College. A couple of seconds behind them, Loretto Kirribilli. In sixth place, Queenwood. In seventh place, PLC. And in eighth place, Roseville. Still very tightly packed after 500 metres. All the boats will have completed their prescribed starts. This is where they'll be beginning to dig in. As you mentioned before, Chris, the legs will start to be burning, the lungs will start to be burning now, and there's that impending feeling of doom that you've got 1,000 metres to go.
Definitely being 2.5 minutes in, 500 metres in, it's sort of almost the easy parts out of the way and you're right in the thick of things. So in a normal 2,000 metre race, it's normally said that in the third 500 is when we see crews move. It's when we see the weak separated from the strong, the boys from the men, as you would. It's definitely the hardest part of the race, and those who can do well there will likely come out on top. In these 1,500 metre races, we'll often see a similar thing now from the 750 through to the 1,250 metre mark or so. That's sort of where they're sitting at the moment, right in the middle of the race, right where it's hurting, where you're not sprinting from the start, you're not sprinting to the line, you just have to maintain a solid rhythm and rely on that your training's done the work and prepared you for what's to come.
So the boat in lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy seems to have kept their lead up. The boat nearest to the stand from Pymble Ladies is a boat length behind, so just as they go through the 1,000 metre mark, indeed, Kinross Walleroy with a good lead over Pymble Ladies, some 4.5 seconds behind. In third place, Redlands, a second behind them. In fourth place, Radford, a further second behind. There's a bit of a gap to Loretto Kirribilli. In sixth place, PLC Sydney. In seventh place, Queenwood. And in eighth place, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. And the boat from Kinross Walleroy looking strong.
So Kinross definitely with a pretty comfortable margin there. With only less than 500 metres to go, a 4.5 second margin is pretty insurmountable at this stage of the race. But further back, we can see that it's only a matter of seconds between Radford College, Redlands, and Pymble Ladies for fourth, third, and second respectively. So it'd be very tight racing there. Of course, these girls not worrying so much about their placings, but rather they're just putting down the best time that they possibly can so that they progress to the best final that they possibly can. It will be Kinross Walleroy definitely looking the tidiest, the pick of the bunch here, and that reflecting in their boat speed. Looking the crispest out the front of the catch, front of the stroke, in together, accelerating nicely through the hips as well, and not doing too much to slow the boat down on the recovery as well. Kinross Walleroy will take out this race number 31. It'll be very tight for second place with Pymble Ladies just edging out in front, but third is going to go to a photo finish. I'm not even going to try and call that between Radford and Redlands.
Yeah.
If I had to say maybe Redlands, but it'll go to a photo finish. I'm not 100% sure there for third place. Fifth will be Loretto Kirribilli. Sixth, PLC Sydney. Seventh, Queenwood. In eighth place, the girls from St Catherine's, and rounding out the field is the girls from Roseville College.
Good commanding win from Kinross Walleroy there. Time of 5:58 officially, a second behind the previous heat, but they didn't have much to push against given the fact they were well ahead by almost 10 seconds from Pymble. We'll wait for the result of third and fourth place. In fifth place we know is Loretto Kirribilli, in sixth place PLC Sydney, in seventh place Queenwood, and in eighth place St Catherine's.
So back down onto the course now. We are already underway in racing in race number 32, the Schoolboy Year 10 8. So moving to schoolboys, staying for Year 10s, but moving to sweep rowing with the 8s. So 8 athletes, 1 oar each, and a coxswain in the stern steering them. In lane number 4, we only got 2 entries in this race. In lane number 4 from Cranbrook, we have Jasper Dawson-Damer, Cameron Pryor, Benjamin Tish Bostock, Hugh Witts, Edward McHugh, Oliver Godfrey Hill, Callum Dunn, William Wright, and their cox Felipe Marsal. And in lane number 5 from St Augustine's, we have Oliver St Pierre, Joel Cunningham, Cody Keary, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Jacob Hickey, Tom Maggie, their cox Lachlan King, and their coach Biani Ungamak. And as we have come through the 1,000 metre timing hut, it is, contrary to the results that we have down, it does look like it is St Augustine's with a commanding lead out in front of probably 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead there in this Henley-esque match racing. When there's only one other crew that you're competing against, it's definitely who can get out and get away from the other crew the fastest. Once you've broken the chain, as one of my former coaches used to call it, broken that contact, that overlap with the other boat and gotten clear water away, it's very difficult for your opposition to, they can't see you, they can't hear you, it's very difficult for them to visualise coming back and mounting an attack and overtaking you for the win. So it looks like St Augustine's have definitely used that to their advantage and gotten ahead early and are maintaining that lead and not letting up either. It looks like they've put down a pretty solid time to the 1,000 metre mark, 3:12. So that would be on track for roughly a 6:25 or so minute 2K, which is a pretty competitive time in the Year 10 8s amongst the GPS competition, who these boys will race against at regattas like the New South Wales State Champs and the National Championships later in the year.
And Chris, is it fair to say that St Augustine's boys are the new kids on the block in terms of rowing? They've kind of shaking things up in results. Still a relatively small rowing program.
Definitely a smaller rowing program. They are based out of Mossman Rowing Club there and sharing a lot of facilities, and indeed their coaches, Matthias and Judith Ungemark, and their son Biani as well, coaching this year 10-8. All members and coaches at Mossman Rowing Club. Probably only really on the scene the last 5 years, or possibly a little bit longer, but we won't often see them boating a 7th year 8 quad, but we will see them boating 1 or 2 that do very well.
Yeah.
And especially their year 10-8s, they've done very well in over the last few years. I think they were neck and neck with Kings last year, coming into the final stages of the season, and unfortunately we never really got to see a result of the national championships or anything like that last season. But this year 10-8 also doing very well, and they're definitely not letting up, looking very powerful, giving it everything as they come down to the line. At times 6 minutes and 30 seconds, which is definitely respectable in fairly calm conditions, and with not so much of a nudge from their competition to really have them driving towards the line. So it would be very interesting to see how St. Augustine's fare against the other year 10-8s. I think Shaw and possibly St. Joseph's did well last weekend. Don't fact check me on that. So it'd be very interesting to see how they do against the GPS schools later in the season.
Yeah, good win there for St. Augustine's. As Cranbrook come over the line. We again switch to race 33. So the Schoolgirl 4. Full stack of boats in here. In lane 1, we have the boat from Loreto Kirribilli, Howard, Watkins, Flanagan, Callanan, and the Cox, Caitlin Gately. In lane 2, Redlands, Ogilvie, Digistic, Batemeyer, Archer, and the Cox, Charlotte Harmon. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Loadsman, Constantine L. and Fickers, Cox by Gabrielle Rose. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies is Carey, Wilson, Lacani, Mumford, and Cox by Arabella Ibbotson. In lane 5, we have Queenwood, Blackmore Cram, Prella, Botha, McLennan, and Cox by Lucy Anderson. In lane 6, Roseville, Irby, Bradley, Reeves, Ryan, and Cox by Lucy Thompson. In lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli 1, Cadman, Macmillan, Moran, Jones, and Matea Jones as Cox. In lane 8, PLC Sydney, Brady, Vaughan, Polly, Reed, Dukakis, Lily Dukakis as Cox there. And finally in lane 9, nearest the stand is Redlands, Olsen, Maxwell, Barrel, Holter, and Cox, Charlotte Harmon.
So it is, we have them coming. We do have them underway now, sort of just coming through the 700 metre mark or so. We do have quite an interesting spread in how these crews are ranked within their own programs. So I know that the Redlands crew will be their top 4 girls within their program, as will the PLC Sydney crew and the Roseville crew. The Loreto Kirribilli, their 1, 2, 3, 4s will be their 1, 2, and 3 best ranked girls. The Pimble Ladies crew, I believe, is under their second 8, so is not the top 4 ranked girls as some of the other schools are, and the Redlands, and as would the Queenwood crew, I believe, wouldn't be their top 4 ranked girls. So a bit of an interesting spread in the way that different schools do things. I know that Loreto Kirribilli will often spend a lot of time racing their 4s, but will also race the 8, whereas some schools like Redlands or Roseville, smaller programs, and they'll focus, or PLC Sydney indeed, smaller programs will focus entirely on the Schoolgirl 4.
And coming up to the 500 metres, we have out in front Loreto Kirribilli. In second is Queenwood, just under a second and a half behind, followed in third place by the Loretto Kirribilli boat, again a second and a half behind. Redlands fourth, fifth Loretto Kirribilli number 3, 6th PLC, 7th Pinball, and 8th Roseville. Redlands bringing up the back of the pack after the first 500 metres.
So a little bit of a gap in the centre of the field. So with that Loretto Kirribilli crew, there'll be their top 4 girls leading out, followed by Queenwood in the second Loretto Kirribilli crew. Redlands then lead, if you will, the second half of the race. They're about 7 seconds back, and then there are some closer gaps back there. So really 2 waves in this race. 2 separate races forming. This is a final. So there are medals awarded. So we do ask that one representative from each crew come and collect the medals. Unfortunately, we can't have podium presentations today.
And as they're approaching the halfway mark for this 2,000 metre race, actually it's not the half metre mark, it's the 500 to go. We have a change in the lead. In first place are Queenwood with 2.3 second lead over Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7 and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, who are third at the moment. Again, there's some gap behind that. In fourth place, Redlands. In fifth, Loretto Kirribilli 3. In sixth, PLC Sydney. Seventh, Pinball Ladies. Eighth is Roseville. Looks like as we come to the conclusion of this race, it's going to be another tight race again between Loretto and Queenwood. Queenwood in lane 5. The nose is in front slightly still. It was 2.3 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark.
I know for sure that the coach of the Kirribilli crew, the big golden bear, Michael Benerius, he won't be content with the girls taking it lying down. He'll definitely want them. He'll definitely want them to be raising the rate and sprinting into the finish. And it does look like they are mounting a little bit of a challenge to try and push back on Queenwood, but Queenwood just having the momentum on this. Having the momentum on their side, it's a bit easier to lift the rate, increase a little bit of boat speed, and just pull away in the red boys of the last 100 metres. So just survive the next few strokes, and it will be the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 for the girls from Queenwood. Bronte Blackmore-Cram, Stephanie Preller, Tiffany Bother, Beth McClellan, and their Cox Lucy Anderson over the girls from Loretto Kirribilli. That's their number 1 crew in second, and their number 2 crew crossing the line in third place. A little bit back in the second wave, if you will, of this Schoolgirl Coxed 4. It's the girls from Redlands in lane number 9 who cross the line in 4th place. It'll be tight, but followed just by the Loretto Kirribilli number 3 crew, who will lead out the girls from PLC Sydney, who come home in 5th place. Pinball Ladies in 6th. And just coming into the red boys now, we'll have Roseville College for 7th, and Roseville College for 8th rather, and the Redlands number 2 crew to cross the line and round out the Schoolgirl Cox 4.
So I'm sure the coaches of Queenwood, Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle, will be happy with that, the first race for that 4 of the season. Looks like to be a strong crew to carry on for the rest of the season. Time of unofficially 7:42 for that win for Queenwood there. So let's just have a look at those results. The unofficial results of race 33. In first place were Queenwood, with a time of 7:42. Second place, Loretto Kirribilli. Third place, Loretto Kirribilli, boat 2. In fourth place were Redlands 1. In fifth place, Loretto Kirribilli 3. In sixth place, PLC Sydney. In seventh place, Pimble Ladies. In eighth place were Roseville, and ninth place, Redlands 2. We have next race, race number 34, the Schoolboys Cox Quad. Again, over 2,000 metres. Again, it looks like a race stacked with Cranbrook Redlands with a solitary Radford College crew in there. So on the far side in lane 2, Cranbrook 6, Cap, McGreal, Olsen, Blampede and Hamish McDonald's as Cox. In lane 3, Redlands boat 5, Mantell, Wilding, Decker, Forrest and Finn Woodward as Cox. In lane 4, Cranbrook 5, Jackson, Harnett, Stallone, Goodman and Oliver Klein as Cox. In lane 5, the solitary Radford College boat, Jacopino, Jolly, Shearman Rogers, Hamish Roberts and Heath Shaw Cox there. In lane 6 is Cranbrook 4, Hayes, Jones, Klotz, Robson and Tom Gloucester as Cox. And in lane 7, Redlands 4, Natilli, Gold, Whelan, McFarlane and Fletcher Logan as Cox. And already we're coming to the conclusion of this. In the lead is Radford College from the HCC. A commanding lead over the rest of the boats by some 26 seconds. So the boys in the blue caps, very comfortable win here, barring a disaster. They lead comfortably, 26 seconds over Cranbrook 4, who again lead their compatriots in Cranbrook 5, who are in third. So a well spread out field here. In fourth and fifth, the Redlands boats will be battling it out. But there's a clear winner from the Redlands crews, with the Redlands 4 boat comfortable lead over the Redlands 5. So there you go, Radford College, 6:59. Quick result there for those boys. And a comfortable lead.
Radford College definitely known for their quad sculling. I believe a few years ago winning the girls' head of the river twice, or if not more, on the trot. With some very, very tidy and quite quick schoolgirl quads, and been quite competitive in the schoolboys of recent years as well. So not surprising to see them up the pointy end of the schoolboy quad over 2,000 metres.
Cranbrook finished second. Cranbrook 4. Redlands 4 finished third, followed by Cranbrook 5 in lane 4. We finish fourth, some way back. Redlands 5 in lane 3, finishing fifth. So that's the official results of race 34, the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. In first place, Radford College in a time of 6:59. In second place, Cranbrook 4. In third place, Redlands 4. In fourth place, Cranbrook 5 in 5th place, Redlands 5.
And another good result for Radford looking possible in the next race, race 35, the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull Heat 2. We just saw them come through the 500 metre mark, and the Radford College crew looked to be about 2 boat lengths ahead of the field there. But in lane 3, representing Cranbrook, we have James Maguire, Lincoln Najedlik, Barney Roach, Byron Mattila Mertens, and their Cox Sebastian Colch. In lane 4, Radford College, who we saw as having the early lead, Matthew Wayne, Callum Durnell, Oliver Bailey, Campbell Kruger, and their Cox Stuart Ward. In lane 5, from Kinross Wallaroy, we have Lewis Maxwell, Ethan Shaw, William Crawford, Henry Malloy, and their Cox Finlay Shepherd. And in lane number 6, from Redlands, Samuel Chubb, Angus McLaughlin, Harley Vanderplume, Matthew Fry, and their Cox Charlotte Morrison. And we'll just see them coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark in the next minute or so, maybe in the next 30 seconds or so if we're lucky. But that Radford College crew definitely looking the class act amongst the bunch, just sitting up nice and tall. Bodies are very still, not doing anything to slow the boat down too much, and doing everything right to get it up to speed, obviously.
Yeah, Chris, this is a great example of the different styles, the different kind of speeds of boat. I always think the Cox quad is, or certainly the quad boat, is the most elegant boat from a sculling perspective.
Absolutely.
The differences in timing are really obvious between quick crews and not so quick crews. It's certainly a very interesting boat to row and race, but I always think it's one of the better boats to races.
Absolutely, it's in terms of your power to weight, having 4 scullers and no coxswain. In senior level racing, no coxswain. It's definitely the fastest boat for the amount of people that are in it, and it is, got to say, a good quad is very hard to beat. But it does take a lot of skill to row a quad well. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of oars to take control of, and we can see in some of the junior levels of rowing, it is difficult. And as we're seeing here, when you get it right, you definitely reap the rewards very obviously.
Yeah, I wasn't lucky enough to start my rowing career in a quad. I started in a sweep, and I do tell my daughter every now and again that she's very lucky to start in quads, given that when I started rowing, it was a wooden boat with wooden oars, and it took about 15 of us to lift the boat up. These boats are much different now.
Yeah, a lot of the schools now are very lucky to have great turnover rates of their equipment, and having often even down to year 8 levels, having boats that are less than 5 years old to race in. Everyone very lucky to have such fantastic equipment.
And it's usually thanks to the parents.
It's usually thanks to the parents. Well, it's
Absolutely.
always thanks to the parents who's paying the school fees.
Absolutely. There'll be lots of nods in the stand, of course, on the South Bank now again. Yeah, no wonder they have so much great equipment. So this is race 35, and as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, Radford College again looking very strong. A good 10 seconds in front of Kinross Wallaroy, who are in second place, followed by an equally distance between Cranbrook 3.
Now, as at risk of sounding like a broken record, we are looking at times for these heats, not places. So it does become quite difficult for the boys from Radford here, as they've got quite a lead. They're not, they won't be too worried about Kinross behind them pushing on them to sort of spur them on, but they still need to keep the foot down and maintain that pressure and maintain their pace in order to get a good enough time to put them into a decent final, because that's what the times are what the finals are based on, and if they get out into a nice comfortable lead and relax, they'll could find themselves in a race that they didn't really want to be in.
Yep, certainly the boys in the blue caps from the ACT seem to have sewn up this heat as well, but they'll know they'll go into the heat where they've got their compatriots in the other boat who finish in a very quick time indeed. So really, this boat from Radford racing against the boat from the previous heat to take bragging rights, and as they approach the finish line, the boat of Radford College, Wang, Donnell, Bailey, Kruger, and coached by Stuart Ward, finish in a time of 7:16, 17 seconds behind their compatriots. In second place is Kinross Walleroy. And in third place, Redlands take it by about 3/4 of a boat length from Cranbrook on the far side.
Yeah, so maybe some boys in the fourth quad at Radford College asking some questions about what crew they're in after they put down such a great time in the last heat that we saw.
Yeah.
So as we head back down onto the course, just passing through the 1,000 metre mark now, is heat number 3. We have 4 in total for the Schoolboy Coxed Quad. So in heat number 3, we have Radford College in order of how they were placed at the 1,000 metre mark. In first, we had Radford College, that's Charlie Stewart, Christopher Bush, Angus Walker, Harrison Lonsdale, and their Cox, Jemima Green. In second at the 1K was St. Augustine's with Alex Bloom, Alex Bohm, Oliver Thomas, Kyle Brown, Tom Faflin, and their Cox, Lachlan King. In third was Kinross Walleroy, that's Jack Weeks, Alexander Brown, Harry Horton, Archie Lamont, and their Cox, Lucinda McCartan. In fourth was Cranbrook, represented by William Munday, Christopher Shannon, Christopher Stone, Maxim Zara, and their Cox, Edward Walker. And in fifth at the 1,000 metre mark was Redlands, which was represented by William Thomas, Tom Hartnell, Oliver Rose, Aaron Drake, and their Cox, Sophie Kennedy. So as we came through the 1,500 metre mark, it does look like St. Augustine's just pushed ahead of Radford College, who led them by the narrowest of margins at the 1,000 metre mark. St. Augustine's now 2.3 up at the 1,500 metre mark, and Kinross Walleroy a decent margin back behind Radford College. So the race is definitely at the head of the field here. Radford College be looking to make it 3 in a row, but St. Augustine's not letting them get it that easily. And it looks like St. Augustine's just maintaining that lead as we cross into the last 200 metres of this race. St. Augustine's with the rate notably higher, and definitely looking a little bit more in time, nice and tall, which is a hallmark of good quad sculling. Nice and tall, not doing too much work in the second half of the stroke, just getting the legs down at the front and keeping it spinning. It's a very fast boat. You need to do all you can to make it a simple movement. And these boys are doing it very well, looking very tidy actually.
Yeah, very tidy boat from the boys in the green caps, from the boys in the blue caps. Having been down in the first half of the race, comfortably pushed through, take the win there. St. Augustine's boat in lane 5 by 2.5 lengths from Radford College in second.
Radford's still looking really good though. That was some really great racing at the front of the field there, and St. Augustine's, the boys from Brookvale just pushing through to take the lead in the dying stages of that one.
Kinross Walleroy coming in third place there, in front of Cranbrook in fourth. And Redlands bringing up the final boat in that race in fifth place.
And we'll head back to the course. We've got the last heat of the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. It's heat number 4, race 37 on your program. They've come through the 1,000 metre mark. So in order of appearance at the 1,000 metre mark, in the lead was St. Augustine's with Oliver St. Pierre, Brandon Smith, Bo Nicholas, Joshua Wilson, and their Cox, Ben Edwards. In second was Radford College, just 2.5 seconds back. Ethan Toscan, William Gregory, James Dixon, Sam Roberts, and their Cox, Ben Heatley. In third place, just 3.5 seconds back, Kinross Walleroy. They're represented by Sterling Graham, Nicholas Brown, Charlie Neville, Alec Hoskin, and their Cox, Georgia Robson. In fifth position at the 1,000 metre mark was Redlands with Patrick Walker, Daniel Close, Alexander Verschaw, Alexander Holtauer, and their cock Sebastian Tang. And rounding out the field at the halfway point in this 2,000 metre race was Cranbrook with Max Summerhays, Jack Dawson, Sam Logan, James Scott Brown, and their coxswain Joshua Abelev. So very similar to the last race of seeing St Augustine's, Radford and Kinross in the top three, looking to improve on the times of their colleagues in earlier races. It does look like St Augustine's maintaining that lead into the 1,500 metre mark only by less than a length. There is still that contact, a little bit of overlap between the stern of the Augustine's boat and the bow of the Radford boat. Radford even closing that lead just ever so slightly at the 3/4 mark. So it'll come down to a pretty hefty finishing sprint if Radford would like to overturn it in this last quarter of the heat. I would suggest that they're fairly comfortable in their spot in the A final, and they may not be looking to engage in any heroics with another 2,000 metres facing them later in the day.
This will be a good race, Chris.
I think it will be, and there again some really high quality quad sculling going on.
Yeah, the boys from Radford have upped the pace a bit in the last 300 metres. Certainly looks like to be a closer race than it was at the 1,500 metre race. And they've even dragged the Kinross Walleroy boys with them. The St Augustine boys have responded.
So I see Radford just with a higher rate of striking there. I don't have a number in front of me, but looks to be rating a little bit higher than St Augustine's.
Yeah.
But St Augustine's putting a lot more run into the boat per stroke. Really propelling it quite well through the second half of the stroke, and a lot of power in the water there from the St Augustine's crew. Whereas I would say that the Radford crew actually rowing quite a bit better, a bit cleaner, a little bit higher rate of striking, but the power of the Augustine's crew has served them well there. Very tight race for third.
Oh,
I think
it's going to be a photo. What do you think?
Well, I think Kinross just had it on the surge. I think they'd done enough early on, but Redlands really coming home the wet sail.
Yeah. Good race for third. Good finish there from Redlands.
Yeah. Unofficial results had Redlands by 0.01, but it will go to a photo, so we'll just have to wait and see. Cranbrook will cross the line in fifth to round out the final heat of the Schoolboy Cox Quad.
Quick race there as well. Unofficial finish time of 6:41 makes that St Augustine's boat the quickest finisher of the day by quite some margin actually. 6:41 versus the previous heats, almost 11 seconds quicker than some of the other boats in that final. So yeah, those guys know how to move. It probably bodes well for the Radford College guys as well, given that they were so close, and even for third and fourth place, who were still waiting for confirmation of the photo.
So in the last half an hour before lunch, we have the finals for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quads. So these finals are what we've been talking about all day, that they are determined by the times. So you'll often see some weird numbers next to the crew. For example, we have in this race, PLC Sydney 3, PLC Sydney 2, and Queenwood number 6. So out of all the times, these three were the bottom three and in the E final, and we'll race it out for medals in this race. So despite it being labelled an E final, typically you wouldn't think that anything other than the A final would be racing for medals. However, it's wiser to think of them like our normal division races, where these crews have now been graded according to their performance earlier in the day, and they'll now compete against crews that they are closest with on paper, and will compete for medals against those crews. So hopefully some really tight racing in this last half hour before lunch.
And just to confirm the result from the previous race 37 first, St Augustine's official race time of 6:41, making them the quickest boat in that heat, and all of those heats for that boat. Second were Radford College, 2.4 seconds behind. Kinross Walleroy in third place, just pipped Redlands by 0.39 of a second in fourth, and Cranbrook in fifth. So some good boats, some quick boats, and a lot of those crews will be looking, well, at least the first four in that final, in that last heat, will be looking for a place in the A final.
So back to 1,000 metre racing for these next 5 races before lunch. So they will be going off a standing start in the middle of the course. The aligner will get them to form roughly a line about 100 metres before the start line and have them slowly paddle up together and then do a bit of fine tuning to get them all straight and aligned before the start.
And they're off in race 38, the E-final of the Schoolgirls Year 8 Coxed Quad 4. As a quick reminder, on the far side of the lake, PLC 3, in the middle, PLC 2, and nearest the stand is Queenwood. All the 3 boats seem to have got off to a cleanish start. These 3 boats represent the slowest of the heats, but they will all medal, so they will all have a taste of victory in probably their first regatta. Many of these schoolgirls will still be getting used to rowing, what it's all about, and particularly racing. And as we see the race now getting underway, approaching the 500 metre mark, looks like the boat in the middle of the pack, PLC 2. It's got the noses in front, but it's line ball between PLC 3 on the far side and Queenwood on the near side.
We'll be up to Queenwood, however, to just maintain that steering. It looks like they've just drifted very close to the boys. Maybe corrected themselves a little bit now. I've spoken too soon. Yeah, they're well in the boys there. It is that crew in the middle of the course, the PLC Sydney number 2 crew. It's of Hannah Bebbington, Jasmine Saha, Tanika Young, Madeline Vaughan, Annabelle Bland, coached by Lexi Meyer and Felix Dew, that are about a length up on their classmates from PLC Sydney and their number 3 crew. They're sitting in second place. That's Maisie Burge, Grace Khalil, Alana Araj, Willa Bauman, their cocks, Charlotte Sard, and their coaches, Lily Glenn and Felix Stew. And they're just over a boat length in front of the girls from Pymble at the 500 metre mark.
So about halfway gone in this E-final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. PLC in the middle, PLC Boat 2, commanding lead. Leaving their schoolmates to duke it out with Queenwood on the near side. Certainly the tidiest boat is in the lead.
Absolutely beautiful conditions for racing out here today. I don't think you could really ask for anything too much better than this. It's pretty much not a breath of wind in the second half of the course here. Maybe just a little bit in the first half. And there's a break in the trees down there that often gets a bit of a ripple, but dead flat down here. The girls from PLC Sydney will take the win in the E-final of the Year 8 Coxed Quad. And it'll be their classmates in the number 3 crew who come across in second place. And they'll be followed by the crew from Queenwood, who will just cruise over the line to round out this E-final.
We already have race 39 underway. In lane 1, Roseville 4. In lane 2, St. Catherine's. In lane 3, Roseville. Lane 4, Redlands 3. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 6, Queenwood. Lane 7, Tara. And nearest us in the stand is lane 8, Redlands number 4. That's the official result of race 38. PLC 2 with an official time of 4:37, coming in first in the E-final. Second place in the E-final is PLC Sydney 3, and in third place with a time 30 seconds behind in the E-final were Queenwood.
So you can see in this race a lot of crews that are ranked very differently within their own school systems. So there's a few thirds crews, a fourths crew, a few fifths crews, seconds crew. That's really the great thing about this regatta and the unique way that it works is that you get ranked on your performance, and then you have the chance to have a really close race where you can actually prove how good you are at racing against opposition that is supposedly, well, that is of the same standard, as your time would have been within a couple of seconds of theirs in the first race. So coming through the halfway point, the leaders at that point were Tara School in a time of 2:15, a pretty comfortable lead of almost 6 seconds over the Queenwood number 5 crew. Redlands were following in third place, followed by Loretto Kirribilli, Radford College, Roseville, St Catherine's, Redlands number 4, and Roseville number 4 rounding out the field. Pretty close at the back of the field, only about 5 or 6 seconds sort of between about 3 or 4 crews there. So definitely not anything set in stone as we come into the end of what will be only the second race of their rowing careers for many of these girls.
Tara seem to have maintained their lead. Looking across now to the boat on the near side. Radford College, who are taking an interesting route, but still maintain their lead over Radford and Queenwood. Queenwood have decided to take a bit of a left turn there. Need to straighten up if they want to maintain this second position. Tara comfortably with her eyes on the other boats. Queenwood getting pushed by Redlands in lane 4. But Tara School look to have this sewn up. Tara finish first, followed by Queenwood in lane 6, who finished second. Redlands third. Loretto in lane 5, take 4th. It's going to be close for 5th. In Radford, who are having a bit of an issue on the far side. Redlands meander over the line.
So just before the C final gets underway, just a quick few bits of housekeeping. If you are on the island, we do need you to, if you are a spectator on the island, we do need you to stay in the grandstand. We've ticketed seats in the grandstand. We do need everyone to stay in the grandstand. Those seats are spaced apart. That's where we need to keep all the spectators. In the boat park and in tents and around trailers and everything like that is only for coaches and athletes and officials. We've had a couple of instances of people not following the rules that we have to enforce today. We're very lucky that we're able to race at all, and we really don't want to endanger that by endangering people's health or getting anybody in trouble. So we do ask that you please follow those guidelines. If you're a competitor or a coach, please, as much as you possibly can, stay within your allocated areas, whether that be your tent or your trailer. Please do not come down to the bank to watch races. For spectators, we know you want to watch your children, brothers, sisters, families, but we do ask that you do it from the grandstand where you need to be. If we get to a point where we cannot ensure that we are following the rules, we will not be allowed to continue racing. So we please ask that you remain in the grandstand or your allocated areas, trailers, tents, etc., so that we can continue this fantastic racing in this perfect weather that we've got today.
we have on the course at the moment race 40, the C final of the Schoolgirls Year 8 Cox Quad 4. In first place after 500 metres with PLC, a boat length in front of Loretto, Normanhurst 4 and Queenwood 4. In fifth were St. Cat's, sixth were Queenwood 7, seventh were Loretto Kirribilli, eighth were Tara School, and ninth were Loretto Normanhurst after 500 metres. But as they are coming to the final of this race, the last 250 metres, looks like PLC still in the lead from Loretto and Queenwood.
They're really a hallmark of this graded racing that we're doing this morning, where the heats are based on the times, is that we're seeing some great close racing where everyone has already been ranked. So that's what we're seeing again in this C final. A little bit of untoward steering going on. I think maybe influenced by just an off breath of wind that we've had in the last minute or so. But still, the crew from PLC Sydney out the front of the race. We're just under a length up on the girls from Queenwood over in lane 6. Loretto Normanhurst just dropping back ever so slightly into third place. They're definitely trying to move back on Queenwood, but Queenwood with the momentum moving through them. It's PLC Sydney across the line in first, followed by Queenwood. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4 will cross in third place. St. Catherine's over on the far side of the course in lane number 2 will cross in 4th. Loretto Kirribilli 5th. Queenwood in 6th. The girls from the Tara School in 7th. And the girls from Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 9 here on the closest side of the course will just edge out St. Catherine's in lane number 1 for 8th.
Still waiting for that. On the race course coming down as we speak, we've got race 41. About halfway gone. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull B final. And we're just waiting for confirmation of the runners and riders. In lane 1, we've got Loretto Normanhurst, who are in the lead at the moment. In second, we've got Kirribilli. Third, Queenwood 2, fourth, Queenwood 3, fifth, Radford College 1, sixth, St. Catherine's, seventh, Loretto Kirribilli 4, and eighth, Loretto Normanhurst, and ninth, Radford College. Still very tight racing this. After the first 500 metres, less than 4 seconds, or less than 5 seconds separated the first 4 crews. As they're approaching the last 250 metres, it looks like the Loretto, from this angle it's difficult to see.
Looks like another reasonably close race, and thankfully some looking like the steering's a little bit more in check for this one than it has been over the last couple, with some crews just wandering into some extracurricular lanes a little bit, but very tight racing out the front of the field of this one. Looks like Loretto Normanhurst on this side of the course, second from the grandstand lane, still holding on to that lead that they built up in the first half of the race over their rivals from Kirribilli in the centre of the course there. Girls from Kirribilli just straying off course a little bit. There was a little bit of a digger, a little bit of a crab earlier in the race. It's given Radford College, who were 5th at the 500 metre mark, the opportunity to just push up through the two Queenwood crews and are really knocking on the door of Loretto Kirribilli now. The Queenwood number 2 crew over on the far side in lane number 2. It's not letting them run away with it though, so it will be a battle for third. It'll be Loretto Normanhurst start to finish to take the win in the B final of the Year 8 Cox Quad. Kirribilli in second, Radford third, Queenwood number 2 in fourth. It'll be Queenwood number 3 holding off a late charge from the girls from St Catherine's for fifth, Catherine sixth, Loretto Normanhurst in seventh, Loretto Kirribilli 8th, and Radford College number 2 in 9th place over here in lane 9.
And underway we have race 42. That's the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad. They're the quickest of their divisions in this race, the A final. In first place in lane number 5, we have Loretto Kirribilli, half a length above. Second place, St Catherine's in lane 4. In third, nearest to the grandstand, Queenwood 1. In fourth, Roseville. In fifth place, Loretto Kirribilli. In sixth place, Redlands. In seventh place, Roseville 2. In eighth place, Redlands 2. And in ninth place, Loretto Normanhurst. They were the places after 500 metres of this 1,000-metre race.
So interestingly, a few second and even third crews in this A final, finding themselves in the top 9 fastest times from the heats. So I would definitely be very happy that they have outshone their classmates and their teammates from their own schools and made their way to the A final here. In particular, be the girls from Loretto Kirribilli in the centre of the course and or in lane 3 rather, and as well as Roseville, Redlands, and Loretto Normanhurst, who also secured places in the in this final. It is Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew, coached by Freddie Gibbs. That's Arabella Keating, Mabel Oxenham, Georgia Moran, Chloe Alsop, and coxed by Ruby Kozub, who are just extending their lead and moving away from the pack in the red boys that mark the last 100 metres of this race. It'll be tight for second between Roseville and St Catherine's, with Queenwood on the grandstand side just knocking on the door, but they'll be out of the medals. It'll be very tight. It'll be Roseville for second place, followed by St Catherine's for third, just by a bow number. Queenwood in fourth. The Loretto Kirribilli number 3 crew over in lane number 3, who crossed the line in 5th place. Redlands number 1 in 6th. Redlands, Loretto Normanhurst in 7th. Redlands and Roseville to round out the field in 8th and 9th place for the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull.
Interesting, the top 5 boats. So Loretto 1 and 3, Roseville 1, St Cath's 1, and Queenwood 1, all quicker than the previous heat. So give you an idea of the times. The official result of race 42, the Senior Girls Year 8 Cox Quad A final. In first place, Loretto Kirribilli with a time of 3:57.93. Second place, Roseville. Third place, St Catherine's. Fourth place, Queenwood. Fifth place, Loretto Kirribilli 3. Sixth place was Redlands. Seventh place, Loretto Normanhurst 2. 8th place was Redlands 2, and 9th place Roseville 2. So we come to the final race of this morning's racing. This is race 43. It's the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Final, 1,000-metre race. In lane 2 we have Cranbrook, lane 3 Cranbrook 1, lane 4 St Augustine's, lane 5 Redlands, lane 6 Cranbrook, lane 7 Redlands 2, and lane 8 Cranbrook 4. So this is going to be a race between the quick school of Cranbrook, St Augustine's and Redlands. And they're all underway, they're all off.
So earlier we saw this exact same lineup race a heat, which was essentially a race for lanes. We just had the 8 crews entered, so no A final to contest for, but the most advantageous lanes, that being lane number 5, which has gone to the Redlands crew, who won by about a boat length over St Augustine's. It was then Cranbrook 1, Cranbrook 2, Redlands 2, Cranbrook 3, Cranbrook 4. So fairly expected results amongst the Cranbrook cohort, I would expect, but we'll be wanting to put in some effort to overturn the Augustines and Redlands crews. Cranbrook certainly have the numbers on their side to do well in this race, in this final race before the lunch break.
And at the 500-metre mark, Cranbrook were leading by about 2/3 of a boat length from St Augustine's, who again had an equal distance between them and the Redlands 1 boat. So still quite tight for the first 3 places. Even more so as they approach the last 250. Certainly going to be a fight between Cranbrook in lane 3, St Augustine's in lane 4, and Redlands in lane 5. Having said that, the Cranbrook crew on this furthest side, or the nearest side to the stands, also look as if they've made a significant move as well.
Yeah, so the boys from Cranbrook just maybe conserving themselves slightly in their race for lanes earlier in the day, not showing all their cards as they really contest for the lead in the last 100 metres. They are ahead of St Augustine's at the moment. They're about a boat length, or just under a boat length in front as they go into the last 100 metres. They'll just need to keep their steering in check and make sure they don't drift into St Augustine's lane. St Augustine's just clipping a buoy there, possibly sealing the result for Cranbrook. It'll be the Cranbrook number 1 crew: Toby Lane, Sol Stathis, Carson Prout, Edward Hartwright, Cox by David Tabachinik, who will take out the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, followed by St Augustine's Redlands number 1. We'll then see Cranbrook 4, Redlands 2, Cranbrook number 3, and Cranbrook number 2 in 7th place.
There's some good racing there.
Very unexpected result. Nothing like the result this morning of their heat.
Yep.
So definitely some people maybe playing their cards close to their chest and resting themselves for the final later on, and it worked out
well.
Right, they were very tactical.
Well. So that's that concludes this morning's racing. We're going to take an hour break. Our first race back after lunch is at 1:08. It's a Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Heat 1. So I hope you have a good lunch. Remember to keep your distance from a COVID perspective. Please maintain COVID rules. They are in place for a reason. And remember to put some sunscreen on, and we will join you back in an hour.
Lizzie Chapman will be back after lunch. I'll be leaving you. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Hope
Chris.
you have a lovely afternoon.
Well, welcome back everybody to this afternoon's racing at the 2020 Independent Schools Championship of New South Wales. Our crews are on their way to the start, just lining up now for race number 44, which will kick off this afternoon's programme. This is the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, racing over 2,000 metres. And we're back to the system we had this morning, where in the heats, we're looking at the times that crews can do to see who progresses through to the A final, B final, etc. So with 9 lanes available for racing, it'll be the fastest 9 crews from the next 4 heats that will progress through to the A final. The next fastest 9 will progress to the B final, and so on. So in the first heat of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, racing over 2,000 metres, we have Queenwood 3 in lane 3, represented by Catherine Wen, Jessica Dover, Eliza Cook and Amalie Kumarasinghe, coxed by Lucy Anderson and coached by Charlie Rose Iron. We have Redlands 3 in lane 4, Katarina Kroll, Alana Mansfield, Georgia Verschure and Briar Carter, coxed by Zoe Naismith and coached by Gabriella Chubb. Radford College 3 are in lane 5, Erica Dwight, Taylor Foster Wright, Olivia Homsch, Claudia Kendall and their cox Camilla Lupton, coached by Sam Donnell and Maggie Noonan. Kinross Walleroy 3 are in lane 6, Audrey Gill, Claudia St. Clair, Alana Tompkins and Ava McMillan, coxed by Lucinda McCartan, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. And in lane 7, Redlands 4, Phoebe Cunningham, Charlotte Scamps, Yazzie Colatran and Emily Betamere, coxed by Hannah Mitchell and coached by Matthew Grant. So as we look ahead at this afternoon, you can see the wind has picked up quite a bit from this morning and is now blowing in a fairly steady tailwind, blowing the crews down the course. The temperature is rising and will reach a predicted maximum of 31 degrees centigrade. As you might imagine, the UV is pretty high. It's at its highest at the moment, so please do remember to apply sunscreen. And with the wind as well as the sun, please do also grab some water and keep yourself well hydrated, especially if you are racing, coxing, or a coach, racing up and down the bank. And talking of coaches, if you are on a bicycle following your crew, please remember that it is a requirement that you wear a helmet. And if you've just turned up to the races to watch your family racing this afternoon, just need to inform you that we are under fairly tight COVID restrictions. We're extremely grateful to be able to hold this regatta today, but it does require us to observe usual social distancing and hygiene protocols. And it also means that if you have a ticket to the grandstand, you must stay in your seat. You can go back up to the cafeteria, but please don't wander down onto the apron at the front of the grandstand or onto the grass. Where you have been designated a spot such as a trailer or a tent on the hillside, crews, coxes, coaches and volunteers, if you could please remember to stay in your zone and not go wandering around. So it's very tempting, I know, especially being such a beautiful day, but please just sit outside your tent and stay in your allocated area. There is a risk that racing will be stopped if people contravene the guidelines. So please, please, let's all work together and make sure we finish today as happily as it has started. Just another call out, and that is for bow numbers. So coaches, if you could, and coxes, if you could have a look around your trailers and your boat park, please. Scoop up any bow numbers that are now finished with and return them to one of the boxes that are placed around the grounds, or bring them to the Rowing New South Wales tent at the front of the grandstand. Thank you. So if you're over on the island, then we have rowing shoes provided by Bont, who are also sponsors of the regatta today. Your rowing uniform available from Pontoon, the clothing suppliers, sporting clothing suppliers, and also Regatta Shop are here with the official merchandise of the New South Wales Independent Schools Championship. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the hold-up has just been waiting for the final crew to get attached at the start, but we're almost there. So we'll be bringing you the race shortly. It's over 2,000 metres. A reminder, Queenwood 3 in lane 3, Redlands 3 in lane 4, Radford College in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy in lane 6, and Redlands in lane 7.
So Lizzie, they're underway on the race 44, which is the first race of the afternoon.
Excellent.
The heat one of the Schoolgirl Cox quad. In the far lane, we have Queenwood in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Redlands. Lane 5, Radford College. Lane 6, Kinross Walleroy. And lane 7 is Redlands boat number 4. All seem to be off to a reasonable start. What great conditions today.
Fantastic. And I was talking earlier about the wind having come up and being a straight tailwind, and of course it was because I said that, wasn't it? Look at it, it's dropped now.
Yeah.
Now it's perfect. So we're looking forward to an afternoon of great racing. As I mentioned earlier, this is the first heat of 4 in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, with the fastest crews going through to A final, the fastest 9, and the next fastest 9 going to the B final, etc. So times really matter, and we'll be watching them carefully, and I'm sure that the crews later on are going to be hoping that that tailwind picks up again. But it's not just about the wind, it's about how you row in it. And looking at these crews now, we've got them a lot more experienced than the crews we were watching this morning, so the timing is a lot better, the angles are a lot better, and these young ladies are a bit more trained than some of the ones who've just started their rowing careers. So we've got Radford College in lane 5, having a good battle with Redlands in lane 4 and Kinross Walleroy in lane 3. Just looking at the angle, Radford appear to have, yes, they've gone through the 500 metre mark just in front of Redlands, followed very closely by Kinross Walleroy, and then it's across to Queenwood and back to Redlands 4.
Radford across the board seem to have a very strong sculling contingent, and this morning in the boys and some of the girls crews that we've seen, they seem to constantly be up there with the leaders in each race they enter in.
Yes, a very well trained group of rowers. Co-ed school, of course, as are Kinross and as are Redlands. So a bit like this morning, I think we don't have anybody in the timing hut at the first 500 metres. So if you are attending regattas fairly regularly during the season and feel like giving a hand, volunteering to do some of the jobs behind the scenes, we would love to hear from you at Rowing New South Wales, because we have plenty of jobs that need doing. And one of those is sitting in a timing hut at one of the 500 metre stations, just pressing the button as the bow ball crosses the marker on the far side to indicate when a crew crosses through that line, that marker line. So a couple of people in each of the timing huts is fantastic. Ideally 3, because we have a 9-lane course, and then you have 3 buttons to press, the 3 of you, rather than 9 buttons for one person, which I've tried doing. That's pretty tricky. But it's really helpful for everybody to know how crews are progressing as we come down the race. So, yep, if you feel like volunteering, there are plenty of roles. Have a look at the Rowing New South Wales website at rowingnsw.asn.au.
So that is the first timing. It looks like the Kinross Wallaroi girls are a boat and a half length in front of, could be Redlands, who are closely followed by Radford College there in the middle. Queenwood on the far side, followed by Redlands 4 on the near side.
So in 2,000 metre racing, we often talk about the middle 1,000 and how important it is in the first 500 to establish a good, strong rhythm, good timing, and then carry that through the middle 1,000. And that looks exactly like what the Kinross Wallaroi crew and Redlands crews are doing. Redlands making some good progress there, keeping their strokes very long, timing fairly good, and moving that boat just a little bit further each stroke. Kinross Wallaroi, as we have come to expect, looking very strong and usually have a very dangerous final 500.
They certainly look the tidier of the two boats there, don't they, Lizzie, I think, Kinross. But I think there might be a bit more power going down in that Redlands boat. Might be a bit more scruffy, but seems to be crawling back towards Kinross.
Great race.
Just a look over to each other from each of the coxes in these two leading boats. You'll see some of these boats bow coxed and stern coxed. Bow cox being the the cox at the front of the boat, lying down. They've just looked at, eyeballed each other across to see where they are, coming up to just over halfway in the race, and I think Kinross still maintain a lead of about 3.5 seconds away from Redlands, almost a boat length. Slightly underrating, it looks like, from here. Keeping it tidy from the Redlands crew. Radford College in third, a further 7 seconds behind Redlands. Queenwood on the far side in fourth, and Redlands in fifth on the nearest side to the stands. And if Redlands want to do anything, they're going to have to go early, crawl back this boat length. With 2:50 to go, it still seems that from this angle, the girls from Kinross Wallaroi are in the lead. Gill, Sinclair, Tompkins at Macmillan, and Lucinda McCartney as Cox. Redlands girls look like they're just starting to wind it up to the finish. They know they've got to do at least a boat length back. Got to start to wind it up if they want a chance to take this win from Kinross, who are still looking very neat, tidy, controlled. Kinross just responding to this, raising the rate up, keeping that control. That's a good controlled win there from Kinross there, crossing the line about a half a length in front of the boat from Redlands. Kinross, I think, decided to stop slightly early there, but they knew they were going to be in for the win. Radford crossing the line in third. Redlands and Queenwood going to battle it out. Close race here, very close race indeed. And I think just Redlands picked that on the line away from Queenwood there, who finish fifth. And there you go, the unofficial results are in first place, Kinross Walleroy with an unofficial time of 8 minutes, 0.94 seconds. Second is Redlands, 2 seconds behind. Radford College third, Redlands fourth, and Queenwood in fifth. We have the second heat of this. This is race 45, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Heat 2. In lane 2 we have Radford College, lane 3 MLC School, lane 4 St Catherine's, lane 5 Kinross Walleroy, lane 6 Queenwood, lane 7 Roseville 2, and in lane 8 Redlands 2. We're already underway.
And off to a fairly flying start there as well, with the Radford College crew comprising Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Cara Martin, Kiara Shaw, and their cox Mackenzie Jolly. They're coached by Sam Donnell and Maggie Noonan and Vicky Spencer. The MLC School 2 crew in lane 3 is Briar Campbell, Olivia Alden Hallett, Layla Hare, Hea Yahia, and their cox is Lucinda Winlaw. Their coaches are Ashley Brooking and Kath Hextall. The St Catherine's 2 crew in lane 4 is Missy Callahan, Erin Cara, Jade Bliss, Sienna Morgan, and Charlotte Wadds, the cox, coached by Jared Watson, Dharma de Driscoll, and Crystal Piper. The crew from Kinross Walleroy, Georgia Sweetapple, Isabel Medway, Sally Carter, Ella Kirby, and Kaylin Mackay, their cox. Coaches are Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. The Queenwood 2 crew is Madeline Nicol, Brooke Lancaster, Maya Billingham, and Madeline Wheel, coxed by Alicia Midas and coached by Caroline Lonergan. The Roseville crew, Sophie Brady, Annabelle Irby, Madeline Shadforth, and Isabella Ryan, coxed by Lauren Noble and coached by Hamish MacDonald. And the crew from Redlands, Blythe Ogilvie, Lily Dijkstra, Emily Pashley, and Amelie Archer, coxed by Sophie Kennedy and coached by Brendan Martin.
Let's look at this early stage. The Kinross Walleroy have got a good lead there, in first place. 5 seconds behind is Queenwood, and then half a boat length behind is Radford College. So a very quick start from the Kinross girls. Got out to quite a commanding lead right from the get-go. See if they can be rowed down by the Queenwood girls.
So yeah, we were looking earlier at the fact that it's the times that matter here, not necessarily the placings, and the previous race was won in a time of 8 minutes, so that's what they're chasing now and looking like they're making good progress. A little bit wind assisted too. So Kinross Walleroy lead, Queenwood closing in on them, Radford College chasing behind them, then a gap back to Redlands, MLC School, Roseville. So Kinross Walleroy continue to lead as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. Across on the far side, Radford College now putting in a huge effort to try and overtake Queenwood, and a really big push too from St Catherine's, making great progress in this last quarter of the race. Kinross Walleroy continue to lead, and look fairly certain to take out Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. Second will be Queenwood 2. Very fast finish from St Catherine's, but Radford College will hold on to take third place. St Catherine's will have to settle for fourth. What an excellent row.
Good winning time there from Kinross. Over 15 seconds quicker than the second heat, as we expect.
So Redlands in lane 8 coming in to cross the line in 5th place. And then it will be across to MLC School, who will place 6th, and Roseville College, who will place 7th. So yes, provisional time 7 minutes 43.81 seconds. The margins 5.08. So what does that make that? 7:48, 7:49. Then still faster than the previous race. Then 13.57. The gap back to Radford College. 14.34 is the gap back to Redlands 4, and Queenwood 3, 1.29.
Wind seems to be picking up and dying down in blusters across all the race course. They had a crosswind for that, but as you can see by the flags, pretty still at the moment. Next race is Heat 3 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, 2,000 metres, race 46. In lane 3 we have Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Roseville 1. In lane 5, Radford College. In lane 6, MLC. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand, Queenwood.
So Loretto Kirribilli are represented by Lucy Howard, Alice Watkins, Claire Flanagan, Samantha Callanan and their cox Caitlin Gately, coached by William Foxton and Amelia Halley. Roseville, represented by Trinity Hoffman, Samantha Reeves, Adelaide French and Abby Cox, coxed by Lucy Thompson and coached by Brianna Monk. Radford College, represented by Ellen Mihaljevic, Bridget Kelleher-Cole, Nikita Crabb and Hannah Hardy, coxed by Aileen O'Neill, coached by Sam Donnell and Vicky Spencer. MLC School, represented by Sophie Wilson, Sarah Carvolth, Jasmine Fitch and Inez Kritzler, coxed by Azura Zappacosta, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kath Hextall. And Queenwood, Madeline Newman, Isabel Sanderson, Francesca Cabanas and Claire de Souza, coxed by Michaela Cheetham and coached by Julia Hamilton.
And at the 1500 mark, Radford College were leading Queenwood by basically half a boat length, followed by Roseville, who were still in touch at the time. MLC were 4th, and Loretto Kirribilli were 5th. In the last 2:50 to go, it's looking even closer now, looking like a straight fight between Radford and Queenwood. Radford still, I think, have got the nose in front, and Roseville are looking strong as well. Queenwood just raising the rating and responding. Will be close. The last 100 metres to go between these two boats, Radford College and Queenwood.
Some excellent sculling there, really nice and long. Yep, so Radford College continue to lead in the last few metres, but Queenwood closing rapidly. Have they run out of space? Oh, just. They'll have to wait for the final.
Close race there. Third, Roseville. Not as quick, not a quick as race as Heat 2.
Ah.
So Radford, number 1, crossed the line in a provisional time of 7:50, some 7 seconds behind the winners, their schoolmates Kinross Walleroy in Heat 2. Queenwood 2nd. Roseville 3.5 seconds behind those in 3rd. MLC 4th. And Loretto Kirribilli in 5th. Good push there from Queenwood.
Very good. So provisional time, winning time 7 minutes 50.03. The margin 0.52, 3.3, 12.22, 24.92. And our final heat of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull is now in progress. Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, Denica Tajali, Lily Windsor, Amanda Lewin, Victoria Brash and their cox Abby Thornton, coached by Eliza Johnson. Redlands 1 in lane 4, Audra Olson, Sophia Maxwell, Emily Barrell and Elizabeth Holther. Charlotte Harmon is the cox, the coach Lucy Mason. St Catherine's 1 in lane 5, Amelia Cooper, Connie Skeffington, Claudia Horrell, Alia Rahman and Bella McGeekin Cox. The coaches Dermot Driscoll, Jared Watson and Crystal Piper. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6, Charlotte O'Keefe, Eden Thomas, Elizabeth Attia and Josephine Burke, coxed by Emma Flaherty. And in lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Isabella Scammell, Freya Neville, their cox Georgia Robson, their coaches Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. Well, we've seen a few of these names already today in the small boats, the singles and the doubles. Particularly impressive, Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville.
Yeah, that's right, Lizzie. The Isabella and Freya won the Schoolgirl Head of the River last year for their schools, with a couple of compatriots who are no longer rowing with them. I think have probably left school. And they do hold the time for the record holder for 2,000 metres in this category at the head of the river, which they won last year, in 2019, with a time of 7 minutes and 19.3 seconds. So it's as no surprise that Kinross are out in a commanding lead and looking extremely comfortable.
Don't look like they're going for a time today. Now, not in the first regatta of the season.
It looks like a, let's just say, more leisurely paddle for Kinross.
I do believe, I think Isabella and Freya were really hoping to go to Women's Henley last year, but of course the COVID crisis just threw everything into disarray, and overseas trips were definitely not on the cards. But that's a commanding lead, nice low rating, long, strong, powerful strokes. Just out there to do the business for the school.
I get a sense they think they've won this.
However, they do need to do a good time in order to make it through to the A final.
Correct.
So they need to be somewhere around the 7:50 mark, don't they? Our winning time's been 7:50.
Well, 7:43 is the quickest heat we've had so far from their school friends in
and
Heat 2.
8 o'clock here.
So at 1,500 metres, Kinross Walleroy across the line, 5 minutes 32, 15 and a half seconds ahead of St Catherine's, who lead Redlands by 3 seconds.
And 20 seconds faster than the previous heat. Right, at that point. Pretty good.
And you can see the difference such a commanding lead makes in terms of stroke rate and relaxation within the crew, despite them being certainly the quickest boat on record in these, on paper in this category. They look to be very controlled, very smooth. Timing is great, not in a rush, despite the fact that they're still very, very quick.
Yeah. Well, we're coming up to the end of a 4-year cycle. The Women's National Training Centre will be looking for some new blood, so maybe they need to go knocking on John Keogh's door, eh?
Could be, certainly.
That's nice.
Certainly a great looking boat there as they cross the line. Very relaxed, very smooth. Andrew Gannon, Alex Cropley, very happy with that, I'm sure.
And they cross in a provisional time of 7 minutes 27.48. So second crew across the line will be St Catherine's. The margin 16.86.
Redlands cross the line in third.
But I think that's still, even second place is a pretty quick time by my reckoning, about 7:45. So pretty fast race there with Kinross Walleroy 1 crossing first. St Catherine's coming in second, Redlands 3. And then we have
Loretto,
Loretto
Normanhurst.
Normanhurst, and yeah, there's
Pimble.
Pimble on the far
Yeah.
side. Yeah. And looking at the fact that they have no digit after their name, I think there must just be the one crew from each of those schools. So it's a bit different to a school where it's highly competitive for the Cox Quad.
So 4th place, Loretto Normanhurst in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Heat 4. Don't know if that's going to get them in the final. And bringing up the rear in that race is Pimble Ladies College over on the far side in 5th. The next race we have is race 48. It's already well underway. This is the C final of the schoolboys Coxed Quad. It's a duel between Redlands 5 and Cranbrook 5. In Redlands is Mantell, Wilding, Decker, Forrest, Cox by Finn Woodward. And in the Cranbrook boat, we've got Jackson, Hartnett, Stallone, and Goodman, Cox by Oliver Klein. And certainly from this perspective, it looks like the boys from Cranbrook have taken a substantial lead from Redlands. And barring any disasters, will comfortably cross the line. So the boat from Cranbrook, Jack Jackson, Joseph Hartnett, Massimo Stallone, Sebastian Goodman and Oliver Klein as Cox. Comfortable win there from the boat with Douglas Mantell, Locke Wilding, Lachlan Decker, Jack Forrest and Finn Woodward from Redlands. Cranbrook, the winners of the C final in a time of 8:12. Next we have race 49. It's the B final of the schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. On the far side in lane 1 we have Cranbrook 3, Maguire, Needlick, Roach and Matilda Mertens with Cox Sebastian Kolick. In lane 2 Redlands, Chubb, McLaughlin, Vanderplume, Fry and the Cox Charlotte Morrison. In lane 3 Redlands 2, Thomas, Hartnell, Rose, Drake. In lane 4, Cranbrook 2, Monday, Shannon, Stone, Zara and Cox, Edward Walker. In lane 5, Cranbrook 1, Sam Hayes, Jackson, Dawson, Logan, Scott Brown and Cox, Joshua Abley. In lane 6, Kinross, Walleroy, Maxwell, Shaw, Crawford, Malloy and the Cox, Finley Shepherd. In lane 7, Cranbrook 4, Hayes, Jones, Klotz and Robson, Cox, Tom Gloucester. And on the near side, Redlands 4, Natilli, Gold, Whelan, McFarlane and Cox, Fletcher, Logan. These boys have raced obviously before this morning. And in the closing stages with about 300 metres to go. Looks like Cranbrook in lane 4 have got their noses in front maybe from lane 7, Cranbrook themselves, Hayes, Jones, Klotz and Robson. So this might be a straight fight to the finish for the Cranbrook boys to take bragging rights. fact, it could in fact be a clean sweep for Cranbrook. First, second and third. So the Cranbrook boat 2 leading the Cranbrook boat 1. Cranbrook boat 4. That was the results at the 1500 metres. May have well changed somewhat. So at the moment it looks like the boat in lane 4, Cranbrook 2, have got a great lead over the boat in lane 5, their compatriots in Cranbrook 1, who indeed are maybe just fallen behind slightly from Redlands in lane 2. So Cranbrook in lane 4, the Cranbrook 2 boat wins the B final. Very, very close for number 2. Oh, gee whiz, it's a photo for second and third between Cranbrook and Redlands, who made a great comeback there. 5th, Kinross Walleroy. 6th, Redlands 3. 7th will be Cranbrook 3. Bringing home the field is Redlands 4. Photo there for second and third. I'm going to say it was Cranbrook second, Redlands third, but we'll wait for the results of that. There'll be tents there after the finish line, while the boys from Cranbrook and the boys from Redlands will wait for the photo results.
Oh, and in the meantime, we'll take you to the lineup then for the A final, which is underway now, race 50 on our programme. So the A final of the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull, Kinross Walleroy 2 are in lane 1, Radford College 2 are in lane 2, St Augustine's 2 are in lane 3. Radford College 1 in lane 4, St Augustine's College 1 in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy School 1 in lane 6, Redlands 1 in lane 7, Radford College 4 in lane 8 and Radford College 3 in lane 9.
And the official result of race 49 there, as we expected. In first place, Cranbrook 2 with a time of 7 minutes 12. In second place, Cranbrook 1, a time of around 7:19, and just 0.31 of a second behind. In third place were Redlands 2. Very close race there.
So a reminder that if your crew wins, one representative from the school should come to the Rowing New South Wales tent in front of the grandstand to collect medals for all of the crew. We're not doing presentations at the pontoon today due to COVID restrictions. At 1,000 metres gone, halfway through the race, St Augustine's have taken a lead in the final of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad. They are 2.64 seconds ahead of Radford College 1, who are 4.37 seconds ahead of Radford College 2, and Redlands are sitting in 4th. St Augustine's 2 in 5th, Kinross Walleroy 1 in 6th, Radford College 4 7th, Kinross Walleroy 2 in 8th position, and Radford College 3 in 9th. That's at the halfway mark. St Augustine's in the lead. So that's the St Augustine's crew of Oliver St Pierre, Brandon Smith, Bo Nicholas and Joshua Wilson, coxed by Ben Edwards, coached by Judith Ungemach and Matthias Ungemach. And if you're able to see a screen right now, you'll see that they are showing on the big screen. Radford College 2, Charlie Stewart, Christopher Bush, Angus Walker, Harrison Lonsdale, coxed by Jemima Green and coached by Corey Kovac and Vicky Spencer, are next to them in lane 2. And on the other side of them in lane 4, Radford College 1, Ethan Toscan, William Gregory, James Dixon and Sam Roberts, coxed by Ben Heatley and coached by Corey Kovac and Vicky Spencer. The Redlands crew, is it next, I think? Patrick Walker, Daniel Close, Alexander Verschoor and Alexander Holthur. Sebastian Tang as their cocks, and their coach is Anders Betemir.
And at the 1500 metre mark,
St. Augustine's.
St. Augustine's had pulled out a lead of about a boat length.
And St. Augustine's 2 have overtaken the crew beside them to move into 4th position. So that's the St. Augustine's crew of Alex Bohm, Oliver Thomas, Kyle Brown and Tom Faflin, coxed by Lachlan King and coached by Judith Ungermark and Justin Brown. There's a good picture. In between them is the Radford College 1 crew, who we've mentioned already. So it's Radford College 2, yeah, we've mentioned them as well. Yeah, and then there seems to be almost a second division. So in the lane 1, on the furthest side from the grandstand, Killen-Ross Walleroy 2 crew is Jack Weeks, Alexander Brown, Harry Horton and Archie Lamont, Lucinda McMartin, their cocks, and their coaches Andrew Gannon and Alexander Cropley. St. Augustine's 1 powering their way down to the finish now, long, strong, looking very composed. They will take out the win in the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull at the Independent Schools Championship 2020. A very good row indeed from Radford College there to take 2nd position. St. Augustine's 2 have overtaken yet another crew to come in 3rd ahead of Radford College. So we shall look forward to those crews, those schools meeting each other at the next event. And a fine performance there from the crew from Redlands coming across in 5th position. 6th will be Radford College 4. 7th will be Kinross Walleroy. 8th across to Kinross Walleroy number 2 in lane 1. And our final crew would be Radford College number 3. The winning time for St. Augustine's, 6 minutes 39.26 seconds. The margins 5.48 and 4.83, and then just a 1.17 back to Radford College 2.
Big
Excellent
difference.
Race.
Big difference there between the A and B final. St. Augustine's winning in a time of 6:39 compared to the win on the B final from Cranbrook at a time of 7:12. So a considerable distance between those two finals. Shows you the strength and the speed of the guys who get into the A final. It's well deserved.
Yes, indeed. Yep, some names to watch there, I would imagine.
Next race we have is race 51. It's Division 1, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull.
A change of pace.
Certainly a change of pace, yes. This will be an interesting race. So, on the far side, we have from Newcastle Grammar, Mafina Bland. In lane 2 from Loretto Kirribilli, Sophie Wagner. In lane 3 from Redlands, Michaela Sanger. In lane 4 from Radford College, Mia Cluth. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Jessica Lahan. In lane 6 from Mossman, Catherine Wilcock. We have a scratch in lane 7 from Pimble Ladies. So in lane 8 we have Loretto Kirribilli, Heidi Aherns. And in lane 9 from Asham we have Winter Wennerbom. So this will certainly be the first time that many of these girls have raced in a single. It will be extremely daunting, and despite this being only 1,000 metres, it will seem an extremely long way. Is this 1,000 metres, Liz, or is this 1,500?
No, this is supposed to be, year 9, so 1,000 metres.
Yeah.
So that means it's a free start. So right now the umpire will be working with an aligner to line the girls up on the 1,000 metre marker. Bit tricky when it's windy, so I'm just looking at those flags there in front of the grandstand. Unfortunately, they are dropping somewhat. So trying to line up the bow balls on the end of the boat, because it doesn't matter where the rower sits in the middle of the boat. Boats can be different. It's the bow ball across the line that determines the win, not the body. And so the same thing on the start. The aligner is trying to get those bow balls as close as possible. And they're off. Very good start there from Heidi Ahrens from Loretto Kirribilli, coached by Benjamin Sullivan. One of the most important things in a single scull is to not fall in. And probably
That's
the
right,
second most important thing is to try and go in a straight line so that you don't have to spend half the race trying to get yourself straight and balanced again.
I don't think we've seen anybody take a swim so far.
No, I've probably jinxed it now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. In lane 9, beside Heidi, is Winter Wennebaum from Ascombe School. So we can see them there in the picture quite clearly. And Ascombe School's Winter Wennebaum just struggling a little bit there with the boys because it looks so easy from where we sit to go in a straight line, and it really isn't easy at all. So a little drift over to one side means your blade catches on the boys, and it can be a bit disturbing.
They do say you're not a real sculler unless you've been in at least 10 times.
Oh, I'm clearly not a real sculler then.
I never was a sculler.
Now, across on the far side, we have, I'm presuming she shortens her name to Miff Bland, representing Newcastle Grammar School, looking very calm there, very controlled, and working her way steadily up that nice sheltered lane. Next to her, Sophie Wagner from Loreto Kirribilli.
Looks at this stage to be pretty close at the moment. Nobody's got a clear lead, and nobody's really dropped back to such an extent they're out of the race. And in fact, all these scullers are looking actually pretty competent for where they are in their in their rowing careers. It's a testament to their coaches that they're on the course and upright.
So just looking down the course, just a reminder please, if you are cycling, please put your helmet on. If you are watching the racing, please stay in your allotted domain. Wherever it is your school was asked to be, either a tent or a trailer, please stay there. Please don't wander up and down the towpath. Please stay close to your tent in your allotted area.
And with 500 metres gone in this race, it seems that Heidi Ahern's from Loreto Kirribilli is in first place. Mifina Bland from Newcastle Grammar on the far side is in second. Sophie Wagner from Loreto Kirribilli in third. Mia Cluth from Radford is in fourth. Michaela Sanger-Larsen is in sixth place. I think we have a bit of a confusion on the fifth place there. Seems that Heidi Ahern's is both first and fifth, but we will tell. But it certainly looks like Heidi's certainly winning at the moment. It's like Winter Wennebaum is in fifth, Michaela Sanger-Larsen in sixth. But still very close across the board. Heidi Ahern's from Loreto Kirribilli in the blue and yellow. Got a comfortable lead. Loreto Kirribilli with the bright yellow blades, for those of you who have taken an interest.
Yeah, that's an excellent push in the last quarter of the race from Sophie Wagner of Loreto Kirribilli across there in lane 2. And a really good showing now from the Radford sculler Mia Cluth in lane 4. But it's Heidi Ahrens from Loreto Kirribilli who continues to lead. We're into the red boys now, signifying the last 100 metres of the race.
That's a good push from Radford.
And a very good push from Mia Cluth of Radford College. She may just have run out of room. Very composed Heidi Ahrens will cross the line in first position to win the Division 1 of the Year 9 single scull, and Radford College will have to settle for second. Third will be Sophie Wagner of Loreto Kirribilli, an excellent row in the second half. And another good row from Loreto Normanhurst, Jessica Linehan, to cross in fourth. Fifth will be Redlands, Michaela Sanger-Larsen. Sixth will be Ascombe's Winter Wennebaum, and last across the line will be Mifina Bland. Oh no, not last. Yes, last.
Yeah, I think it was a scratch from
Mossman.
Mossman, yeah. And Pimble.
Finishing time there for Heidi Ahrens, 4 minutes, 17.95 seconds. The margin between her and Mia Cluth, 3.2 seconds, and a further 3.97 back to Sophie Wagner. Congratulations to all of our Year 9 single scullers, Division 1. We now move to Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. In lane 1 from St Paul's Grammar, Arabella Logan, coached by Darryl Young. In lane 2 from Mossman, Eva Distasso, coached by Kathy Starling and Justin Brown. In lane 3 from Loreto Kirribilli, Scarlett Kevin, coached by Phoebe Halley. In lane 4 from Pymble Ladies College, Mia Booth, coached by Ben Booker. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Miranda Zabo, coached by Gavin Ellis and Felix Dure. In lane 6 from MLC School, Sasha Koverick, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Madeline Murphy. In lane 7 from Mossman, Philippa Young, coached by Kathy Starling and Justin Brown. And in lane 8, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Phoebe Lill, coached by Phoebe Halley.
And with about halfway to go, it seems that the sculler from Mossman, Philippa Young, has got a good lead there over Scarlett Kevin from Loreto Kirribilli, a lead of about 5.5 seconds, followed by Arabella Logan, the sculler from St Paul's Grammar. Mia Booth from Pymble Ladies in 5th. MLC Skull, Sasha Kovarik in 6th. And Phoebe Lill from Loreto Kirribilli is in 7th. And a good scull here from the Mossman 1 sculler, Philippa Young. As she looks over her shoulder, just to try and see where the red boys start. Indication of the last 250 to go. She's got a bit of a way yet before she gets into, the 100-meter mark. Keeps on looking over her left shoulder. She's not really concerned about the threat from the inside. From lane 3, but lane 5, PLC. And Philippa Young just takes up the rate slightly just to keep the sculler to her right in lane 5, PLC, Miranda Zabo off. Comfortable scull there. Crosses the line. So first place, Philippa Young from Mossman. Second place is Miranda Zabo from PLC in lane 5. Very close between 4 and the far side. I think lane 4, Mia Booth takes 3rd. Scarlett Kevin, Loreto Kirribilli in 5th, Eva de Sasso in 6th. From Mossman 3. A couple of scullers bringing in the lane 6. We have Sasha Kovarik from MLC in 7th place. And in lane 8 we have Phoebe Lill from Loreto Kirribilli. Okay, so let's just recap race 52. In first place, Philippa Young from Mossman in a time of 4 minutes 18 seconds. Sorry, that's not right. Is that right? Yes, it is. In second place, Miranda Zabo from PLC Sydney. In third place, from Pymble Ladies, Mia Booth. In fourth place, from St Paul's Grammar, Arabella Logan. In fifth place, from Loreto Kirribilli, Scarlett Kevin. In sixth place, from Mossman, Eva de Stasso. In seventh place, from MLC, Sasha Kovarik. And in eighth place, from Loreto Kirribilli, Phoebe Lill.
Congratulations to Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. So again, if a representative from the school could come to the tent at the front of the grandstand to collect the medals, please. Race 53 is now in progress. The Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull, also racing over 1,000 metres. This is a straight final. In lane 1, representing Ascombe, Kitty Zusak and Grace Carter. In lane 2, representing Pymble Ladies College, Harriet McLean and Megan Wood, coached by Ben Booker. In lane 3, from Ascombe, Trieste Dumani and Anna Scrooby. In lane 4, from PLC Sydney, Tasha Cahill and Sophia Tsudakalis, coached by Izzy Hooton and Felix Dürr. In lane 5, from MLC School, Jodie Feng and Amelia Glastonbury, coached by Madeline Murphy and Kirsten Lilliquist. In lane 6, from Radford College 1, Eliza Lilly and Siobhan Hall. In lane 7, from Redlands, Daisy Thomas and Scarlett Illick. In lane 8, Radford College 2, Sophie Espeland and Sophie Conlon. And in lane 9, from St Catherine's School, Jasmine Abila and Julia Mallam, coached by Crystal Piper. Crystal, who herself was a fine junior sculler and represented at state level.
So with 2:50 to go, it looks like the girls from Radford College are in the lead. In lane 6, I think, from here. Second is on the far side, Asham in lane 3. And third in lane 7, looks like Redlands. St Catherine's taking a bit of a circuitous course, just outside of the lane on the near side. Not to be unexpected at this level. The girls from Radford, Lily and Hall. Eliza Lilly and Siobhan Hall coming up to take gold medal in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Sculls for Radford College. Ascombe coming in, silver place there. Zuzak and Carter followed closely by Pymble Ladies. Fourth, Radford College, Espeland and Conlon. Fifth, in lane 5 is MLC School. Lane 7, Redlands, Daisy Thomas and Scarlett Illick were 6th. In 7th position, St Catherine's, Abel and Mallam. In 8th position was Asham, Zuzak and Carter. And in 9th position, Cahill and Zudakalakas in 9th position.
And the provisional finishing time for our winners from Radford College was 3 minutes 55.98 seconds. The margins between them and Ascombe 1, who were second, 8.65 seconds, and a further 2.64 seconds back to Pymble Ladies College, who took third. Fourth, Radford College 2, fifth, MLC School, sixth, Redlands, 7th, St Catherine's, 8th, Ascombe 2, 9th, PLC Sydney.
And coming into the final stages of the next race, race 54 is the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Sculls. 4 boats in this race and an obvious winner already. It seems to be in lane 6, Rohan White from Radford College as he approaches the line to take the gold medal in this race, the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull. Takes it from Hamish Whittier, his compatriot from Radford College, who will take the silver, followed by Alfie Leach, who looks like to have wrapped up the 3rd position, just from Max Moylan, who finished strongly there in the scull. So, race 54, Rowan White from Radford College in a time of 4:02. Second was Hamish Whittier from Radford College as well, some 18 seconds behind. Redlands, Alfie Leach came in 3rd, and Max Moylan from Cranbrook Just got pipped on the line there, who came in fourth. Race 55 is underway now, and this is a schoolboy Year 9 double scull. 3 boats in this race. On the far side, Cranbrook, Murray and De Ferrari. In the middle lane is Radford College, Robson and Gaydon, and in the lane nearest to the stand from Redlands is Jackson and Campbell. And Radford College, Robson and Gaydon have a commanding lead from Murray and De Ferrari from Cranbrook, who indeed have, let's say, comfortable lead from Jackson and Campbell from Redlands. So the boys in the blue caps show their dominance in the sculling boats again. A very controlled row here from Robson and Gaydon. Significantly quicker through the water, driving the legs down. Quicker, more stable boat, as you can see. The boat is moving very well. A much higher stroke rate. They're finishing strong. As they take the win, they'll be very happy with that. That will stand them in good stead for later regattas as they cross the line. Robson and Gaydon. Very happy indeed. Radford College. Great time of 3 minutes 42.04. That's going to be quite a margin behind second place. William Murray and Lodovico De Ferrari from Cranbrook, who, despite themselves, finished in second spot. And a valiant effort from Thomas Jackson and Hamish Campbell from Redlands. Well done, gents. That's a good race. Finish in third. So the results from race 55: in first place, strong win from Robson and Gaydon from Radford College in a time of 3 minutes 42. 28 seconds behind them was Murray and De Ferrari from Cranbrook, and another 27.5 seconds behind them was Jackson and Campbell from Redlands.
So we move now to Coxed Quad Sculls, Year 10, and we're going to start off with 3 finals in the schoolgirl event. The C final, the B final, and then the A final. Race 56 is the C final, schoolgirl, Year 10, Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 3, Redlands 6, Madeline Wilson, Chloe Ayung, Ulan Margan and Emma Sullivan, coxed by Sophie Kennedy and coached by Ingrid Holter. Redlands have withdrawn. Redlands 3, that is. Redlands 5 are racing in lane 5. Felicity Schlederer, Sophia Parkinson, Scarlett Mayer and Daisy Thomas, coxed by Lola Dwyer and coached by Natasha Barak. In lane 6 from Pymble Ladies College, the 4th crew of Sophie Waters, Alexandra Luxton, Zara Benson and Georgia Alexander Esau, coxed by Manny Lynn and coached by Lucinda Wickham Fines. And in lane 7 from Loretto Normanhurst, Erin Bridger, Abigail Whitaker, Ashie O'Kelly and Maria L. Haddad, coxed by Isabella Goonan and coached by Laurie Hunter. The race is over 1,500 metres. Following the Year 10 schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls, we will move to the B and A final of the schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Seems to be a bit of delay here while the boats are lining up on the 1,500 metre mark. We are a few minutes ahead of schedule.
So whilst we are waiting, can we do a little bit of housekeeping? So yet again, can I please remind you that if you are on a bicycle, please wear a helmet. As Chris McCarthy said this morning, after 2 bike crashes so far this year and 2 surgeries in hospital, he is extremely keen to see you all wearing helmets, as am I. So please remember, it is a requirement of cycling here at Cirque that you wear a helmet, so just because you are a coach and have got a sun hat on doesn't exclude you. Secondly, could we remind you, please, coxes and coaches, to get your bow numbers and put them back in the collection boxes that are dotted around the grounds, or if you're feeling wonderful, you can bring them down to Julia, who is here as always, and Katie Kershaw, sitting in the tent at the front of the grandstand today. Thank you, ladies. You do such a great job every regatta.
And just to reiterate that, a sun hat from Bunnings does not a helmet constitute.
You know who you are.
As you cycle away.
Just another call out also, earlier on in the regatta, in fact early this morning, we found a key to a car which was on a pink ribbon. So if that is your car key, could you please go down to Julia and Katie at the tent in front of the grandstand to collect it. That's a key to a car that was on a ribbon found early this morning. So if you keep your car key on a ribbon, then have a quick check and see if it's there, and if not, go down and collect it.
A Subaru car key, was it? A Subaru car key, yeah.
Just a reminder that we have some stalls behind the grandstand, so if you are one of the lucky ones and you're over on the island, please do go and visit our suppliers, the Regatta Shop, with the formal merchandise for this New South Wales Independent Schools Championships 2020. Bont Cycling are also there, displaying their their rowing shoes, I should say. Very good cycling shoes too, but today they're showing you their rowing shoes, also very good. And in the far corner, Pontoon, with all of your needs for your uniforms and other training gear. So that's Pontoon, the Regatta Shop, and Bont Rowing behind the grandstand on the island.
And that's them off in the next race. Race 56, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull C Final. In lane 3, Redland 6, Wilson, a Young, Margon, Sullivan, Sophie Kennedy, the Cox. Scratch in lane 4, so that's an empty lane. In lane 5 will be Redlands 5, Shredler, Parkinson, Mayer and Thompson, with a Cox of Lola Dwyer. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies 4, Waters, Luxton, Benson, Alexander, Ishaw, Cox by Manny Lynn. In lane 7, we have the boat from Loretta Normanhurst. Bridget Whitaker, O'Kelly, El Hadid, and Isabella Goonan from Normanhurst is their Cox. Off they go. All got away okay. Schoolgirl Year 10. Interesting technique and timing from some of these boats. The wind has picked up slightly. Tailwind now, blowing slightly to a crosswind, but no excuse for some of the timing that we see in some of the boats, which will remain nameless at this moment. Looks like, despite themselves, the boat from Redlands in lane 5 is in the lead, followed by closely Pymble Ladies College in lane 6. Not a contention or Redlands 6 in lane 3 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder please that you are asked to stay by your tent or your trailer and not to wander around the regatta venue. We are still under very strict COVID restrictions, so please stay where your school has been allocated an area.
And as expected, 500 metres gone, Redlands are in the lead, 4.5 seconds behind are Pymble Ladies 4, third are Loretto Normanhurst, and fourth are Redlands 6.
Yeah, so these crews made these finals according to the times that they achieved in the earlier racing, and some of the conditions earlier were a lot calmer and a bit easier to deal with. So whilst it sounds very attractive to have a following wind when you're racing in rowing, sometimes it's really not much help at all. Quite difficult to control the blades with that wind just blowing you off your catch like that.
Looks like the two boats from Redlands and who are on this side of the course are close. The Pymble Ladies College girls in red have certainly got in with a chance there. Second, or in fact they might even be first at this stage. Very close between the Redlands boats and the Pymble Ladies boats at this moment in time. The boat from Loretto Normanhurst seems to have dropped off slightly. And from this rather acute angle, it looks like it's going to be a good finish between Redlands and Pymble. No clear boat in the lead at this moment. There is evidence of the acute angle in which I'm looking at. Redlands are clearly in the lead. Redlands 5, boat in lane 5, Schrader, Parkinson, Mayer and Thomas. 10 seconds ahead of Pymble Ladies, Pymble Ladies, who are indeed themselves a further 14.8 seconds in front of Loretto Normanhurst, with Redlands 4th in lane 6, bringing up the rear.
Coaches, please remember to don your helmets before you cycle down the towpath to watch your crews.
.200 metres to go. Looks like the boat, Redlands 5 in lane 5. Got a commanding lead here from Pymble Ladies in lane 6. And it's going to be close for third place between Loretto Normanhurst and Redlands. Loretto Normanhurst nearest the stand. Redlands 6 on the far side. 100 metres to go. Redlands, Schlader, Parkinson, Mayer and Thomas. Cox, Lola, Dwyer, coach Natasha Barrack. Happy with that win. Sets them up well for regattas in the next coming weeks, I'm sure. Solidify the crew selection there as they cross the line. It's a good win for Redlands Boat 5 in the Schoolgirl UL10 Cox Quad Scull C final.
And some good spirit in the Pimble ladies crew of Sophie Waters, Alexandra Luxton, Zara Benson and Georgia Alexander Esau. Manny Lynn urging them across the line to take out second position. Well done, ladies. 1,500 metres. It's a big step up from year 9 doing 1,000 metres. So done and dusted. And they'll be the better for that race when they come to the next regatta. Our second Redlands crew crossing the line now. Madeline Wilson, Chloe Ayung, Ulan Margon, Emma Sullivan and their cox Sophie Kennedy will take out third place. And our race will be completed by the Loretto Normanhurst crew of Erin Bridger, Abigail Whittaker, Ashie O'Kelly and Maria El Haddad, coached by Isabella Goonan. Congratulations to our Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls in the C final there. The winning time for Redlands 5 was 6 minutes 53.58 seconds and they won by 11.86 seconds. So moving on now to our second final. This is the B final in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Radford College 3 are in lane 1, Roseville in lane 2, St Catherine's 1 in lane 3, Redlands 2 in lane 4, in lane 5 Radford College 2 in lane 6, Pimble Ladies College 3, Queenwood 3 in lane 7, St Catherine's 2 in lane 8 and Redlands 4 in lane 9.
This is going to be a close race here. Queenwood probably a canvas in front of the trailing St Cat's and Pimbles and Redlands 2 with 150 to go. Queenland have yet to respond to a push on the far side by St Cat's and Redland. St Cat's motoring along. Queenwood will have to watch out here.
So that's the Queenwood crew of Rosie Skinner, Claudia Met, Valanti, Socrates and Sienna Fraser, coxed by Ali Hindmarsh. A really good push in lane 4 there from Redlands 2, Phoebe Cunningham, Gracie Connell, Yazzie Collichan and Charlotte Scamps. St Catherine's, Charlotte Skeffington, Cameron Faturis, Madeline Griffiths, Lara Webber and Charlotte Wadds.
And this is coming down to the wire. Queenwood just take it from Redlands. I think there will be a photo. St Cat's in third.
And Pimble Ladies College, Isabel Fisher, Ella Monk, Arabella Hunt and Isabella Watson, coxed by Serena Lung, will settle for 4th. 5th, lane 8, St Catherine's second crew.
That could have been the closest race of the day so far. It was very, very tight there at the finish.
Radford College crossing in 6th, Roseville College 7th. A race now between Radford and Redlands for 8th position, and it will be Redlands that takes it out. Radford College just having a bit of a battle with the blades there in the final few strokes. Well done, ladies. Year 10 Cox Quad Scull B final. A win for Queenwood 3 in a time of 5 minutes, 59.85 seconds. They just managed 0.35 of a second over Redlands 2. 3rd, St Catherine's 1. 4th, Pimble Ladies 3. 5th, St Catherine's 2. 6th, Radford College 2. 7th, Roseville 8th, Redlands. 9th, Radford College 3.
Yeah, and up until the final couple of slight strokes there, I think it was just a case of who was going to get the last stroke in before the line. Very close race there. I know particularly there'd be a couple of mums in the stand who've probably had a good lunch and will be happy with that win.
Some really, really good racing coming from Queenwood and Redlands and Radford College, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Across the board, really good. And some very gutsy rows indeed from Pimble Ladies College, who are starting to show. Now, on the start line, we have the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, representing Loretto Normanhurst second crew, Amber Buchanan, Madison Hines, Aveen Creek and Josie Sims, coxed by Genevieve Bolster and coached by Linda Reed. In lane 2 from Loreto Kirribilli, Lucy McDougall, Olivia Bisoglio, Claire Flanagan and Alice Watkins, coxed by Caitlin Gately and coached by William Foxton and Amelia Halley. In lane 3, Radford College 1, represented by Ellie McGlassis, Zoe McIntosh, Hannah Sampson and Josephine Truswell, coxed by Mackenzie Jolly. In lane 4, Pymble Ladies College 1, Macy Leahy, Alexandra de Ambrosis, Rhiannon Castle and Lucy Miller, coxed by Indy Tischler and coached by Ollie Teets. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Ella Buesnel, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle and Lily Robson, coxed by Jade Carrow, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 6, Redlands first crew of Katarina Kroll, Alana Mansfield, Georgia Verschure and Briar Carter, coxed by Zoe Naismith and coached by Gabriella Chubb. In lane 7, Pymble Ladies second crew, Sarah Oppenheim, Catherine Gavana, Charlotte Hartin and Olivia Bransgrove, coxed by Eliza Gottard and coached by Jasmine Hanley. In lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Jennifer Choi, Sarah Bebbington, Victoria Mortensen and Ailia Steele, coxed by Ishbel Craig and coached by Annie Akey, Caro Lynn Wong and Felix Dure. And completing our lineup, in lane 9, Queenwood's first crew of Grace Anderson, Naomi Peace, Madison Preller and Emily Tickle, coxed by Anae Holmes and coached by Ella Davidson.
And it's a long way back there, 1,500 metres of those you can't see. The wind was certainly blowing stronger down at the start there. The coach and the coaches and the starting umpires asking the boats to line up in the extreme right of the lane as we look at the lane up at the start. The crossing was quite severe, I think, up there. But they've all got off. It's at the moment, I think there's no clear boat out in front.
Strong start there from Kinross Walleroy, that crew of Ella Buesnel, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle and Lily Robson, coxed by Jade Carrow. Certainly Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle and Lily Robson, very familiar names from previous seasons.
I think the wind is certainly having an impact on this race. There's some interesting steering going on as the boats all come out of that crosswind. They'll come into a less windy piece around the course. You'll see the water being flatter as they come in now out of that into that wind shadow from the trees.
So Kinross Walleroy in the lead, Redlands 1 currently sitting in second, Pymble Ladies College 2 currently sitting in third, and Radford College 1 are currently fourth. Queenwood 1 at the moment in fifth. And Pymble Ladies College 1 sitting in sixth, but they're all just within 1 or 2 seconds of each other. Then there's a massive 2-second gap back to PLC Sydney and the Loreto Kirribilli and Loreto Normanhurst crews. But as you say, this will first to 500 means nothing, does it? So pushing through the middle of the race, this is when they settle into their rhythm and we start to see crews slowly creep away from each other. The Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 5 in the middle there, still looking very good indeed. Now, the way that it works going into a final is that the fastest crews will be in the middle lanes, and then the crews in finishing order fan out from there. So you would expect the crews in lanes 4 and 5 to be the faster crews, and the lanes in 1 and 9 to be the slower crews. Not always the case. No,
and certainly not in this. In the lane closest to the stand, looks like Queenwood are okay. They're certainly up on lane 8, but the girls from Kinross are still out there.
Yeah, it looks like Radford have started to creep through now, so Kinross Walleroy still in first position, but Radford College 1 looking very strong indeed and come across the line in second position. Redlands pushed now back into third position, and Pymble Ladies College 1 have moved their way up from 6th to 4th. Pymble Ladies College 2 have dropped back to 5th. Queenwood 1 are now sitting in 6th position, Loreto Kirribilli 7th, And PLC Sydney are now 8th and Loretto Normanhurst 2 are 9th. First half of the race gone.
Yeah, it looks like Kinross will have got a good lead across from Radford, Redlands, Pimble and Queenwood, but the second through to sixth positions are all within a second of each other. A lot still to do.
So Kinross Walleroy continue to lead, but Radford College are now pressing back against them fairly quickly. That's Ellie McGlassis, Zoe McIntosh, Hannah Sampson, Josephine Truswell, and their cox Mackenzie Jolly.
Radford have put the foot down on this.
Does look as though Pimble Ladies College, they worked their way from 6th to 4th, and they look as though they've now worked their way into 3rd position. That's the crew of Macy Leahy, Alexandra D. Ambrosis, Rhiannon Castle, Lucy Miller, and their cox Indy Tischler. The Redlands crew have dropped back now to 4th position. Katarina Kroll, Alana Mansfield, Georgia Verschure, Briar Carter and their cox Zoe Naismith, but they haven't given up. Still steadily sculling and managing to keep their noses in front of the crew from Pimble Ladies College. Kinross Walleroy take the win in the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. Radford College will cross in 2nd. Pimble Ladies College will be 3rd. Redlands take 4th. Pimble Ladies College 2 will be 5th. Queenwood from lane 9, their first crew will be 6th. 7th will be Loretto Kirribilli, closely followed by the crew from PLC Sydney who will be 8th, and Loretto Normanhurst will be 9th. The crew from Kinross Walleroy won in a time of 5 minutes 40.90 seconds, a margin of 9.58 over Radford College and further 3.87 over Pimble. So first Kinross Walleroy, 2nd Radford 1, 3rd Pimble Ladies College 1, 4th Redlands 1, 5th Pimble Ladies 2, 6th Queenwood 1, 7th Loretto Kirribilli, 8th PLC Sydney and 9th Loretto Normanhurst 2. So our next race, Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. Here we have 2 finals. The B final is underway. In lane 3, representing Cranbrook, Cameron Pryor, Benjamin Tish Bostock, Hugh Witts and Edward McHugh, coxed by Tom Gloucester. In lane 4, Radford College 3, Jason Luogia, Joshua Orr, Will Packpoy and Marcus Ward, coxed by Stuart Ward. In lane 5, Redlands 4, Julius Keller, Ethan Beggs, Alfie Leach and Aria Gapiard. Fletcher Logan is their cox, their coach is Timothy Robertson. Redlands 3 are in lane 6, Douglas Mantell, Loch Wilding, Lachlan Decker and Jack Forrest, coxed by Zoe Naismith and coached by Ooze Beaton. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, Alexandra Abrahams, George Perkins, Thomas Crennan and Edward Walker, coxed by Oliver Klein and coached by Max Brown. And in lane 8, Redlands 5, Lachlan Collier, Thomas Jackson, Hamish Campbell and Tom Reeves, coxed by Finn Woodward and coached by Joshua Johnston. They can only have had about 5 minutes to turn around and go back up again.
I think we saw some of the boys who'd raced in previous finals just turn the boats around. Some of the names are familiar and go back up to the start. This is always fun.
Keeping them out of mischief.
Exactly.
So it certainly looks like that's a Redlands crew in the lead at the moment, possibly the Redlands 4 crew in lane 5.
In lane 5, yeah. So in this race, looks like Redlands.
Redlands 4.
Could be Redlands 4 in the lead, followed by
Radford. Yeah, it looks as though it's Radford in 2nd place. Very strange with the angle. Cranbrook 3 look as though they're going well too. As we pan out there now, we can see, yep, so there's Redlands 4 in the lead. Looks as though they're then followed by Cranbrook 3 and Radford College 3. So they're making their way towards the 1,000-metre mark now. We can see Redlands continue to lead, followed by Radford College 2. Looks as though it's Cranbrook 3, then across to Cranbrook 2. All pretty close, and then dropping back a bit to Redlands 3, and finally Redlands 5. So that gusty wind has dropped, so these boys enjoying some fairly good water as they come to the 1,000-metre mark, with the crew from Redlands in the lead. Julius Keller, Ethan Beggs, Alfie Leach and Aria Gapiard. Fletcher Logan coxing them. Timothy Roberts is their coach. They crossed in a time of 3 minutes 59.17. Cranbrook 3 now sitting in second position over Radford College 3, who are third. Redlands 3, that's the crew in lane 6, are sitting in fourth position, and Cranbrook 2 in fifth, with Redlands 5. If they're in the race, yes they are. They're just back a little bit further.
Yep.
So 3:59 as they cross the halfway mark there in the Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. I think the fatigue is showing from having to do a 2,000-metre race, turn around and row straight back up to the start again. Yeah. So Radford College continue their plucky row. Redlands 4 starting to pull away now. Some nice sculling there. Just it's not technically the most accurate, but they're staying together, which is so incredibly important.
Look pretty relaxed there.
Yeah, good rhythm. Not the tallest of chaps either.
Good cadence, getting the blade in quickly and get it out quickly. Redlands boat looking fine. As the bow looks over his right shoulder, he won't see anybody over there because they're in commanding lead on that side. Needs to be looking the other way. At the 1,500-metre mark, Redlands 4 across the line in 6 minutes. Redlands boat 4 in lane 5 first, followed by Cranbrook 3 in lane 7, some 9.5 seconds behind. In third, Radford College, some almost 7 seconds in third place. Fourth, Redlands 3. Fifth, Cranbrook 2.
And sixth, Redlands 5. So the actual positions haven't changed at all. And to be honest, after the first 750 or so, the spacing hasn't really either.
Yeah, it's a well spread out race, isn't it?
It is, and some good work by Redlands there in that fourth crew to just continue with such great rhythm, just sticking to their guns there and managing to maintain that lead that they have over the other crews. You can see their Cox there.
I think he's singing, isn't he?
Fletcher Logan.
Yeah, having a jolly old time.
Yeah, well, let's give them a cheer, Redlands. They've done you proud. Julius Keller, Ethan Beggs, Alfie Leach, Aria Gapiard, and their Cox Fletcher Logan. A great row all the way down the course. They've led from the start with confidence, just stuck to their guns, stuck to their rhythm, and they are now extending their lead over the rest of the field to take out the B final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull.
Radford College want to make a fist of it for second place. They're going to give it a crack to overtake Cranbrook. I don't think they've given themselves enough time. May have just run out of steam there the last 50 metres. Looks like Cranbrook are going to hold on for second place in this B final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. Well done there to Cranbrook. Radford crossing the line now. Taking third position in lane 5. Redlands. Redlands boat 3. In 5th place. Cranbrook 2 clearly exhausted as they stumble over the line.
And here's our final Redlands crew.
Showboating as they go past the stand. That's what we used to
right.
call it, yeah.
Got the girls calling for them.
That's right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Looking good.
Well, yeah, that's the intent, I suppose.
Great stuff. Well done, Redlands. Across the line safely to complete the B final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. A win for Redlands in a time of 8 minutes, 1.32 seconds. Second, Cranbrook 3, the margin 11.15. Third, Radford College 3. Fourth, Redlands 3. Fifth, Cranbrook 2. And sixth, Redlands 5.
We already are underway in race 60, the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad A final. In the far lane, in lane 1, Kinross, Walleroy, Shepherd, Annett, Carter, Malloy, and Cox, Simone, Chawa. In lane 2, Radford College 2, Roberts, Webber, Ottervarell, Williams, and Grieg, Cox, Ava Warden. In lane 3, Redlands 1, Chubb, McLaughlin, Vanderplume, Fry, and Charlotte Morrison as Cox. In lane 4, the much anticipated, much fancied Radford College number 1, Jacopino, Jolly, Sherman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, and Heath Shaw's Cox. In lane 5, St. Augustine's, Hickley, Mackenzie, Potts, Lynch, Alejandro Briones as the Cox. Lane 6, Kinross, Walleroy, Smith, Shaw, Cleary, Chamberlain, the Cox, Jade Cairo. In lane 7, Cranbrook 1, Dawson, Dharma, Godfrey Hill, Dunn and Wright with the Cox, Felipe Marcel. In lane 8, Redlands 2, Natal, Gold, Whelan, McFarlane. And the Cox there, Charlotte Harmon. And in lane 9, Radford College 4, Stania, Cowell, Buchanan, Lloyd, and Blight. Cox there, Izzy Farris.
And at the halfway mark, it was St. Augustine's who were in the lead by almost 5 seconds over Radford College 1. They in turn had a 5-second lead over Kinross Walleroy 1. Radford College were in 4th, Redlands 5th, Cranbrook 6th, Redlands 2 7th, Kinross Walleroy 2 8th, and Radford College 4 9th. As they come into the last 100 metres of the race, as they did in the heat, St. Augustine's, the crew of Jacob Hickey, Dougal Mackenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, and their Cox, Alessandro Briones, coached by Bjarni Ungermark, will take the win. Second, Radford College 1, Connor Jacopino, Hunter Jolly, Jake Sheeman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, and their Cox, Heath Shaw. And third, Kinross Walleroy, the crew of Fletcher Smith, Ethan Shaw, Magnus Cleary, William Chamberlain, Jade Caro is the Cox, and the coaches Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Copley. Congratulations to our first 3 crews. Radford College, not content with being second, are going to take 4th position as well with their second crew. 5th will be Redlands' first crew. And there's a great battle going on for 6th and 7th position between Cranbrook in lane 7, Redlands 2 in lane 8. I think it will be a photo finish. Oh, what an excellent race.
I think Redlands just pipped them there. That will be the closest finish of the day.
It will. Excellent, excellent. So that's yeah, 6th or 7th, and then our Kinross Walleroy crew in lane number 1, yes, will be 8th, and 9th will be our crew from our final crew from Radford College.
Yeah.
How very impressive Radford College to have those 3 crews in the A final. Congratulations to you and to Redlands having 2 crews in there, and Kinross Walleroy 2 crews in there.
Yep, so strong showing there from Radford College, Redlands and Kinross, but St Augustine's take the win.
They do indeed, in a provisional time of 6 minutes 56.23, a margin of 3.86 over Radford College 1 and a further 12.37 over Kinross Walleroy 1. Radford College 2 in 4th, Redlands in 5th. We're still waiting for the photo finish to be judged between Cranbrook and Redlands for 6th and 7th, Kinross Walleroy 8th and Radford College for 9th.
And on the start already underway is the final of the Year 11 single scull. This is a 2,000 metre race. They're probably a third of the way down the course. In the far lane from Redlands, Oliver Rose. In lane 3, Radford College, Jamie Dixon. In lane 4, Darcy Cameron representing Sydney University. In lane 5, Bo Nicholas from St Augustine's. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy is Charlie Neville. And in lane 7 from Cranbrook is Jack Dawson. So this is, the next race is race 61, coming down the schoolboy year 11 single sculls. We already have at 1500 metre mark. In first place from Radford College is James Dixon, with a commanding lead over the second place sculler from St Augustine's, Bo Nicholas. Third place from Kinross Walleroy is Charlie Neville. Fourth place from Cranbrook is Jack Dawson. Good scull here from James Dixon from Radford College. That's a long way to scull, but made much more comfortable when you've got such a great lead out front where you can relax a bit. You can watch the reactions of your competitors behind you. It's a huge advantage to you to look back, given the fact your competitors can't see you. They won't even be able to see some of James's puddles. So all they'll know is he's a long way out in front, which he is. So great scull there from James Dixon from Radford College. They'll be close for second place. I think Bo Nicholas from St Augustine's is still out there, but Charlie Neville and Jack Dawson are going to push him right to the line, particularly between Jack and Charlie from Kinross. It isn't over yet. James Dixon, comfortable win. Yet another strong sculler from Radford. Boys in the blue cap have been doing well today, as has, it looks like, number second place, the boys in the green cap. So Bo Nicholas, barring disaster, will take second place. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, Jack Dawson overturned his compatriot, Charlie Neville from Kinross Walleroy. And in lane 7, Cranbrook, Jack Dawson takes third. In fourth place, Charlie Neville from Kinross Walleroy. And Oliver Rose. Good race from Oliver there. Some strong competition. but he'll be all the better for racing in the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull final. Well done, Oliver. Finishes 5th.
So recapping the results of the Schoolboy Year 11 single scull. First, Radford College, James Dixon. Second, St Augustine's, Bo Nicholas. Third, Cranbrook, Jack Dawson. Fourth, Kinross Walleroy, Charlie Neville. Fifth, Redlands, Oliver Rose. Winning time 7 minutes 46.57 seconds. The margin 24.24. Our next race is the Schoolboy Year 11 double scull. In lane 2, Redlands, William Thomas and Aaron Drake. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy, Sterling Graham and Nicholas Brown. In lane 4, St Augustine's, Alex Bohm and Tom Faflin. In lane 5, Radford College, Christopher Bush and Campbell Kruger. In lane 6, Newcastle Grammar School, Caelan Rouchley and Alexander McDougall. In lane 7, Cranbrook, Max Summerhays and James Scott Brown. In lane 8, Radford College 2, Matthew Wang and Thomas Gennaro.
It's definitely not been a wasted trip from the boys from Newcastle. Commanding lead as they come to the final stages, the final 150 metres of this race. Well in hand at the 1500 metre mark. They had a 13-second lead. It's probably a bit small than that now, but very comfortable from them. But it's going to be a race to the line for second place between Radford, Kinross and St Augustine's. Very little to separate them. Radford just responding now as the St Augustine's boys crank it up. The Newcastle boys cross the line with an easy win. Well, it's very close between Radford and St Augustine's. Oh, good response there from Radford just at the end. Oh yes, taken it up. Radford second, St Augustine's third. And Kinross Walleroy in fourth. Very, very close race there. Cranbrook across the line in 5th place. Thomas and Drake from Redlands will be 6th, and Wang and Gennaro from Radford College 2 will finish in 7th place. Great piece of racing there, very, very close between Radford and St Augustine's there. St Augustine's just getting pipped on the line by 300ths of a second.
So confirming the results of race 62, our Schoolboy Year 11 double scull. A win for Newcastle Grammar. Second, Radford College 1. Third, St Augustine's. Fourth, Kinross Walleroy. Fifth, Cranbrook. Sixth, Redlands. Seventh, Radford College 2. And the winning time was 7 minutes 20. The margin 8:05 and 0.3.
Next race is, we move to Sweetwater and the big boats. The Schoolgirl 8's Division 2. This is race 63. Race is underway.
Have we got time to run through all their names? Right, in lane 2, this is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl 8. In lane 2, Pimble Ladies 2, Sophie Dunn, Stephanie Wood, Polly Sargent, Isabella Koleski, Chloe Luxford, Madison Lister, Tilly Morgan, Alice Walker, their cox Hallie D'Souza, their coach Kendall Brody. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 2, Elizabeth Carey, Katie Webb, Matilda Damien, Jatali Brown, Lucy May Lowry, Charlotte Burgess, Ella Conti, Abigail Skinner, and their cox Gabrielle Rose, coached by Elliot Hunt. In lane 4, Queenwood 2, Sienna Williams Bush, Francesca Cabanas, Heidi Boyd, Isabel Sanderson, Charlotte Botha, Chloe Driver, Madeline Newman, and Reese Harvey, coxed by Michaela Cheetham, coached by Charlie Rose Iron. From Roseville College, in lane 5, Eloise Baird, Alice Bennett, Samantha Reeves, Adelaide French, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexander, and Abby Cox. Their cox is Lucy Thompson, and their coach is Gonzalo Briones. In lane 6, Radford College 2, Jessica Schroeder, Nicola Allenby, Erica Dwight, Sophia Teschendorf, Taylor Foster Wright, Connie Gardiner, and Claudia Kendall. Olivia Hombsch is their stroke woman, and Aileen O'Neill is their cox. They are coached by Sam Donnell, Maggie Noonan, and Vicky Spencer. Loretto Normanhurst 2 are in lane 7. Madeline Studdert, Lucy Perrison, Laura Woods, Kate Walters, Scarlett O'Kane, Simone Robinson, Paige Critchlow, and Brinnan Barr. coxed by Elizabeth Bolster, coached by Richard Ledger and Laurie Hunter. And completing our Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 8 is the Queenwood 3 crew of Claire D'Souza, Catherine Wen, Eliza Cook, Amelie Kumarasinga, Brooke Lancaster, Madeline Nicol, Maya Kazal and Madeline Wheel, coxed by Lucy Anderson and coached by Eric Rowan.
You're braver than I am. It gives me great pleasure to say at the halfway mark that the Queenwood 2 boat is in first position. A good lead at this moment, 5.5 seconds over Loretto Normanhurst in second. Loretto Kirribilli, another couple of seconds behind them. In fourth place, Roseville. In fifth place, Queenwood 3. And as we wait for the other boats to cross the line.
So we're going to have another season where Queenwood and Loretto Normanhurst battle it out.
I hope so.
Fantastic. And we haven't got Pimble in there yet, so...
Exactly, yeah.
And looking at Radford, well, actually, I have to say, I think the standard of the schoolgirl rowing has just gone up and up over the last few years. It's fantastic to see it so competitive. Look how many 8s there are.
There is, yeah. The past winners of the schoolgirl Head of the River for the last 10 years have been shared between Pimble and Queenwood. Queenwood won last year in the schoolgirl second division 8. Just pipped Pimble. And Pimble aren't in this race today. Sorry, they are in this race. Don't know where they are at the moment.
Yes, don't have them on the... But they're definitely there. You can see their colours.
So
not enough fingers in the timing hut to press all the buttons.
Yeah. So as we enter the final stage of the race, in first place, maintaining their lead, slightly increasing it, Queenwood, number 2. In second place, Loretto Normanhurst. In third place, Roseville have come back. Loretto Kirribilli in fourth. Pimble Ladies in fifth. Still all to play for. Queenwood 3 in sixth. Queenwood's to lose with 6.2 seconds over their second place competitors, Loretto Normanhurst. Hard to change boat speed dramatically in these big boats.
Well, they're looking very good indeed in this last 250 metres. The Queenwood crew, aren't they? Very together.
Yeah, I know there will be a number of Irish people very happy with that. Charlie Rose Iron, the coach there. Comfortable win there from Queenwood. Strong looking boat this year. Some new faces in this boat.
Good, yeah, and a good row also coming from Loretto Normanhurst. Going to cross the line in second position. So a wonderful win there for Queenwood, well done. A great row coming now from Loretto Normanhurst to take out second position. And then Roseville College will come in third, having worked their way through the field in the middle of the race. Well done to them. And our Pimble Ladies College there, they will be crossing the line in fourth position just ahead of Loretto Kirribilli. And then it's across to the Queenwood 3 crew coming in sixth position, and it looks as though Radford College did not start. So our winning time for Queenwood 2 there was 7 minutes, 10.11 seconds. The winning margin, 9.31 seconds. And that was over Loretto Normanhurst, who had a further 7.51 seconds over Roseville. And the margin then 7.41 back to Pimble Ladies, Loretto Kirribilli and Queenwood.
And the next race is race 64. The Schoolgirl 8 Division 1, the quickest 8s, the quickest boats we'll have today in the Schoolgirl Division. So in lane 1 we have Kinross Walleroy, Sally Carter, Isabel Medway, Ella Kirby, Annabelle Woods, Liv Fredrickson, Hannah Richardson, Freya Neville and Isabel Scammell. Cox, Caitlin McKay. In lane 2, PLC Sydney, Kate Brady, Alexandra Vaughan, Charlotte Cameron, Emma O'Dray, Arabella Rutherford, Bailey Winton Murray, Elena Polly, Alexandra Reid, and Lily Dukakis as Cox. In lane 3, we have Radford College 1, Olivia Hickey, Molly Lilly, Kiara Shaw, Cara Martin, Elena Mihailovic, Bridget Kayla Coe, Nikita Crabb, Hannah Hardy, and Camilla Lupton as Cox. In lane 4, we have Loretto Kirabili, Olivia Loathsome, Alicia Fickers, Elizabeth Constantine, Caitlin L., Emma Jones, Charlotte Cadman, Alex McMillan, Lauren Moran, and Mieta Jones as Cox. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies 1, Georgina Seymour, Liesl Page, Michaela Arthur, Georgina Erickson, Philippa Austin, Jessica Colbrand, Lillian Huntley, Sophie Grahams, and Miran Khan as Cox. In lane 6, we have Loretto Normanhurst, Maya Jones, Olivia Lucas, Madison Webster, Ellie McKenzie, Alexandra O'Brien, Grace Gillis, Lillian Dean, Kate Cooley, Sarah Simon as Cox. And in lane 7, Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Emerson Stock, Abby McClellan, Tiffany Botha, Chelsea Prout, Stephanie Preller, Bronte Blackmore Cram, Beth McKellen, and Ali Hindmarsh as Cox. And in lane 8, closest to the stand, St Catherine's, Molly McNeil, Jade Bliss, Eliza Geraghty, Connie Skeffington, Georgina Shearer, Amelia Cooper, Claudia Horrell, Aaliyah Raham, and Bella McGeekin as Cox.
And we have an extra crew in lane 9 because they missed the start of Division 2. We have the Radford College crew, second crew, who were missing from the previous race. So we can just see them on our coming into our screen now. Now, as they went off the start, it was a really, really strong start for the Pimble Ladies College crew in lane 5 and Loretto Kirabili in lane 4 next to them. Very smart, very neat indeed. But Kinross Walleroy took an early lead over there in lane 1. They've snuck out where people are not noticing them, and certainly in the first 250 metres had a very strong showing indeed. So once again, we need some volunteers to come and sit in these timing huts and press the buttons for us. So if you're coming to regattas through the season and you think you might want to lend a hand behind the scenes, we would love to hear from you at Rowing New South Wales. We'd love you to go and sit in one of those timing huts. You can see the race from close up and see how very, very close it is in the first 500 and 1,000 metres. Now, because crews qualified for this A final through their times, you would expect the fastest crews to be in the middle of the course. And that's pretty much the case in that we've got Pimble Ladies College there, the crew of Georgina Seymour, Liesl Page, Michaela Arthur, Georgina Erickson, Philippa Austin, Jessica Colbrand, Lillian Huntley, Sophie Graham, and their Cox Mehreen Khan, coached by Ali Williams, recently returned from, what was her last gig? Oxford University, I think, and before that, university in Alberta, I think. Now heading up the Pimble Ladies College First 8 and doing a great job with them. Looking very strong indeed and have a 6-second lead over Loretto Normanhurst 1, who are in lane 6. Loretto Kiribili across in lane 1. Queenwood 1 currently sitting in 4th. Kinross Walleroy in 5th. St Catherine's in 6th. Radford College 7th. PLC Sydney 8th, and you would imagine Radford College 2 in 9th.
So that's a good lead for Pimble at this early stage of the race. 6 seconds. Long way to crawl back for the other crews. So Loretto Normanhurst and Kirabili, and you would guess Queenwood looking to take 2nd, 3rd and 4th at this halfway stage.
Kinross Walleroy look like they've got themselves into a good steady rhythm though, so we know from the small boats that they've been racing in the class of athlete that they've got, it's just a question of combining together in an 8, isn't it?
Absolutely. Some of these girls will have raced this morning as well in sculling boats.
Certainly Freya Neville and Isabella Scammell,
Absolutely,
who we mentioned before. Liv Fredrickson, they were in the double, Liv was in the single. So yeah, you're right. Pimble Ladies College continue to lead over Loretto Normanhurst, Loretto Kiribili and Kinross Walleroy. extending their lead now as they come to the 1500 metre mark.
Yep, a lead now of almost 8 seconds in front of Loretto. Normanhurst have pulled away. Queenwood have snuck up to 3rd place, 2 seconds behind Loretto Normanhurst. Loretto Kirribilli have dropped back somewhat. 5th place are Kinross Walleroy. Be some tired legs in that boat. In 6th place, St Catherine's. In 7th place, Radford College. First boat. In 8th place, PLC Sydney, and in 9th place, Radford College, second boat. Pimble commanding lead. They'll be comfortable, but for second place, it's going to be a race on the line.
It is indeed. In fact, it's really closing up, isn't it?
It is closing up, yeah. Looks like the Queenwood crew may have just tired somewhat, closing that gap.
Well, whereas the Kinross Walleroy crew look like they're doing their usual, coming into the finish of the race very strongly indeed.
Yeah.
Inside the last 250 metres, the first 4 crews, Pimble Ladies College, continue to lead by clear water over Kinross Walleroy in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6, Queenwood in lane 3.
Looks like, yeah, Queenwood have come off the boil there, have been in second place now and have allowed themselves
Loretto
to drop back
Normanhurst
into third.
crept through. Big push from Queenwood. Can they catch up to Loretto Normanhurst? Loretto Normanhurst are not going to let them pass. They lead by 3/4 of a length. So Queenwood will have to settle for 3rd position. A great finish from Loretto Kirribilli to come in 4th, pushing Kinross Walleroy back into 5th position. A great row from St Catherine's here to come across in 6th positions. How good to see them in an 8. And then we've got Radford College 1 who will cross the line in 7th. PLC Sydney will cross in 8th, and Radford College 2 will manage to get a race and will complete our competitors in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 8, where it was a win for Pimble Ladies College in a time of 6 minutes, 53.82 seconds, a margin of 8.68 over Loretto Normanhurst, and a further 1.84 over Queenwood, 4.7 over Loretto Kirribilli. 5th, Kinross Walleroy. 6th, St Catherine's. 7th, Radford College. 8th, PLC Sydney. And 9th, Radford College.
And we have on the course the Division 1 final of this schoolboy single scull. These boys will be hammering it down already. They're already almost halfway. On the far side from Kinross Walleroy, Alec Hoskins. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, Oliver Thomas. In lane 5 from Radford College, William Gregory. In lane 6 from Penrith Anglican, Hugh Harold. And in lane 7 from Knox Grammar, Gabrielle Comedy. Some of those boys will have raced before, some won't have. And at the 1500 metre mark, we have in first place from Penrith Anglican, Hugh Harold. Second, William Gregory from Radford College. 3.9 seconds behind him is Gabrielle Comedy from Knox Grammar. Alex Hoskins from Kinross Willenroy close on his heels for 4th. It appears that the St Augustine's sculler has not appeared at the start, so only 4 boys in this race. Penrith Anglican, Hugh Harold has got a good lead here in lane 6. William Gregory and Gabrielle Kamadi from Knox Grammar in 2nd and 3rd, but Alec Hoskins from Kinross Walleroy will not give up this lead easily. So, while first place seems pretty nailed on, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, it's going to be close. Hugh Harold from Penrith Anglican, I'm assuming is a local sculler from the Nepean Rowing Club. His time on this lake and on the river obviously coming to bear. He's held off good challenges from his other 3 schools. Strong sculler, moving well through the water, sitting well upright. Not giving an awful lot away. Close for second. Radford College, Knox Grammar. But Hugh Harold takes the win quite comfortably for Penrith Anglican in lane 5 for Radford College. William Gregory just pipping in number 3, the sculler Alex Hoskins from Kinross Walleroy. And in 4th place, Knox Grammar's Gabrielle Comedy. Good win there for Hugh Harold. Great time, 7:45. 7.5 second lead over 2nd place sculler from Radford College.
Race 66 will be the 2nd division of the schoolboy single scull. In lane 3, representing St Dominic's College, Bradley Moran. Bradley also rows for Penrith Rowing Club. So much like our winner in our previous race, a local sculler. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Darcy Cameron. Now, wasn't he missing in an earlier race? He was, so obviously you doubled up. He is coached by Jack Hanley. In lane 5, representing McCarthy Catholic, Liam Taylor, who also rows at Penrith Rowing Club. He's coached by Charlotte Toos Cutler and Lindsay Callahan. In lane 6, from Cranbrook School, Sam Logan, coached by David Cameron. And in lane 7, from Redlands, Tom Hartnell. So at the 500 metre mark, Liam Taylor from McCarthy Catholic had a 2-second lead over Bradley Moran, his colleague at Penrith Rowing Club, in this regatta representing St Dominic's College. In 3rd position was Sam Logan of Cranbrook, but he was some 15 seconds behind. 4th, Darcy Cameron of Sydney University, and 5th, we have Bradley Moran noted again, but I think it must be a Tom Hartnell from Redlands. So a fine overhead view coming from the cameras there as the scullers work their way through the 1500 metre mark. You can see the distinctive yellow spoons of Penrith Rowing Club with Liam Taylor in the lead over on the in the middle. Yeah. Sorry, Bradley Moran, I think.
Bradley Moran in the lead and like Liam Taylor in 2nd.
Yes, and looking very close now. Bit of a grudge match between these two, I reckon.
I wonder why.
Different coaches within the same club.
Good race, though. Good race from here. These two boys, these two scullers, strong sculling. Showing their competitors a clean pair of heels, both of them.
Indeed, and I'm sure the evergreen Lindsay Callahan from Nepean and Penrith Rowing Clubs keeping a watchful eye over these two protégés of his. Good to see Bradley wearing his pink. Penrith Rowing Club have the colour pink in their colours, and they pinked it up for Pink Up Penrith the other day in support of the McGrath Foundation. A good win there for Liam Taylor of McCarthy Catholic, 2nd Bradley Moran of St Dominic's College, to take out Division 2 of the schoolboy single scull. Liam Taylor winning in a provisional time of 7 minutes 50.79, and Bradley Moran 6.05 seconds behind him. 3rd will be our sculler from Cranbrook, Sam Logan, coached by David Cameron, a former Olympic single sculler representing Australia.
Not the ex-Prime Minister of Great Britain.
No.
Makes sense.
So congratulations, Sam, crossing the line there in 3rd position. And 4th will be our Sydney University sculler, Darcy Cameron, coached by Jack Hanley, who's running a great program down there with the Learn to Row and school-age rowers and scullers.
Lizzie, just for the new parents, if
Yes.
they ask the question, if this is a school and schoolboy regatta and schoolgirl regatta, why is Sydney University being represented? Do you want to just clarify what kind of club Sydney University is, which allows them to race in this?
You've got me there.
I think it's because of the age. He may represent,
Yeah.
he still represents schoolboy rowing, despite the fact he is rowing at Sydney University.
Right, you are. And this is Tom Hartnell from Redlands crossing the line now. So yes, if you belong to a school that doesn't have a rowing programme, then you can row as your club, still representing in the fact that you are a schoolboy, which differs somewhat from the under 19, where you can actually be under the age of 19 but can possibly be no longer at school.
Yes.
So this being the difference, that these guys are still at school. So just recapping then, the results of Division 2 of the schoolboy single scull was a win for Liam Taylor of McCarthy Catholic, second Bradley Moran of St Dominic's College, third Sam Logan of Cranbrook, fourth Darcy Cameron of Sydney University Boat Club, and fifth Tom Hartnell of Redlands. The winning time 7:50.79 seconds. We're now have the schoolboy double scull underway. Radford College are in lane 3, represented by Ethan Toscan and Sam Roberts. Redlands are in lane 4, represented by Alexander Verschoor and Alexander Holthuer. In lane 5, Cranbrook, represented by William Munday and Christopher Shannon. In lane 6 from St Augustine's, Kyle Brown and Tom Gerrans. And in lane 7, Kinross Walleroy, Jack Weeks and Archie Lamont.
It looks like it's going to be another good win here for St Augustine's, Brown and Gerrans. But a close race, probably closer than they expected from the boys from Redlands, Verschoor and Holthauer, giving them the hairy eyeball halfway through the race. It was good. Bit of competition. So those two boats, St Augustine's in the lead, Redlands in second. Looks like it will be Radford College, Toscan and Roberts who come in bronze medal position. And as they cross the line, again another strong showing from St Augustine's, Kyle and Gerrans in
Very
first
good.
place. Second, lane 4 is Virchuk and Holthauser in from Redlands.
Third will be Radford College, Toscan and Roberts.
And Weeks and Lamont from Kinross Walleroy finish in fourth place. Bringing up the rear will be Munday and Shannon from Cranbrook. So Kinross come over the line of fourth. Cranbrook, a valiant effort as they cross the line. The unofficial result of that being of the schoolboy double final. In first place, St Augustine's at a time of 7 minutes 10 seconds. Second is Redlands. Third is Radford College. Fourth is Kinross Walleroy. And in fifth place, Cranbrook.
So we're now moving back to Schoolgirl Sculling and Year 8. Year 8 Schoolgirl single scull will be the first cab off the rank. They're racing over 1,000 metres, and this is race number 68 on our programme. In lane 2, representing Redlands, Eleanor Blankenstein. In lane 3, representing St Catherine's, Lucy Hall, coached by Richard Coakley. In lane 4, from PLC Sydney, Molly Cameron, coached by Laura Brady and Felix Dure. In lane 5, from Loreto Kirribilli, Mabel Oxenham, coached by Frederica Gibbs. In lane 6, from Roseville, Grace Bennett, coached by Georgie McArdle. In lane 7, from Radford College, Anvi Gupta. In lane 8, from Caroline Chisholm High, Eloise McEwen, coached by Darryl Young.
And I know there'll be some parents, particularly one parent, a number of parents cheering on the Roseville sculler, Grace Bennett. Seems to have got off to a good start, as all the other scullers have. Interesting courses taken by the St Cath's sculler, Lucy Hall, over on the far side, but she seems to have righted herself in the right way, and off she goes. Looks like at this moment in time from this angle, it looks like the Scullers on the near side of the lake from Roseville, Radford College and Caroline Chisholm High seem to be edging ahead slightly. It's hard to tell who's in the front at the moment. For many of these girls, it will be the first race they've had in a single scull. They'll certainly have had some races in quads before, maybe even doubles, but a single is a lonely boat out there. And whether it's 1,000 meters or 2,000 meters, it's a long way. So give them a cheer when they come through. As they approach the halfway mark, looks like we have a strong showing here from Grace Bennett from Roseville in lane 6, followed by Mabel Oxenham from Loreto Kirribilli. Who are first and second at the moment, but still all to play for halfway. Looks like Grace Bennett has got at least a boat length lead from the trailing pack. Seems to be sculling very, very nicely indeed. Very leisurely pace. Looks like Grace Bennett leads from Anvi Gupta from Radford and Mabel Oxenham from Loreto Kirribilli. We start to see a push from Mabel Oxenham from Loreto Kirribilli, overtaking Anvi Gupta from Radford. Second place, I think Grace Bennett from Roseville has got this sewn up now, barring any accidents. She seems to be very comfortable in that first place. Just keep an eye on both sides of the boat for any challenges, but a commanding position there. We have on the far side from St. Cat's, Lucy Hall coming into contention for the medals. And she's pressuring Anvi Gupta in lane 7 for third. But Grace Bennett very comfortable sculling there. I think that's her first race in a single scull by herself. Comfortable win there for Roseville. Grace Bennett. Great time of 4 minutes 37. Followed by the sculler from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5. Mabel Oxenham. And yes, the sculler from St. Cat's in third position. A good, strong push at the moment. Lucy Hall. Anvi Gupta in fourth position from Radford College. Just seemed to fall off at the end there. In lane 8, the sculler from Caroline Chisholm High, Eloise McKeown. In fifth place. Looks like we've had a bit of a disaster there from PLC. Eleanor Blankenstein from Redlands. We'll finish there. We'll see a bit of a capsize there from Molly Cameron. The umpires will be in attendance. I can see her head bobbing above water, and there she goes back into the boat.
Good girl. That's the thing to do. Just get back in there and try and get across the finish line. As long as this next event doesn't catch up with us.
Yeah.
What a nice day to go for a swim though.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And no sharks in here.
No sharks in here.
Better than Iron Cove.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. We won't mention that.
So just recapping the results there of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull, and all credit to all of them for completing it. Grace Bennett from Roseville won. Second was Mabel Oxenham from Loreto Kirribilli. Third, Lucy Hall from St Catherine's. Fourth, Anvi Gupta from Radford College. Fifth, Eloise McEwen from Caroline Chisholm High. Sixth, Eleanor Blankenstein from Redlands. And if she can get back in the boat, it'll be Molly Cameron from PLC Sydney who'll finish in 7th. The winning time was 4 minutes 37.68 seconds. The margins 9.67 and 5.31. And on the course now, and hence the concern by the rescue crew, is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull, again racing over 1,000 metres, with PLC Sydney in lane 2, represented by Manuela La Roca and Rena Shee, coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Dieu. In lane 3, Roseville, represented by Grace McKinley and Emma Dupreez, coached by Brianna Monk. In lane 4, from Ascombe School, Sabrina Koskar and Lucy Yabsley. In lane 5, from Redlands School, Juliet Trelaw and Ruby Holgate. The crew from MLC has scratched, leaving a empty lane. Then in lane 7, Radford College, Jacqueline McLeod and Audrey Potter. And finally in lane 8, from St Catherine's School, Chelsea Baker and Piper Simpson, coached by Olympian Richard Coakley. And crossing the 500 metre mark, looks at a very fast crew. Is that the crew from Roseville?
In this near
Not
side.
sure, but then St Catherine's on the near side in lane 8 looked to be sitting in 2nd. Can't make out those colours. Lane 4, so that is the crew from Ascombe of Sabrina Koskar and Lucy Yabsley. They've gone off at a cracking rate. Good for them, because it's only 1,000 metres. So why not?
Good to see Molly is in a Molly Cameron from PLC Sydney had a slight mishap in that previous race. Thanks to the umpires and surf lifesaver. She's being rescued and the boat's being towed so it doesn't disturb the next race coming down. The girls from Ascombe really put the hammer down here. May pay for it in the last few hundred metres of the race. The girls from St Catherine's not giving up the ghost, although steering is a slight issue for them at the moment. Bit of a wibble there. And the girls next to those guys from Radford College as well. Radford College in 3rd place, but looks things at the moment maybe, but possibly on the far side. The girls from Roseville are there as well. So they come flying out of the box. Asham girls, Sabrina Cockstar and Lucy Yabsley.
Great job.
Very tidy scullers there. Quite inexperienced crew. They've done a great job. Nice and tidy, and it's paid dividends. Great win there for Asham. It's going to be close here for second between the girls from St Catherine's on the near side and Roseville.
Ooh. Good finish.
Good finish there from the girls from St Catherine's. Just take it. Second place from McKinley and Dupreez from Roseville. In lane 7 from Radford College, McLeod and Potter finish 4th. The Redlands boat in lane 5. Trelaw and Holgate finish 5th. Some way back, but still plugging away, which is admirable. Girls from
Plucky girls from PLC.
C, yeah.
Under the guidance of their new head coach, Felix Dieu, who's moved back to Sydney from the UK, where he was coaching for the last few years at Molesey Boat Club with Phil Bourguignon, who also used to be our head coach at Sydney University Boat Club. So good to see there's plenty of traffic across the big pond.
Molesey to Sydney.
Yes.
There's a transfer.
He was
why.
Hunter
I
Valley
wonder
Grammar
why.
School before that. Yes, well, it's been a straight swap because Franz Imfeld has left Sydney Rowing Club and gone to Molesey Boat Club. So there we go. Good traffic, as I say, going backwards and forwards. Well, the PLC crew is crossing the line now. That's Manuela La Roca and Rena Shee. I think they're going to sleep well tonight. Congratulations, girls, and your coaches Lily Glenn and Felix Dure. You round off the Schoolgirl Year 8 double, which was a win for Ascombe, 2nd St Catherine's, 3rd Roseville, 4th Radford College, 5th Redlands, 6th PLC Sydney, winning time of 4 minutes, 3.71 seconds.
Next race we have, race 70, Schoolboy Year 8 Single Sculls. This is a duel between Cranbrook and Redlands, Oliver Cook looks like to have taken this. Edward Hartwright struggling a bit back there. It's a long way, 1,000 metres, but Oliver Cook, coached by Matthew Grant from Redlands School, with his sleeves rolled up, a leisurely row for Oliver as he crosses the line. In a time of 4:47.
And a good effort coming from Edward Hartwright of Cranbrook School. Certainly no doubting his tenacity. And he's keeping it nice and long, so a great scull there for him to make it over that 1,000 metres and take out 2nd position in the Schoolboy Year 8 Single Scull. Bit of a cheer, please, Cranbrook. Let's get your colleague across the line there. Well done.
Well done, Edward. Next race coming down is race 71, the Schoolboy Year 8 Double Scull. And the far lane, lane 3, is Redlands. Bomes. The Bomes brothers, Daniel and Zachary, coached by Matthew Grant. In lane 4, St. Augustine's, Lewis Tilley and Miles Nicholas. In lane 5, we have Cranbrook, Stathis and Prout. And in lane 6, from Radford College, Lloyd and Whitclear. And it certainly looks like the boys in the blue hats from Radford College have gone out to a commanding lead in the final stages of this race. Lloyd and Whitlear here, sculling very tidily, very comfortably in the final couple of 100 metres.
Yep, St. Augustine's looking pretty strong. Louis Tilley and Miles Nicholas sitting in 2nd position. In 3rd, just behind them in lane 5, the crew from Cranbrook, battling a bit with the steering there. It is a bit tricky when the wind is gusting like this. You do need both blades for both of you to go in at the same time, don't you, to really keep you in a straight line, and it's a bit tricky with the wind blowing you around. Anyway, they're sticking to their guns and they're sticking closely to St. Augustine's, holding on to 3rd position ahead of Redlands, Daniel and Zachary Bomes. But it's Radford College the whole way. Hamish Whittier and Lachlan Lloyd will cross the line to take out the Schoolboy Year 8 Double Scull in fine style.
And Cranbrook and St. Augustine's are going to duke it out. They both raise the rate. Cranbrook quite considerably. Where did they get that from?
Clearly tactical earlier on in the race. Ooh.
But St. Augustine's are pulling back.
Oh.
Will not be beaten.
And Cranbrook come back at St. Augustine's again.
Good racing, boys. Good racing. St. Augustine's just take 2nd place there. Tilly and Nicholas just take it away from Stathis and Prout there from Cranbrook. And the Bomes boys, the Bomes brothers, should I say. Good effort from those to finish 4th from Redlands.
So recapping the results of the Schoolboy Year 8 Double Scull, a win for Radford College. Lachlan Lloyd and Hamish Whittier in a time of 4 minutes, 8.04 seconds. 2nd, St. Augustine's. 3rd, Cranbrook. 4th, Redlands.
Next race is race 72, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull E-Final. It's a 1,000 meter race, I'm sorry. It's in lane 2, Radford College 5, Kendra Chapman, Reinhardt and Dixon, coached by Talia Hunt. Lane 3 is Redlands 6, Wang, Morris, Tia, Wainburn and Cox, Sarah Zeppel. In lane 4 is Redlands 7, Pedro Ignacio, Halliday, Gapillard, Yu and Cox, Sophia Natil. In lane 5 is Roseville 4, Grace Butler, McQuaid, Chincotta and Borgasia and Cox, Amelia Wiseman. In lane 6 is Roseville 3, Smith, Clayton, Els, Cornet and Cox, Freya McKenzie. In lane 7, Queenwood 5, Hawley, Stapleton, Smith, Cheetham and Cox, Melanie Lamb. And in lane 8, Redlands, Lee, Mitchell, Crennan, Wang, Cox, Amber, Oxley. Looks like we've had a scratch in lane 1, the St. Cat's boat. So there will be 7 boats racing in this, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull E-Final. They're lining up at the moment. Meter race. Those of you who have been looking at the flags, the winds actually shifted 360 degrees. In the last race, it was a headwind, still a headwind now. There's been tailwinds and there's been crosswinds from both sides of the lake so far. So pretty blowy, pretty blustery right now, which makes conditions difficult to judge. You'll see the ripples on the lake now appearing all the way down the course, as opposed to this morning, which was glassy calm. And just another public service announcement. If you are a coach, I know you are on a bike, will you please wear a helmet? So as the starting umpires line the girls up, it's going to be tricky. The wind shifted again. It's now wind blowing from right to left as we look down the course. We'll make these Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls difficult to steer on the right course straight off the line. Radford College still trying to sort itself out in the far lane, lane 2, pointing in the right direction. But they're tapping it round, getting lined up.
So in this race, this is the E-final of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. We have Radford College in lane 2. That's the crew of Astrid Kenner, Matilda Chapman, Taya Reinhardt and Johanna Dixon, coxed by Talia Hunt. In lane 3 from Redlands, their 6th crew of Annabelle Huang, Remy Morris, Sela Tia and Willie Wainberg. coxed by Sarah Zeppel and coached by Lisa MacDonald. Redlands Crew 7 is in lane 4. Carolina Pedro Inacio, Zoe Halliday, Kiana Gapillard and Sophie Yu, coxed by Sophia Natilli and coached by Bridget Smith. In lane 5 from Roseville, their 4th crew of Grace Butler, Elizabeth McQuaid, Zoe Kincotter and Angelina Boghossian, coxed by Amelia Wiseman and coached by Alyssa Burke. In lane 6 from Roseville, their 3rd crew of Eleanor Smith, Grace Clayton, Alexandra Ellis and Ava Cornett, coxed by Freya Mackenzie, coached by Charlotte McBrayer. In lane 7, Queenwood 5, Amelia Hawley, Scarlett Stapledon, Ella Smith, Maddie Cheetham and Melanie Lamb, their cox, coached by Angelica Gordon and Edie Sarson. And in lane 8, Redlands 8, represented by Anushka Lee, Caitlin Mitchell, Isabella Crennan and Chanel Wang, coxed by Amber Oxley and coached by Zoe Kimber.
Looks like the wind is causing some trouble up at the start. Crews are struggling to get lined up.
Yeah, and some of these girls will be really quite new to racing as well, won't they? Because many people start rowing in year 9. So it's all a bit of a mystery. But never mind, it's one of the early regattas of the season, and we know they will be, they'll learn a lot from this one and be highly competent by the time we come to race at the end of the season.
Absolutely. And it's definitely, when COVID restrictions allow, worthwhile for parents who are new to the sport, when we have the ability to move around the regatta centre, to go down to the start and see how the boats start. It is a different view of racing, more frenetic. The girls will have already practiced what their start is. Some schools favour other starts, but it's certainly the aim is to get the boat up to speed as quick as possible, making sure that the rate is at race pace. You're getting the length on the boat and the run on the boat that you need as quick as possible, and settling into that rhythm, that race rhythm and cadence as quick as possible. But it's difficult, and particularly when the wind is blowing around at the end of the course. Looks like we are nearing the start though.
Yeah, so we have coxed quads here, so that means we've got 4 people rowing. Each person has an oar in each hand, which is tricky, so that's 8 oars, trying to coordinate them. And then the cox, who can either be sitting at the rear, watching the crew, or lying in a little cabin almost at the bow end of or front of the boat. So we have both bow and stern coxed quads in this race. Off to a clipping start over on the side nearer the grandstand. So that's Redlands, Queenwood and a couple of Roseville crews. The crews over on the side furthest away from the grandstand having a little bit of trouble with their timing in the first few strokes.
I think that's very generous. So these girls, quite inexperienced at racing and rowing, and the conditions have certainly deteriorated from where they were there this morning. But they're doing okay. In more blustery conditions, they'll have to lower their hands slightly on the recovery for the blades edges, the lower blade edge to clear the water. Well, it doesn't look particularly rough out there. You know, even the slightest bobble on the water can cause somebody to catch the bottom edge of the blade, throw the timing off, throw your balance off, and potentially lead to the dreaded catching a crab.
Oh, and talking of which, we've got a crew. It looks like it's going sideways at the moment, doesn't it?
Yep,
However, keeping way out of trouble is Radford College 5 across in lane 2. The crew of Astrid Kenner, Matilda Chapman, Taya Reinhardt and Johanna Dixon, coxed by Talia Hunt. So they look as though they're going in a fairly straight line and making pretty good progress as they work their way down the course. Also staying out of trouble, the Redlands 6 crew that have dropped behind somewhat. Or is that the Redlands 6 crew? Sorry, that's the Redlands 6 crew. They're there in the lead.
I think Roseville and Redlands are playing TIG.
Right.
And Redlands
I think, are going to go and hide under the bridge, but we'll wait and see where they come. Maybe they'll remember that they are actually racing. Roseville crew, at Roseville 4, look to be okay and in the right direction. And then the crews on the far side, the Redlands boats, seem to be doing okay. Difficult angle to see.
Very.
At the moment, I would say the Roseville 4 boats in the lead from the Redlands boat on the far side. We'll see as they come up. So a well spread out field here, not only in distance between boats but across the lake. Looks like the Roseville College, both boats, Roseville 4 just leading Roseville 3 at the moment, but on the far side the Redlands boat, which may have changed lane, or certainly somebody's changed lane, but looks like the Redlands 6 and 7 are still in contention there. Good push there from Redlands 6. Looks like a Redlands versus Roseville battle at the moment. So a good push there from Redlands on the far side. Really close run thing with Roseville. Good finish there. Roseville maintain their lead by 3/4 of a boat length over Redlands 6. Again, another close fought thing for third. Oh, a bit of a disaster, almost at the line for Roseville, but no, they're back in it. Just pipped Redlands 7 there. So the Roseville-Redlands battle goes to Roseville. Back at the field, we have Radford College. Fair to say have rode a few extra meters than everybody else. Originally starting in lane 2. Anybody's guess which lane they finish in, but a strong race nevertheless. And Redlands in lane 8. Anushka Lee, Caitlin Mitchell, Isabel Crennan and Chanel Wang just bringing up the rear there, untangling themselves. Redlands finish in terms of the race. So that race, the senior year 9 girls E-final, was run by Roseville in a time of 4 minutes 36 seconds. Redlands was second, 3.69 seconds behind. Roseville 3 were third. Redlands boat 7 were fourth. Radford College were fifth, and Redlands boat 8 were sixth.
And on the course now, we have the D final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, race 73 on our programme. In lane 1, Radford College 4, Zara Turner, Mila Sullivan, Coco Gunter and Zara Layton, coxed by Rowan Harris. In lane 2, Redlands 5, Eleanor Blankenstein, Kira Attard, Ruby Holgate and Juliet Trelaw, coxed by Ruby Wood. In lane 3, MLC School, Lucinda Winlaw, Jodie Feng, Amelia Glastonbury and Azura Zapacosta, coxed by Sasha Kovaric. In lane 4, Tara School 2, Jaskirit Kaur, Gemma Simpson, Kaylin Duong and Suhanya Jayasuriya, coxed by Mackenzie Knott. In lane 5, PLC Sydney 2, Isabel Lau, Abby Wilson, Sophia Tsu Dalakis and Carristown, coxed by Isla Court. Loretto Normanhurst 2 in lane 6 has withdrawn. In lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli 3, Chloe Cameron, Beatrix Farley, Bronte Hurrigan and Harriet Dinning, coxed by Eva Clugston. Lane 8, Redlands 4 have withdrawn. In lane 9, Loretto Normanhurst 3, Holly Gibbons, Liliana Talbot Hatch, Eliana Kutami and Ruby Dew, coxed by Grace Drake.
Looks like at this stage the girls from PLC in lane 5 have got a lead over Radford College and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7. Tara School are in the hunt as well, but looks like PLC Sydney, Lau, Wilson, Dalakis and Town, coxed by Isla Court, are in it to win it at the moment. Court the Cox urging them on. Across the line, PLC taking the win there.
Excellent race, given that they've got a sub in the boat. Sophia Tsudalakis had jumped in the boat for this race. And a great win for PLC Sydney. Excellent to see. And a real battle going on between Tara School and Loretto Kirribilli.
Oh, that is definitely a
photo finish.
Definitely a finish. Too close for even us to call there.
4th, MLC School. 5th, Radford College. 6th will be Loretto Normanhurst 3. And 7th will be Redlands 5. What an exciting race.
Yeah.
So, it has been judged that Tara School did come across the finish line second, just pipping Loretto Kirribilli to the post. So the provisional results of the D final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad. A win for PLC Sydney 2. Second, Tara School 2. Third, Loretto Kirribilli 3. 4th, MLC School. 5th, Radford College 4. 6th, Loretto Normanhurst 3. 7th, Redlands 5. Winning time 4 minutes, 19.93 seconds. The margins 8.7 and 0.49.
And we move swiftly on to race 74. This is the C final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And again, a full stack of racing here. On the far side, in lane 1, Radford College, Miller, Humphreys, Sermon Schmidt and Hickey. Cox, Bella, Schofield. In lane 2, Tara School, Irving, McCarthy, Panica, Otama and Cox, Amelia Jones. In lane 3, Redlands, Schladler, Parkinson, Mayer and Thomas, Lola Dwyer as the Cox there. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies 4, Smithyman, Matasantos, Hazelwood Lee, Pockley and Carolina Yema as Cox. In lane 5 is Loretto Kirribilli, boat 4, Wilson, Fallon, O'Brien, Brooks and Destro, Brianna Destro as Cox there. In lane 6, another Loretto Kirribilli, the boat of Porter, Ryan, Zammit, Steele and Sophie McLaughlin as Cox. In lane 7, Pimble Ladies 3, Purcell, Lafsidis, Cooper, Thorpe and Caitlin Cho as Cox. In lane 8, Pimble Ladies 5, Muller, Collett, O'Regan, Walker, Isabel Francis, Cox. And in lane 9, nearest the grandstand is Queenwood, Durrett, Hopley, Holloway, Wren and Amelie Adams as the Cox. Coming up to the final stages of this race. And from this position, it looks like Tara School on the far side in lane 2. Got a good lead over the boat in lane. What is that? No Barrowboy, but it certainly looks like a Loretto Kirribilli boat of number 4 from Pimble Ladies.
So that crew from Tara School is Caitlin Irving, Eliza McCarthy, Krishna Panika and Charlotte Oitmar. Their Cox Amelia Jones, their coaches, the stalwarts Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and young Kate Crampton. And a fine lead they have there.
As they approach the final 50 metres, Tara School.
Closely followed by Loretto Kirribilli, number 4 crew.
And Pimble Ladies, number 3 crew. but it's going to be close.
We've got 3 Pimble Ladies crews all battling it out together, and Queenwood racing quickly up to the finish line. It will be Pimble Ladies College 3 that will be third.
By 4, then by 5, and Queenwood 5th in lane 9 at the top. Radford very close, then Loretto Kirribilli 5, and bringing up the rear is Redlands 3. Close racing there. So, unofficial results. First, Tara School at a time of 4:11.61. Second, Loretto Kirribilli, boat 4. Third, Pimble Ladies, boat 3. Fourth, Pimble Ladies, boat 4. Fifth, Pimble Ladies, boat 5. Sixth were Queenwood. Seventh, Radford College. Sixth were Loretto Normanhurst, and 7th were Redlands.
Phew, what a race. And we're in for another one, because we've got the B final now of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, race 75 on our programme. So just 1,000 metres for them to disentangle themselves and get themselves sorted out. They're off and racing. In lane 1, Roseville 2, Amelia Irby, Matilda Baird, Charlie Griebel, Sophie Hurl, and their cox Christina Marmora. In lane 2, Radford College 2, Madeline Lease, Gemma O'Rourke, Sophie Espeland, and Edie Lupton, coxed by Issy Farris. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies College 2, Aspen Moore, Olivia Kelly, Ella Jones, and Alessandra Breish, coxed by Carrie Luo. In lane 4, Redlands 2, Scarlett Illick, Tara Gold, Mia McFarlane, and Angela Monty, coxed by Annika Steele. In lane 5, Queenwood 2, Lola Hare, Zoe James, Penelope Ginn, and Matilda Townsend, coxed by Anouk Fevre. In lane 6, St Catherine's 2, Emma Hartwig, Bianta Rupnik-Williams, Ruby Smith, and Meg O'Connor, coxed by Ashley Sassine. In lane 7, Redlands 1, Kate Baker, Hallie Hunt, Scarlett Thorpe, and Michaela Sanger-Larson, coxed by Zara Naismith. In lane 8, Queenwood 3, Emma Gulbin, Zara Van Hamburg, Zara Bond, and Elizabeth Wolfe, coxed by Eleni Pagidis. And in lane 9, St Catherine's 3, Annabelle Crabb, Victoria Funga, Poppy Hartley, Tilly Clark Jago, and their cox Mira Aurora.
It looks at this stage that the boats nearest the grandstand certainly looks to be leading, so that's the St Catherine's boat in lane 9 and the Queenwood boat in lane 8. The rest seem to be in order, in descending order, as they move towards lane 1, although the boat from Pimble's Lady is going to be up there, but it's going to be close across the board here. I think Queenwood and like Redlands have really come back there. Queenwood and Redlands are gonna be racing for the line. Redlands have come back very strong, and they seem to be moving the boat very well. It's like they're going to row Queenwood down, unless Queenwood can respond quickly. They may have done. Queenwood are just raising the rate. Going to be close between Queenwood and Redlands, boating at the same boathouse. So bragging honours. Like Redlands have got a canvas on them, more than a canvas. Redlands have just managed to row Queenwood down in the final stages. So Redlands take the win, Queenwood second, and St Cat's third from Queenwood. 4th, 5th. It's going to be very close. Roseville, Pimble, and then Catherine's 2. Yeah. Redlands in lane 4. Radford at the back there. Good race, though. Good race indeed. Redlands just taking it on the line. Redlands with almost half a boat advantage over Queenwood. So Redlands in the B final finish first. Queenwood second. St Catherine's third. Queenwood 2 finished 4th. Roseville 2 finished 5th. Pimble Ladies 6th. St Catherine's 7th. Redlands 8th. And Radford College 9th. No rest for the wicked, because this is now the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Again, 9 boats in this race on the far side. PLC, Sydney, lane 1. Sudden West, Passin, Hannon, Miranda Sabo, and Clara Irving as Cox. In lane 2, there is Roseville, Alexander, Kasser, Herdman, Caitlin Pierce, and Lauren Hammer as Cox. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli, Whitson, Aherns, Strudwick, Reichel, and Monica Dunstan coxing that boat. In lane 4 from Radford College, Lily, Hall, Colan, Cluth, and Ava Warden as Cox. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies 1, McLean, Barfield, Booth, Wood, Madeline Lawson. In lane 6 is St. Catherine's, Swain, Leslie, Gaston, Mannins, and Jasmine Abella as the Cox there. In lane 7 is Queenwood, Cuttance, Hemming, Seve, Rolls, and Angela Han Cox there. In lane 8 is Loretto, Kirribilli, Boat 2, Bateman, Kovacs, Ross, Donahoe, and Bunbury. And in lane 9, Loretto, Normanhurst, Egan, Rogers, Horbach, Lenehan, and Genevieve Bolster Cox there. That's the lineup for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad, race number 76. It's the A final, and they're underway.
And they got off to a fairly clean start, as you would imagine, having made the final through as a result of their times. We've got the fastest crews look as though they are in the middle of the course, fanning their way out. But some of the progress they are making is as a result of how they are coping with these steadily worsening conditions. The wind has now gone all the way around from having been a straight tailwind. It moved to a crosswind, and now it's blustering cross-head. So very different conditions indeed, and the wind's starting to flick that water up. So even more important that these girls have nailed the technique of actually getting the blade out of the water, the part of the stroke that's known as the release or the finish. And in addition to that, trying to keep their strokes very long so they actually have good leverage and make some progress, actually move the boat forward. So very good start from Queenwood, St. Catherine's, Pimble Ladies College in the middle of the course. But how, as I say, how they cope with the conditions is actually sorting out some of these crews in terms of their placings now.
It seems that the St. Cat's crew and the Pimble Ladies crew in the centre of the watch are coping with the conditions best.
Yeah.
It's fair to say from this point it looks like St. Cat's are leading a slight advantage over Pimble. In third, looks like Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8. But it's very close at the moment. Queenwood have dropped back into 5th place. The crews on the far side really being affected by those windy conditions now.
A big push there in the middle of the race from Pimble Ladies College, the crew of Harriet McLean, Abigail Mia Booth and Megan Wood with their Cox Madeline Lawson. They are coached by Ben Booker, and that big push has seen them clear half a length now over the crew from St. Catherine's of Madeline Swain, Jade Leslie, Leela Gaston and Madeline Mannins, coxed by Jasmine Abela and coached by Richard Coakley. Those two crews continue to lead. The crew from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8 making good progress against Radford College 1 in lane 4 and Loretto Kirribilli 1 in lane 3. Queenwood seem to have regained their composure and are coming back strongly at the finish. But a great race from Pimble Ladies College to take out a win in the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad over St. Catherine's. Radford College and Loretto Kirribilli battling it out for third. It will be Radford College that will take that. Loretto Kirribilli will have to settle for 4th and also 5th. 6th will be Queenwood, 7th Roseville 1. 8th Loretto Normanhurst 1. And 9th will be the PLC Sydney 1 crew. So, recapping those results in the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, a win for Pimble Ladies College in a time of 4 minutes 11.32 seconds. Second, St. Catherine's 1, the margin 1.59. Third, Radford College 1, the margin 7.67, and 4th, Loreto Kirribilli 2, the margin 0.27. 5th, Loreto Kirribilli 1, 6, Queenwood 1, 7, Roseville 1, 8, Loreto Normanhurst 1, and 9, PLC Sydney 1.
Next race is race 77, Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It's the B final. And 7 boats in this race. On the far side in lane 2, Radford College, Race, Telby, Harris, Scott, Cox, Brian Shaw. In lane 3, Redlands 3, Livingstone, Bomes, Cook, Bomes, Jack Meek, Cox. In lane 4, Cranbrook 6, Gravener, Coloquin, Earl Smith, Toll, and the Cox, Jai, Rastogi. In lane 5, Radford College 3, Wihendra, Wong, Carol Buchanan, Blight, and Sophie Fremantle, the Cox there. In lane 6, Cranbrook, Skurnick, Hemis Angelucci, Vanderblee, and Roberts. In lane 7, Redlands 4, Tebbett, Whitney, Feller, Abrahams, Finn Woodward as Cox. And in lane 8, Cranbrook 7, Kelly, Heron, Zinn, Edwards, and Christian Langley, Cox.
So those Bomas brothers, they appear again for Redlands. They've had about 20 minutes from the start of one race to the start of the next race, so they're going to be a bit tired.
They
but
are.
Good on them.
They are. And
they're in there and having a good go.
And conditions are
often racing in very choppy conditions.
They are, yeah. Some of the boats getting away quite quickly there. The Radford College boys, I think, were...
Yeah, out of the blocks quite early and then looking very neat, really, for these conditions.
Yeah.
And then Cranbrook 5 next to them having a good old ding-dong. Oh, a little bit of a... So Redlands struggling a little bit there with the conditions. They are slightly smaller of stature, which makes it a little bit more difficult for them managing those blades and the angle down to the water to try and actually get the depth of the blades in the water. But still, they're having a good crack, especially their stroke man. Looks like his name is Louis Abrahams. And in the meantime, at Radford College, both of the Radford College crews look as though they are handling the conditions relatively well. They've actually lowered their rate of striking and are just trying to keep fairly long and steady, and that seems to be doing the trick. So Radford College remain in the lead. Jaden Wigendra, Eric Wong, Marley Cowell Buchanan, Lachlan Blight, and their Cox, Sophie Fremantle. I suspect that's Fremantle, not Fremantle, because it's a double E.
Yeah, actually it looks like the boat on the near side, the Cranbrook boat, seems to be coping admirably well. If I'm correct. Yeah, Cranbrook seem to be taking the lead.
Yeah. Just out of shot at the moment of camera. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cameraman. Now we can see them. So, yep, Cranbrook 7 in lane 8. Julian Kelly, Thomas Heron, Charlie Zinn and Thomas Edwards, coxed by Christian Langley, having a good race against the Radford College 3 crew that is in lane 5. Redlands continue to battle those conditions.
Yeah, the boys from Cranbrook, despite
Doing
being on
well.
the outside of the lane, have got a good... I'd say a boat length in front of the boys from Radford College.
And then Radford College 4 on the far side.
Yep.
Crossing over in third, ahead of Cranbrook 6.
So the boys from Cranbrook 7, jumped out to an early lead. Probably surprising given their times in previous races. There may be some gamesmanship going on. I'd be surprised at this level. But they're doing okay. Radford College boats luck to be in second and third, but it's very, very close. The Redlands 4 boat in lane 7 seems to have dropped off the pace.
So yeah, Radford College 3 in the middle of the course looks as though it's having a much better middle of the race than it was at the beginning, but still Cranbrook 7 continue to lead. Now Radford College 4 crew is Nicholas Race, James Tailby, Rowan Harris and Angus Scott, coxed by Byron Shaw. They're across on the far side. The camera there zooming in on the crew in lane 5, the Radford College 3 crew, who've continued to lead.
Cranbrook are chasing them down, but the boys from, Radford are chasing them down, but the boys from Cranbrook look like they're going to hold on here, bar any disaster. These boys cope with the conditions in the beginning of the race far more ably than the other boats, and as a result, it's paid off.
Clear water.
Cranbrook take the win there, followed by Radford in lane 5, Radford College 3.
Cranbrook 5 having an excellent finish there. They've rather, the attention of the Radford College crew on the far side has gone a little. So Cranbrook will take out 3rd position, Radford College will have to settle for 4th. Redlands 3 crew will be 5th. The Cranbrook 6 crew will be 6th. Redlands 4 will be 7th. Yeah. What a battle. Well done, guys. And that wind has come around again. It's now a crosswind, so I would imagine we've got a storm on the way.
I think so. The Radford College crew number 4 will be lost a bit of focus there just at the end, to be pipped by Cranbrook in for 3rd place.
Recapping the results of the B final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. 1st, Cranbrook 7. 2nd, Radford College 3. 3rd, Cranbrook College 5. 4th, Radford College 4. 5th, Redlands College 3. 6th, Cranbrook College 6. And 7th, Redlands School 4. Winning time 4 minutes 34.97, margin 8.23 and 11.64. On to the A final. Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull A final. Lane 1, Cranbrook 4. Lane 2, Radford College 2. Lane 3, Cranbrook 1. Lane 4, St Augustine's. Lane 5, Radford College 1. Lane 6, Redlands 1. Lane 7, Redlands 2. Lane 8, Cranbrook 3. Lane 9, Cranbrook 2.
So there looks to be a clear winner at this stage of the race.
Radford College.
Radford College.
Radford College won, the crew of Joshua Orr, Finley Robinson, Rowan White and Hamish Gaydon, coxed by Stuart Ward.
Very, very tidy scullers. Managed the conditions well. Wind seems to have dropped for this race, but nevertheless they've taken it out from the beginning and maintained their lead after early pushes from St Augustine's and Cranbrook. They've moved away, walked away from their competitors and look to be finishing strong. Bit of a ding-dong battle between Redlands, St Augustine's and Cranbrook. On the far side there, it's going to go down to the wire. It's Radford, the boys in the blue hats, across the finish line. It's neck and neck between St Augustine's and Cranbrook. St Augustine's just pulling out the bag in the last 10 strokes to take a 1/3 of a boat length off Cranbrook, who finished in 3, Redlands in 4th, Redlands in 5th, Cranbrook on the far side in 6th. Cranbrook lane 8 and lane 9 with Radford College bringing up the rear. Great race though there, great race. So the unofficial results of that race, number 78. The A final for the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad was Radford College in a time of 3 minutes 53.09 seconds. Second, St Augustine's by from a second was St Augustine's with a gap of 11 seconds behind. Third were Cranbrook. Fourth, Redlands 1. Fifth, Redlands 2. Sixth, Cranbrook 4. Seventh, Cranbrook 3. Eighth, Cranbrook 2. And in ninth place, Radford College 2.
We're going to move back now to women's rowing, to the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. First off, Division 1. In lane 2, representing Mossman, Talia Noland, coached by Kathy Starling and Justin Brown. In lane 3, representing Tara School, Olivia Don't, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. In lane 4, representing Queenwood, Emerson Stock. In lane 5, representing Pymble Ladies College, Lucy Miller, coached by Ollie Teets. In lane 6, from PLC Sydney, Bailey Winton Murray, coached by Rebecca Harrison, Annie Akey and Carolyn Wong. In lane 7, representing Kinross Walleroy, their second sculler of Ayla Ryan, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. And in lane 8, from the Blue Mountains Grammar School, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. So Olivia also rows then at Nepean Rowing Club.
Any favourites in this one, Lizzie?
No, I recognise Olivia's name, but I have to say I don't know the form of the others, so this will be interesting for me. Year 10 single scull.
Yeah, well, with the obvious connections to Queenwood, I'll be rooting for Emerson Stock from Queenwood, who has performed ably in the single scull. I know this is her first single scull race.
So she's got 1,500 metres of peculiar water to
She does, yeah.
to travel down. So definitely a race to take calmly, and it's not all over until the fat lady sings, so every single stroke really matters. But Emerson Stock of Queenwood off to a really good start with the experienced Olivia Don't of Tara School beside her in lane 3. And then in lane 5, I would expect with a coach of the calibre of Ollie Teets that Lucy Miller from Pymble Ladies College will perform quite well, and those seem to be the leading 3 scullers at this point in time as we come to the 1,000 metre mark. So that is 1/3 of the race done. Olivia Don't is in the lead in a time of 2:17. Emerson Stock sitting in second position, Lucy Miller from Pymble in third. Bailey Winton Murray of PLC Sydney is in fourth, Talia Noland of Mossman in fifth, and Olivia Harris of Blue Mountain Grammar in sixth.
All the scullers here are struggling with the changing wind conditions, the crosswind which is now blowing from left to right. Many are being pushed over to the right of the lane as we look at it onto the boys.
So we don't appear to have the sculler from Kinross Walleroy in lane 7. Yeah, it's a gap. So they're into the middle 500. Keeping the pace steady, really concentrating on distance per stroke and coping with the conditions.
It looks like from this stage that Tara School, Olivia Don't, Emerson Stock and Olivia Harris in lane 8 actually going quite well.
And whilst we're watching this race, just to call out, please, for you to return your bow numbers. Don't forget, we recycle them, and we still have quite a way to go in the regatta. So please, could you put your bow numbers back in the collection box, or bring them to Katie and Julia at the tent, Rowing New South Wales tent in front of the grandstand. So if there's any cox or coach or volunteer that's got a bit of time, if you could bring your bow numbers back, please, from around the trailer, we'd be most grateful. A big thank you to all of you for staying in the area that you were assigned at the beginning of the regatta. That's been enormously helpful, and so far so good. We've been able to continue the regatta without having to stop. Meanwhile, back on the course, we still have an excellent Skull coming from those single scullers, Olivia Don't of Tara School, Emerson Stock of Queenwood and Lucy Miller of Pimble. Bailey Winton Murray still was in fourth.
Yeah, I think the lead is changing quite a lot. They all seem closer than the timing tells us. I think the sculler in the blue and white stripes from Blue Mountains Grammar on this side is up there, along with the sculler from Queenwood, Emerson Stock, and the sculler from Pimble Ladies. Tara Schools, Olivia Don't seems to have dropped back there. But again, a difficult angle at the moment. At the moment, I would call it PLC in first, Queenwood in second, and possibly Blue Mountains Grammar in third. But as they unwind, the angles are deceiving from here. But we'll see how it goes. With 200 meters to go. I have to say, it looks like the sculler from Queenwood, Emmy Stock, may have a nose in front, followed by Lucy Miller from Pimble Ladies, maybe. And then the sculler from Tara, Olivia Don't, far side, lane 3.
Yeah, in the dying stages of this race, it looks like Olivia Harris of Blue Mountains Grammar just battling a bit there.
Few cheers for Emmy Stock.
Yes, I would imagine there's 116 girls rowing at Queenwood this term, I think. So there's quite a few people cheering her on.
I know I did a barbecue for 135 people the other day.
Good
so
Lord.
Yeah.
So Emerson Stock of Queenwood looking to take out Division 1 of the Year 10 single scull, closely followed by Lucy Miller of Pimble Ladies College.
Well done, Emmy. Crosses the line in first place, followed by Lucy Miller from Pimble Ladies, 3.04 seconds behind, and the sculler from Tara School, Olivia Don't, in third place.
A really good scull from Bailey Winton Murray. She's kept it long and strong the whole way down the course, representing her school, PLC Sydney. They'll be very proud of her. Well done indeed, Bailey.
Olivia Harris from Blue Mountains Grammar School, first representation for that school today, in lane 8.
Very
did
good.
in fifth place.
And across the line now, Talia Noland of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Kathy Starling and Justin Brown, and that safely completes everybody, I think, in the race.
That's right, and it gives me great pleasure to announce Emerson Stock of Queenwood won the Senior Girls Year 10 Division 1 Single Scull in a time of 7 minutes, 23.29 seconds. Second place, Olivia Miller from Pimble Ladies. Third place, Olivia Don't from Tara School. Fourth was Bailey Winton Murray from PLC. Fifth, Olivia Harris from Blue Mountains Grammar. And sixth, Talia Noland from Mossman.
So moving on to Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. It's on the course now. Lane 2 is Kinross Walleroy 1, Lucy Searle. Lane 3 is Askham, Bianca Old. Lane 4, Redlands, Georgia Verschure. Lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst, Alexandra O'Brien. Lane 6, Caroline Chisholm High, Sophia Zamprogno. In lane 7, Radford College, Zoe McIntosh. And in lane 8, and in the lead, Loretto Kirribilli, Alyssa Figures. So Alyssa Fickers of Loretto Kirribilli in the lead at the 500 metre mark, followed by Lucy Searle of Kinross Walleroy, and sitting in third, Bianca Old of Askham. Fourth, Zoe McIntosh of Radford College. Fifth, Alexandra O'Brien of Loretto Normanhurst, 6th Georgia Verschure of Redlands, and 7th Sophia Zamprogno of Caroline Chisholm High. 2 minutes 11 seconds to the 500-metre mark for Alyssa Fickers.
Strong sculler here, Alyssa. Rose Middle Harbour out of Mossman, or one of the sheds at Mossman Rowing Club, a school shed there. Obviously paid dividends.
Used to the conditions, which are crossing as we
Which
speak.
are variable,
They're flickering,
in
aren't
that
they?
headwind.
Yeah, great sculler, being caught by the wind a little bit, but staying calm. As long as she
Good
stays
push though
inside the
from
lane.
the far side. Very good push from.
Lucy Searle of Kinross Walleroy.
That will be close. Just takes it. Alyssa Fickers just takes it from Lucy Searle.
Well done, girls. Very good.
Less than 3 seconds in that.
And Alexandra O'Brien of Loretto Normanhurst looks like will come in 3rd position. She's managing to stay straight in the wind. Our Radford College sculler of Zoe McIntosh struggling just a little, but she will come in 4th, all being well. And 5th will be the Ascombe sculler of Bianca Old. So pretty quick in the first half, just needs to work, first third I should say, a bit more work needed for the tail end of the race. So Radford College coming in 4th. Ascombe School, Bianca Old will finish in 5th. Georgia Verschure of Redlands will be 6th.
Sophia Zamprogno from Caroline Chisholm High, coached by Daniel Waddle and Jason Waddle.
Of an Nepean Rowing Club.
Is it Waddell or Waddle?
Waddell, yes. Yep, they definitely don't waddle, those two. Tall and lean.
Any connection to another famous Waddell?
I don't think so.
Ah.
Well done, Sophia. A long way. Very well done. Sophia Zamprogno representing her school, Caroline Chisholm High, in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. Completes our race. A win for Alyssa Fickers of Loretto Kirribilli in a time of 7 minutes 13.63 seconds. Second, Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle. Third, Loretto Normanhurst, Alexandra O'Brien. Fourth, Radford College, Zoe McIntosh. 5th, Ascombe, Bianca Old. 6th, Redlands, Georgia Verschure. 7th, Caroline Chisholm High, Sophia Zamprogno. Our next race is the double scull for Year 10. Schoolgirls. We have 2 divisions. Division 1 is on the course, representing Tara School, and in lane 2, Chiquita Whittingham and Mackenzie Knott. In lane 3, representing Radford College, Josephine Truswell and Hannah Sampson. In lane 4, representing MLC School, Leanne Gui and Tessa Tompkins. In lane 5, representing Queenwood, Heidi Boyd and Abby McClellan. In lane 6, representing Ascombe, Portia Koskar and Audrey Abe-Wick-Reamer. In lane 7, representing PLC Sydney, Sarah Bebbington and Charlotte Cameron. And in lane 8, representing Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Scammell and Lily Robson.
And it looks like there's been a bit of an incident there with the Ascombe boat.
Oh
They've
dear.
stopped rowing. I don't know whether it's a equipment failure, but they were actually in the running. At the moment, it seems the boat in the nearest lane to us, the Kinross Walleroy boat of Scammell and Robson, seem to have eked out a lead over the Queenwood boat of Heidi Boyd and Abby McLean. Asham looks like they've retired from the race for some reason. Looks like an equipment failure.
Leaving the Ascombe 1 crew of Portia Koskar and what's her first name? Audrey Abe-Wick-Reamer, sitting in 3rd position at the moment. Fourth across that 500-metre line with Truswell and Sampson of Radford College. Fifth, Gwee and Tompkins of MLC School. Bebbington and Cameron of PLC Sydney currently in sixth. And Tara Schools Whittingham and Knott currently in seventh. So into the middle 500 of the race.
Again, it's going to be close, this. Certainly the Kinross Walleroy boat.
In fact, in the last 500 now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So coming up to 250 metres to go.
Kinross seem to be neck and neck with Queenwood from this angle. And on the far side, the Asham boat.
Yeah, these three crews looking good in these conditions, aren't they?
It's Radford College, sorry. It's Radford College, Queenwood and Kinross Walleroy. And racing for the line.
Queenwood, Heidi Boyd and Abby McClellan looking very strong indeed there. Possibly in first place, but only just ahead of Kinross Walleroy's Lucy Scammell and Lily Robson. And on the far side, Radford College, Josephine Truswell and Hannah Sampson. Queenwood looking really strong now, aren't they? Yep,
yeah,
starting to move away. Great finish.
Scholars.
Yeah.
Abby's got an older sister who won the Head of the River last year and is now captain of boats at Queenwood.
All right.
Boydie and McQuennell takes the win for Queenwood. Great second place there for Radford.
Yep.
And third as they cross the line for Kinross, Walleroy, Scammell and Robson. A lot of racing there today for Lucy Scammell.
Good row here coming from the girls from PLC, Sarah Bebbington and Charlotte Cameron. Their coaches Annie Akey, Carolyn Wong and Rebecca Harrison will be very proud of them.
Yep. And in lane 4 is MLC School, the blue and white. And on the far side from Tara in lane 2, Chiquita Whittingham and Mackenzie Knott. So, in the Division 1 Schoolgirl Year 10 double, in first place, Queenwood with the time of 7 minutes, 2 seconds, .50. In second place, Radford College. In third place, Kinross Walleroy. In fourth place, PLC Sydney. In fifth, MLC School. And in sixth place, Tara.
Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull is now in progress. Race number 82 on the programme. In lane 2, representing Pymble Ladies College, Alexandra de Ambrosis and Rhiannon Castle. In lane 3, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Elizabeth Carey and Katie Webb. In lane 4, representing Redlands, Katarina Kroll. In lane 5, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Elizabeth Powell. And Greta Perrison, Redlands is Katarina Kroll and Briar Carter. And in lane 6, Kinross Walleroy 1, Simone Chawler and Ella Buesnel. And in lane 7 from Askham, their second crew of Yumi O'Carrigan and Sophia Miller.
At this moment,
Looks as though the crew from Redlands of Katarina Kroll and Briar Carter have scratched.
yeah, it looks like the girls from Askham are in the lead. It seems to be these lanes nearing this side of the lake, this side of the grandstand, are favoured in the beginning of the race. Girls from Ashima look to be ahead, but who knows? And on the far side, well, there you go. As the camera shows us, that's not. Is that the case? Yes. O'Carrigan and Miller in lane 7 are first from Asham, followed by less than half a second from Loreto, Normanhurst, Powell and Perrison. In third, Pymble Ladies, D'Ambrosis and Castle. And in fourth, lane 6, Kinross, Walleroy, Chala and Bujnell. Still a long way to go in this race. Girls from Asham just holding the lead still by the look of things. Carrigan and Miller holding off Loretto, Normanhurst and Pimble Ladies. But Powell and Perosin from Loretto, Normanhurst not going to give this up without a fight, I'm sure. Miller looks across, looks over her shoulder. The bow in the Ashenbrook keeps on looking across. The girls from Loretto, Normanhurst keeping their heads in the boat, concentrating on their rowing. This is going to be the first win of the day for Asham, Carrigan and Miller. Keeping it nice and long and strong at the back end. I think they've done enough to hold this lead as they come into the finish. Asham take the win. Just over a boat length, lane 7, O'Carrigan and Miller take the win. Second place, good row in lane 5, Loretto, Normanhurst, Powell and Perosin on the far side of the course. In third place from Pimble Ladies, D'Ambrosis and Castle. And in fourth place, Kinross Walleroy. Simone Charla and Ella Busnell, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley from Kinross Walleroy, take fourth place there in the final of the Senior Girls Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. We grow to the next race. Race number 83 is the Schoolboy Year 10 single final. In lane 2 from Radford College is Heath Shaw. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Callum Dunn. In lane 4 from St Aloysius, Zach McPherson. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, William Chamberlain. In lane 6, Finn Woodward from Redlands. And in lane 7, Hunter Jolly from Radford College. They're all off. Just see the boat. Bit of a technical issue there as the boat is pulled into the pontoon. Looks like Radford's boat didn't manage to finish. Bit of a rigger issue. Bit of water in the boat. Don't know if that is a result of being dragged into the pontoon by the launch or not, but nevertheless they're safe, and that's what matters.
And aren't we grateful that our referees have got catamarans and not tinnies, single hull tinnies?
Correct.
Nice and stable, and they can put lots of people in there. Oh well, what an adventure for one of the early regattas of the season. Meanwhile, on the course, our Year 10 Schoolboy Single Scull continues to progress. A little bit spread out.
Again, it looks like certainly the lanes on this side of the lake have got an advantage early on. I think from this side, Hunter Jolly from Radford College in lane 7, maybe in the lead.
With William Chamberlain of Kinross Walleroy making good progress down the course. And Zach McPherson of St Aloysius.
Yep.
So William Chamberlain crossing the 1,000-metre mark. So this is a 2,000-metre race. So that's halfway down. He's crossing the line in first position. Hunter Jolly second. Zach McPherson from St Aloysius third. Finn Woodward from Redlands sitting in fourth. Callum Dunn from Cranbrook in fifth. And that should leave Heath Shaw of Radford College in 6th, if he's there. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So still plenty more racing to go. Our last race isn't until 4:58, just before 5 p.m. But I know some schools are starting to pack up their trailers, so if you could please scoop up the bow numbers and bring them back to the front of the grandstand or leave them in a collection box, we would be most grateful. And please stay with the social distancing and staying in your allocated area as best you possibly can, please, right through to the end of racing, just so we're allowed back again. And God forbid, make sure we don't spread that virus.
At this stage, it looks like the two scullers from Kinross Walleroy, William Chamberlain and Hunter Jolly, are neck and neck.
So there's camera zooming in on William Chamberlain of Kinross Walleroy, having making a really good stab there of good strong finish in these gusty conditions.
Zach McPherson from St Aloysius is also keeping attached to them.
So first through the line, William Chamberlain of Kinross Walleroy, still sitting in second. Hunter Jolly of Radford College, looks like he has closed up that cap somewhat. And then is that
Zach McPherson? Yeah, Zach McPherson's from St Aloysius.
Definitely doesn't look like they are easy conditions.
No. Headwind, late in the day, hot, and I'm sure these boys have, well, we know these boys have raced previously.
Yeah.
William Chamberlain from Kinross Walleroy just looks to his left across the course to Hunter Jolly.
Looks to his right and finds Zach McPherson of St Aloysius.
We're going through his mind, what does he need to do now? When's the time to go? Does he stay where he is? I think he's just decided he's going to put the hammer down a bit. See if he can eke more of a lead out from the Radford College scholar, Hunter Jolly. Which he does. Walks away. Gives himself a bit more of a breathing room. Winding it up to the finish. Will Chamberlain, nice scull there. Will Chamberlain from Hunter Jolly, who in turn leads Zach McPherson. Pulled away quite strongly there. William Chamberlain there. Great win there. 9 minutes 20. Difficult conditions from William Chamberlain from Kinross Walleroy, who takes the win from Hunter Jolly from Radford College. 9.24 seconds behind. And St Aloysius Zach McPherson 4.8 seconds behind the Radford College scholar. Couple of boats still on the water. From Redlands, Finn Woodward. Will take fourth. Looks like the sculler from Cranbrook, Callum Dunn, will bring up the rear. There is a sculler still on the course. Heath Shaw from Radford College, who is some way behind. Redlands' Finn Woodward takes 4th position. Callum Dunn, Cranbrook 5th. The Radford College Sculler on the far side in lane 2. Don't know whether there's a bit of an issue. But he's in danger of being asked by the umpire to retire off the course, given the next race is on its way and catching up quickly.
So recapping the results that we've got so far in the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull, it was a win for Kinross Walleroy, represented by William Chamberlain. Second, Radford College, represented by Hunter Jolly. Third, St Aloysius, represented by Zach McPherson. Fourth, Redlands, represented by Finn Woodward. Fifth, Cranbrook, represented by Callum Dunn, and just waiting to find out what happens to Radford College, represented by Heath Shaw. The winning time for Kinross Walleroy, 9 minutes 20.79. The margins 9.24 and 4.81.
It's an interesting race. In the next race is the final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull, race 84. Quick run through the rowers. Kinross Walleroy in lane 1, Arnott and Carter. Radford College from the ACT, Schumann, Rogers and Roberts. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy, Smith and Cleary. In lane 4, Cranbrook, Godfrey Hill and Wright. In lane 5 from Redlands, Close and Walker. Newcastle's Grammar's, Routley and McDougall. Oak Hill College's, Smith and Smith from Oak Hill College in lane 7. And in lane 8 from Radford College is Stania and Roberts. Early, well not even early actually, well into the race now. It looks like the double from Newcastle Grammar School, Routley and McDougall are well in the lead from the Radford College, Schumann, Rogers and Roberts boat. On the far side, look to be a very comfortable pair. Almost a leisurely pace to them as they look across. Really have the measure of the Radford crew. But Radford won't give up. I'm going to push hard to the finish. So it's Scullers, Routley and McDougall in lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, from Schumann, Rogers and Roberts in lane 2. Newcastle Grammar takes the win. Good push there at the end from Radford College. These two boats leading quite a distance from the other. So the unofficial time there for Newcastle Grammar is 8 minutes, 8 seconds, 0.27. Radford College were 4.5 seconds behind. Both of those crews a long way from the third place, which looks like it'll go to the boat of Redlands, Close and Walker in lane 5. Nice, tidy scull there. Kinross, Walleroy, Smith, Cleary take 4th. From their compatriots on the far side in lane 1. Also from Kinross, Walleroy would be Arnott and Carter. Oak Hill College, Lachlan Smith, Angus Smith, coached by Daniel Waddle and Jason Waddle. Maybe they're brothers, twins. Good showing there.
Yeah, I believe they are brothers, and Angus, who is in the stroke seat, hasn't been rowing very long at all. I watched him a couple of weeks ago in a single tip-in on the finish line, and is looking remarkably smooth now. What great progress under the guidance of Daniel and Jason Waddell at Nepean Rowing Club. Congratulations to them, Oak Hill College. Lachlan and Angus Smith, great race. And completing our field in the Schoolboy Year 10 double scull, our crew from Radford College of George Stanier and Aidan Roberts. So that race, a win for Newcastle Grammar School's Caelan Routley and Alice Kinross Walleroy 2, 6th Cranbrook, 7th Oak Hill College, 8th Radford College 2. So we're going to move back to Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls, and we have the C, B and A final now coming up. And after that, just one more race. So we've got 4 races to go. We're going to finish off with Schoolboy 8, so don't go anywhere. Stick around, because that's such an exciting race. Be hard to be far more exciting than the Schoolgirl 8's race, I must
absolutely.
say. But, but well, I'm sure they'll give it a go. So in our first final, the C final, we have 4 crews. In lane 3, representing Pymble Ladies College, Denica Tajali, Lily Windsor, Amanda Lwyn and Victoria Brash, coxed by Abby Thornton and coached by Eliza Johnson. In lane 4, representing Queenwood, their crew 3 of Catherine Wen, Jessica Dover, Eliza Cook and Amalie Kumarasinghe, coxed by Lucy Anderson and coached by Charlie Rose Iron. In lane 5, from Loretto Kirribilli, Lucy Howard, Alice Watkins, Claire Flanagan and Samantha Callanan, coxed by Caitlin Gately, coached by William Foxton and Amelia Halley. And in lane 6, from Loretto Normanhurst, Charlotte O'Keefe, Bridget Whittaker, Elizabeth Attier and Josephine Burke, coxed by Emma Flaherty. And they're off. Looks like we have a crew missing.
And some interesting lining up on in the lanes.
Indeed.
Looks like there's a crew there from, say, Loretto Kirribilli or Normanhurst. I can't quite tell there. But there's a big gap across the field to Pymble Ladies.
There is indeed. That's interesting.
So whether or not there was some mix-up on the starting lineups there, but seems to be on the far side Pymble Ladies College, who correctly lined up in lane 3.
And then we have
Then we have Queenwood, and then I'm suggesting at this far distance Loretto and Normanhurst in lane 6.
So Pymble Ladies College picking their way carefully down the course. No shipwrecks, so hopefully they stay safe and find a little bit of shelter. Then we look as though our Queenwood crew have just taken a slight lead over Loretto Normanhurst.
Yeah.
So we're missing Loretto Kirribilli. Nothing to do but to pick your way steadily through the chop here. Just looking at the wind, has definitely been a lot higher than was originally forecast. So quite surprising, really. We had a forecast of light winds, and instead of that, we've had quite some gusts. So getting up to 3 or 4 meters per second and leaving the water in a really unsettled state, which makes it very difficult when you've got 4 people, each with 2 blades, so 8 blades to try and time. However, Queenwood, the crew of Catherine Wen, Jessica Dover, Eliza Cook and Amalie Kumarasinghe, finding their way into a settled rhythm and just making the best of the conditions. They've managed to take the best part of a boat length over Loretto Normanhurst on the grandstand side and Pymble Ladies College on the far side. They lead by half a length at 500 metre mark of this 2,000 metre race.
Pymble Ladies slightly struggling with the windier conditions in that corner of the lake. A few lengths back now.
Yeah, bit hard when you've got that wind. It's pulled round to a tail again. So as the scullers come forward to the catch position, which is where the blade is placed into the water, the wind is just catching the spoons on the end of the blade and blowing them up into the air a little. So over a few years of sculling, you get better at being able to anticipate that and control your hand heights. But at such an early stage of their rowing career for some of these athletes, it's proving a little difficult. So you just got to do your best and persevere and try and get better every stroke. The Queenwood crew have their cocks in the bow seat, and the Loretto Normanhurst crew have their cocks sitting in the stern of the boat.
It looks very splashy from here, what we can see on this camera.
It does, doesn't it? Very unpleasant.
Will not make great racing conditions right now, and there's not much more uncomfortable thing to do than race 2,000 meters in a boat which is choppy and
true.
unbalanced, and the wind is shifting constantly. It's almost a war of attrition, who can manage the conditions best.
Yes.
As you can see, the flags are now flying. The wind has definitely got up. Queen would look to have eked a slight lead out from Loretto Normanhurst.
Yeah, doing a good job there, aren't they? Coping with those conditions. Looks as though the water is slightly flatter at this stage of the race.
Queen would look to have pulled a good couple of lengths out of Loretto Normanhurst there, having been just half a length up. Looks like they're 2.5 lengths in the lead across the halfway line, with a 7.08 lead over Loretto Normanhurst, who in turn lead
Pimble Ladies.
Pimble
College.
Ladies, sorry, yes,
Oh, there they are.
quite a way away.
So that's the Loretto Normanhurst crew of Charlotte O'Keefe, Bridget Whittaker, Elizabeth Attier and Josephine Burke, coxed by Emma Flaherty. So they've made it to the halfway mark in a time of 4 minutes, 56.4 seconds. So we're looking at what's that, nearly a 10-minute long race.
That's a long race.
Yeah.
A long race and a long race for anyone, to be honest. That's a long race for a single.
Yeah.
So the endurance will be tested here between Loretto Normanhurst and Queenwood. Who can keep their hands in the flame longer? Their hands in the fire? Who will break first? At the moment, looks like Queenwood have the upper hand. The advantage of few lengths over Loretto Normanhurst. But it's a long way home yet. Queenwood still struggling there, had a bit of an issue, bit of a wobble. They've got it back together now. All boats not really as precisely balanced as you'd want them to be, running their blades across the top of the water because of the wind conditions on the recovery, which makes recovery and timing much more difficult to synchronize with your fellow rowers. Consistency of hand heights being one of the most important things to have when you're rowing in a crew boat. Often the coaches will ask you as a rower to think about your hand heights. Look at the rower in front of you, look at their hand heights. You try and match them. As Queenwood cross the 1,500 metre mark with a bit more of a lead now. I think I've probably a both length lead. over Loretto Normanhurst. 3 or 4 length, both length lead, I think. Pimble ladies still chipping away at the back there. Let's see if Queenwood can bring it in under 9:52. Means they'll have had a quicker second half of the race than the first half of the race. We'll start to hopefully wind it up now as conditions get slightly better towards this end of the course. Queenwood have managed to extend their lead. It's been a long day in the saddle for them.
What a lesson for life about just chipping away.
Chipping away.
Bit like the whole of 2020, really, for all of us, isn't it?
Like them. I can see the finish line. It can't come quick enough.
No, well done to Queenwood. So this is the crew of Catherine Wen, Jessica Dover, Eliza Cook and Amelie Kumarasinga. Coxed by Lucy Anderson, coached by Charlie Rose Iron. Very good job indeed, well done. Queenwood crossing the line to take out the C final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. A very plucky row indeed from Loretto Normanhurst, the crew of Charlotte O'Keefe, Bridget Whittaker, Elizabeth Attia and Josephine Burke. Emma Flaherty, their Cox. And again, well done. They cross the line in second position in our C final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. And across on the far side, plugging away, the crew from Pimble Ladies College of Denica Tajali, Lily Windsor, Amanda Lewin and Victoria Brash, coxed by Abby Thornton and coached by Eliza Johnson. The Queenwood crew taking the win in that C final in a time of 9 minutes, 58.35 seconds. So they actually managed to beat that 10-minute deadline we gave them.
Yep.
And the margin between them and Loretto Normanhurst was 15.06 seconds.
Give the Pimble girls a cheer as they cross the line.
Absolutely.
It's been a long race for them.
Very good job. So on the course now, the B final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1, representing Roseville, their second crew of Sophie Brady, Annabelle Irby, Madeline Shadforth and Isabella Ryan, coxed by Lauren Noble and coached by Hamish MacDonald. In lane 2, from Radford College, their third crew of Erica Dwight, Taylor Foster Wright, Nicola Allenby and Claudia Kendall, coxed by Camilla Lupton, coached by Sam Donnell and Maggie Noonan. In lane 3, from MLC School, their first crew of Sophie Wilson, Sarah Carvolth, Jasmine Fitch, Inez Kritzler, their cox Azura Zappacosta, their coaches Ashley Brooking and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy 3, Audrey Gill, Claudia St. Clair, Alana Tompkins and Ava McMillan, coxed by Lucinda McCartan, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 5, St. Catherine's School's second crew of Missy Callahan, Erin Cara, Jade Bliss and Sienna Morgan. Charlotte Wadds is their cox, their coaches Jared Watson, Dermot O'Driscoll and Crystal Piper. In lane 6, Redlands 3, Katarina Kroll, Alana Mansfield, Georgia Verschoor and Briar Carter, coxed by Zoe Naismith and coached by Gabby Chubb. In lane 8, from Redlands, their second crew of Blythe Ogilvie, Lily Dijkstra, Emily Pashley and Amelie Archer, coxed by Sophie Kennedy and coached by Brendan Martin. In lane 8 from MLC School, their second crew of Briar Campbell, Olivia Alden Hallett, Layla Hare, Heya Yahya, and their cox Lucinda Winlaw, coached by Ashley Brooking and Kathleen Hextall. And in lane 9, Redland's fourth crew of Phoebe Cunningham, Charlotte Scamps, Yazzie Collatran, Emily Batemere, and their cox Hannah Mitchell, the crew coached by Matthew Grant. So there's a few bow numbers missing from boats, so a reminder again, please, coxes and coaches, to scoop up your bow numbers and please put them in the collection boxes dotted around the grounds, or bring them back to the tent in front of the grandstand if you are collecting medals.
Crossing the line halfway, the girls from MLC School just lead Redlands in lane 7.
Gosh, it looks very strong in the middle of the race, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, sorry, that first third looks very windy indeed.
Yeah.
Often when you come up to the little bridge, you know, where you come in from the back lake, it's quite windy there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, the wind has swung round. It's probably blowing a hoolie through there. So quite spread out our crews in this B final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull.
At the moment, looks like the boat in lane 7, Redlands 2, seems to be coping the best at the moment.
On our scoreboard, it looks as though we don't have a crew in lane 1, Roseville 2, and we don't have a crew in lane 2, Radford College 3, which would make more sense of MLC being across on the far side, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the Redlands boat, lane 7, quite a lead on the boat in lane 3, the MLC School on the far side.
That's St. Catherine's in the picture there now. Yep, as we pan out then, yep, Redlands and St. Catherine's plugging away. So, slightly different angle. Looks as though Kinross Walleroy. Yep, Kinross Walleroy have taken a lead at the 1500 metre mark. So there's 500 metres to go. St. Catherine's look as though they're sitting in second position, and Redlands 2 in third.
Deceptive, the angle that you see them.
Yeah. Then it looks as though it's back to the crew from, is that MLC School?
Yeah, I'd say.
The 2 MLC School crews, and then Redlands 3 at the back of the field, and finally Redlands 4 in the lane closest to the grandstand. So Kinross Walleroy, St. Catherine's, and Redlands' second crew are our 3 leading crews. Kinross Walleroy moving very strongly indeed as they come into the finish line. Audrey Gill, Claudia St. Clair, Alana Tompkins, and Ava Macmillan, coxed by Lucinda McCartan. You know what? It's not. It's actually MLC School now that they come into view. Sophie Wilson, Sarah Carvolth, Jasmine Fitch and Inez Chrysler with Azura Zappacosta. So MLC School have taken a lead over St Catherine's. Redlands 2 sitting in 3rd position and Kinross Walleroy actually sitting in 4th. That's a very experienced crew. They've rowed together for a fair while now, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Ashley Brooking. Looking very neat indeed, holding it together in those conditions. And MLC School will take out the B final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. 2nd will be St Catherine's. 3rd will be Redlands 2 crew.
Conditions noticeably better at this end of the lake than the other.
So Kinross Walleroy battled their way down the course, making the most now of these good conditions in the final 250 metres to stay ahead of the MLC crew, 2nd crew. Redlands 3 showing some signs of fatigue there, but picking their way slowly through these last 100 metres to come in 6th position. And then Redlands 4 will complete the field. So well done Redlands, Redlands, Redlands. A great showing to have 3 crews in the B final. So recapping on the results thus far of the B final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. A fine win for MLC School 1 in difficult conditions in a time of 8 minutes 57.52 seconds. 2nd, St Catherine's 2. 3rd, Redlands 2. 4th, Kinross Walleroy 3. 5th, MLC School 2. 6th, Redlands 3. And 7th will be Redlands 4. The margin between MLC School and St Catherine's 7.19 seconds and a further 4.85 back to Redlands 2. So congratulations Redlands 4 as they cross the line. You've done it. Well done, completing the B final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. On the course now is our A final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1, Radford College 2, Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Cara Martin and Kiara Shaw. Their cocks, Mackenzie Jolly. Their coaches, Sam Durnell, Maggie Noonan and Vicky Spencer. In lane 2, Radford College 1, Ellen Mihaljevic, Olivia Homsch, Nikita Crabb and Hannah Hardy. Coxed by Aileen O'Neill and coached by Sam Durnell and Vicky Spencer. In lane 3, Redlands 1, Audra Olsen, Sophia Maxwell, Emily Barrell and Elizabeth Holther. Charlotte Harmon is the cox and their coach is Lucy Mason. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy 2 crew, Georgia Sweetapple, Isabel Medway, Sally Carter and Ella Kirby, coxed by Kaylin McKay and coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. Kinross Walleroy are in the lane next to them, lane 5, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville, coxed by Georgia Robson, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. St Catherine's 1 are in lane 6, Amelia Cooper, Connie Skeffington, Claudia Horrell and Alia Rahman. Bella McGeechan is their cox. Their coaches are Dermot O'Driscoll, Jared Watson and Crystal Piper. Queenwood 2 are in lane 7. Madeline Nicol, Brooke Lancaster, Maya Billingham and Madeline Wheel. Alicia Midas is coxing and their coach is Caroline Lonergan. And Queenwood 1 are in lane 8. Madeline Newman, Isabel Sanderson, Francesca Cabanas and Claire de Souza, coxed by Michaela Cheetham and coached by Julia Hamilton. And a full field in lane 9, Roseville 1, represented by Trinity Hoffman, Samantha Reeves, Adelaide French and Abby Cox, coxed by Lucy Thompson and coached by Brianna Monk.
I actually think the Roseville crew have scratched there, Lizzie.
We are.
And it comes as no surprise as the Kinross Walleroy boat in lane 5 with some familiar names, have got a commanding lead and look to be very,
yes. This
very...
was the crew that raced at low rate with an
Correct.
extremely fast time,
Yes.
comparatively fast time. So slightly higher rate of striking now, keeping it lively in this really difficult water, but also maintaining their length and their power, looking very skilled indeed at handling those hand heights.
They are going to be a crew to beat this year.
They
the
are.
other crews are, yeah, I'm going to have to watch out for those 4.
Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Isabella Scammell, Freya Neville, and of course their cox, Georgia Robson. Kinross Walleroy taking out the A final in the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull.
Good showing there for second position from the Redlands boat. Probably take second place there.
Audra Olsen, Sophia Maxwell, Emily Barrell and Elizabeth Holter, coxed by Charlotte Harmon.
And St. Cat's probably just over Radford College for third place.
Yes, Amelia Cooper, Connie Skeffington, Claudia Harrell and Alia Rahman. Bella McGeechan, their cox, another experienced crew. Congratulations to them. And then Radford College 1 will cross in 4th position.
And in 5th,
Oh, I think Queenwood.
Queenwood just pip Radford at the death. Kinross Walleroy second boat for 7th.
And Queenwood second crew for 8th. So confirming those results in the A final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, a win for Kinross Walleroy in a time of 8 minutes, 18.85 seconds. Second, Redlands first crew, the margin 18.49, and third, St. Catherine's, the margin 12.7. Fourth, Radford College 1, 5th, Queenwood 1, 6th, Radford College 2, 7th, Kinross Walleroy 2, 8th, Queenwood 2.
And the final race of the day is off. It will be a ding-dong battle. Race number 88, it's the Schoolboys 8 final. In lane 2 is Cranbrook, lane 3 Redlands, lane 4 Kinross Walleroy, lane 5 St. Augustine's, lane 6 Radford College, lane 7 Cranbrook 2, and lane 8 St. Augustine's. All the boats have got off quickly. There are one crew which I can't really identify at the moment who's got an absolute flyer. And have bounced out to quite a considerable lead at such a short distance. Who's in lane? It looks like St. Augustine's.
Yep, I think it's the St. Augustine's crew, so that's Alex Bohm, Tom Faflin, Oliver Thomas, Kyle Brown, Oliver St. Pierre, Brandon Smith, Tom Gerrans, Joshua Wilson and their cox Ben Edwards, coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark, who of course took the coxed and coxless 4 to the Junior World Championships a couple of years ago, because we didn't have a Junior World Championships this year.
Wow, those boys got an absolute flyer from the start.
So both Judith and Matthias represented Germany in the 8. Judith, I think, is a dual Olympian and a gold medalist, as well as a bronze medalist at Olympic level. Matthias, a world champion in the coxed 4, so both of them very experienced in sweep rowing themselves and excellent coaches for our Australian team. Certainly schooling those boys well at St. Augustine's and forming quite a large part of our pathway program here in New South Wales to race the Pathway 8s, the interstate competition.
And at the moment, it looks like the St. Augustine boys are out very quickly from the Kinross Walleroy in the conditions. Sun is low. We can't really see which boats are which at the moment, but it looks like St. Augustine's out very quickly. Kinross Walleroy, and it could even be St. Augustine's in this near lane in 3rd.
So Kinross Walleroy, that's the crew of Nicholas Brown, Sterling Graham, Archie Lamont, Harry Horton, Jack Weeks, Alexander Brown and Charlie Neville. Their strokeman is Alec Hoskin, and Lucinda McCartan is their cox. Their coaches are Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. On the other side of the St Augustine's crew is the crew from Radford College of Charlie Stewart, Christopher Bush, Angus Walker, Harrison Lonsdale, William Gregory, James Dixon, Ethan Toscan, Sam Roberts, and their cox Ben Heatley. Here we go, St Augustine's crew on our screens now, looking as though they are coping very well indeed with those conditions, well schooled. The second St Augustine's crew, you're quite right, looking pretty good up there with
Radford College at
Radford and Kinross.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close as the angle unwinds on the camera. It will be between Radford and Kinross and the second Augustine's boat.
Augustine's 2 crew is Oscar St Pierre, Archie Faflin, Cody Murphy, Dougal Mackenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Jacob Hickey and Tom McGee. Coxed by Lachlan King, coached by Bjarni Ungemark.
And St Augustine's 2 go through in second position, followed by, looks like the Radford College, closely followed by Kinross. So this could be a gold and silver for St Augustine's.
And a cross on the
Redlands
Redlands. Is that right back or is that
way back?
way back? So it's the Cranbrook School crew that look as though they're sitting in 5th. That's William Munday, Maxim Zara, Christopher Stone, Max Summerhays, Sam Logan, Jack Dawson, Christopher Shannon, and James Scott Brown, coxed by Joshua Abelev and coached by David Cameron. So who's who of rowing in the coaching stakes?
This is a very, very well drilled crew. See the way they lean out around their riggers, great separation. If you looked down that boat, there's clear air between all their heads as they separate, as they come up to the catch.
Very still indeed as well, no one looking out of the boat. Everybody totally focused on what their cox, Ben Edwards, is saying. A fine win for St Augustine's, taking out the Schoolboy 8 for the New South Wales Independent Schools Championship 2020.
It looks like they're going to take second place as well. St Augustine's boat number 2, taking it from Radford College, in turn taking it from Kinross. Good result for the boys there.
Yeah. Congratulations, St Augustine's, as second place as well as first. And Radford College will take 3rd. 4th will be Kinross Walleroy. 5th, Cranbrook. That's the Cranbrook first crew, and the Cranbrook second crew will be 6th. And then so good to see Redlands with the crew in the final here. They will complete the field of 7 that we have. Recapping on the results, it was a fine win for St Augustine's in the Schoolboy 8 final in a time of 6 minutes, 59.78 seconds. The margin over their second crew, 22.02 seconds. Their second crew had a further 5.72 lead over Radford College, who in turn had 5.14 over Kinross Walleroy, who in turn had 5.74 over Cranbrook School. So Redlands finishing off a great day. Certainly been really full of respect for how plucky and tenacious the Redlands crews are. Some good rowing, hanging on in there, rowing really well together. Redlands School completing our Schoolboy 8 A final.
So Lizzie, that is it for racing for the day. As the wing picks up, the flags are flying now almost horizontally. Been a great day of racing.
It is indeed.
I think there's some markers being placed in the sand for some schools there. Really strong from Radford, Kinross, Redlands, across the board really.
Yep.
Some coaches will have some selection nightmares, some hard decisions to make, I'm sure, and some will be rethinking their strategy for the remaining year. But it just leaves me to say thank you very much.
And thank you, Nathan.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Will I see you in a couple of weeks at the doubleheader? The Loretto, Kirribilli, Normanhurst doubleheader?
Oh, now sadly, I don't think you will.
Oh,
No.
okay, well.
No, sorry to say, because I'm going to be really naughty and actually take some time away from rowing after, of course, it's not the head of the Yarra head race that we're going to have in the middle of Sydney. Yeah. But a couple of weeks after that will be the Reindeer Regatta and the New South Wales Sprint. So we look forward to seeing crews come and race at the Reindeer Regatta and decorate their boats with Christmas decorations. Always a fine regatta to be held with some good racing as well. So thank you very much to all of our volunteers and boat race officials, everybody who has worked so hard to make this regatta, first of all, happen, given our current COVID restrictions, and secondly, to keep everybody so safe and for the competition to be so amazingly entertaining and safe in difficult conditions.
Indeed. Thank you for the volunteers. Thank you for the spectators respecting the COVID restrictions. And if I could ask you, as a final note, if you see any rubbish, please tie them up. Please tidy it up, throw it in the bins.
If you see any bow numbers, bring them back.
If you see any bow numbers, bring them back. And thank you very